Okay. Ich glaube, es sollte alles passen. Hallo Akasa. Akasa, passt alles? Auch von Lautstärke und so? Passt das? Ja? Okay. Gut. Irgendwie Hypercharge? Ja, check ich. Viel Spaß, Gaming. Doch, kein Ticket. Ja, sieht man eh. Stärkste Gruppe? Ich weiß es ehrlich nicht. Warte. Noch mal einstellen. Hallo Mattis. Warum kein Ton? Hört man nix, Akasa? Ich hab's gerade gefragt. Sollte passen. Nicht? Warte. Doch? Nicht den Best Stream? Ja, ich meine den Best Stream. Hört ihr es jetzt? Ja, den werden bestimmt alle haben, Ben. Würde mich wundern, wenn nicht. Aber jetzt klappt's, Juni, Akasa? Klappt das jetzt?
Teams that is playing for the region, so they have that support as well. I will imagine that.
Danke für ein Follow, SAB Trader.
As you mentioned, Foot Esports, yeah, they unfortunately aren't playing with their full.
Kann sein, Pasi.
Yeah, it's going to be potentially, I mean, an incredible storyline. I mean, if Lenan can bring in the goods, I mean, imagine what that will do.
Okay, jetzt.
Prospects this year obviously didn't quite go his way in the early stages of this year. I mean, and just to put it out there,
hast du getippt? Wer spielt denn jetzt?
Came fourth just to Zeta Division, who took that third place spot, who then
got
that LCQ position for East Asia, but mainland China, you know, I really want to see what they can bring to this event.
But let's talk more about NA.
Akasa, Juni, wenn irgendwas nicht klappt, ne, müsst ihr das sagen. Ich hab Stream nicht offen. So, da ist passiert. Wieso? Genau, Gesti spielt nicht. Gesti konnte nicht einreisen. Aufgrund von irgendwelchen, keine Ahnung, wegen dem Pass, irgendwas. Irgendwas war da falsch, da gab es Probleme. Deswegen ist Lenane eingesprungen für Gesti. Es gibt einen Link, Jesse. Braucht ihr den Link?
We really want to see something from
Humble
them this week.
Ja,
We
Humble
prepared
wird
something super fun for you guys. We came up with some ideas for a little bingo. And yeah, Ark, do you want to say your famous phrase already, or do the viewers actually have to listen out for it? Oh my goodness, do we hear that from you today?
Pull it out of me, I feel like I'm not gonna just give it to you guys straightforward and easy today. You got to work for this. But some real fun ones here. Uber wearing the brightest outfit.
I don't know if we're there yet, honestly, because Sunny's obviously got.
Sunny's giving you a good run for your money today, mate.
Yeah, the rest of you though, honestly.
Das ist crazy, Juni. Das war keine Absicht.
Oh my goodness, by the way, only counts if you do it with the right inflection as well. The usual one, you know, you're gonna know when you hear it what I mean with that. Now. We are English.
So, hier ist der Link. Das ist so ein Brezel, so eine Trophäe, die den Brezel frisst.
And I see Melty over here. He definitely is qualified to play or also to cast. So he's running for a job, Ark.
Yeah, great to see some great faces there, Spuick, and you know it's a great energy from all the languages. But you're absolutely right, Sunny.
Für diesen Pin. Warte, ich kann euch auch schicken. Aber wie mache ich das jetzt?
We have Pedro as well. Like, are you worried about your job?
Absolutely. What do you mean? These guys are actual legends of the game coming up. It's been really cool to fold them into
on the way.
over the course of this year, and hopefully over the next couple of
days
we'll be able to get some.
Das ist so ein Pin.
To share some of their knowledge and insights about the game and this fantastic event.
Super exciting that we also have German, Japanese, Spanish, and Portuguese here live on site with us. Now, without waiting a lot longer, we are ready for the first matchup of the day and all of BRAWL CUP.
Hallo André.
It's Bounty Hunters.
So, Chat, was sagt ihr? Dumme Frage, aber was sagt ihr?
For me,
Wer
this
gewinnt?
is, for Bounty Hunters, a really tough match to start the day. I mean, it's humble.
Bounty Hunters,
The reigning
ja,
World
oder?
Cup champions, former world champions, and South America, is that region when it comes to LAN that we never really fully know what to expect. We saw fantastic things last year from Loud that blew all our expectations out of
Stimmt, das ist gay.
And this is the
Klar.
#1 seed. This is the Loud of this year. And I'm super curious as to whether it's going to be roses for this team or the opposite.
I do want to point out that Humble recently slipped up against a underdog team and got slapped out of their monthly final in those quarters. So, it is possible, especially if Humble have slacked in their prep. But I've got a feeling that they got that humiliation game out of the way in their home region and will have come into this match having watched a bunch of tape. This team, this Bounty Hunters team, were New Heights Gaming when they came into SA and they had a great first month. They've been competitive. There's been a lot of throwing in SA, like a lot of volatility in that region, and just some bizarre results. It's kind of one of the reasons why Loud aren't here. So what I want to see from this team is the positives, the upside that we saw
Hallo Laura.
domestically.
Sergeant gespannt. Ich auch. Der Link ist ein Pin. So eine Trophäe, die in Brezel ist.
Doing super well domestically. Now we want to see them bring this to the global stage. On the other side, we have Humble, 2025 BRAWL Cup champions, so they're defending their title this year. 2024 World Champions.
Welchen?
And 2025
Löse aber rein, dann siehst du's.
runner-up. This is not an easy opponent for Bounty Hunters in their first match of the day.
Yeah, not by a long shot. And we actually got some global bans coming in as well.
Lumi Global Ban.
Larger as well, making an appearance here. Love to see that. Still very,
Okay.
very strong. Lumi and Mortis. So the aggressors going to be out the mix for sure. Lumi's definitely catapulted actually forwards in terms of the meta since her changes. But for Humble, for sure, they've been put through their paces this year. Absolutely so. In the March
Hallo, Gugu.
finals, 2 double match
Du bist
points
OP.
to
Ja, aber
eventually
Global Ban?
earn that win, which they're notorious for having at the very end of the season actually. So this year, grabbing that in March, super important. But the
That's crazy,
element
Pazzi.
in the room, April. No,
Tipps waren wegen...
quarterfinal stage was horrendous.
Ja, ja.
It was their worst.
Aber ich denke, Humble wird vorbereitet sein jetzt.
June of 2025, and that is very out of character for them.
Yeah, it is because they're the kind of team
Ja, dass Lumi gut ist, weiß ich. Aber ich hätte nicht gesagt, dass es Global werden.
There are just some scenarios in the BSC where you
Vielleicht draften die so, dass Lumi alles countert.
don't have the resources to read up on a team, and you have to lean on your own fundamentals. And I think if you asked Humble about that loss, that obviously is a bit of a black mark on their record, they'd say we also weren't really in the right headspace that day. It takes more than just lack of prep to get past this team.
The first two teams of the day are waiting backstage
Hello, Gotza.
already. Barney, let's get it started.
Ladies and gentlemen, Group A is about to kick off the BRAWL
Übrigens, es wird ein Showmatch geben
Bang, a true
zwischen SK und Big. Aber es ist pre-recorded, also es wird nicht live sein. Die werden es einfach reinfügen. Stark, Levin. Und wenn ich es richtig verstanden habe, wird das Showmatch ohne Noe sein. Also irgendwann machen wir eine Stunde Pause, keine Ahnung. Und ohne Salty, ohne Noe und ohne Salty. Von Gangsters vor Ort, ja. Welche Reihenfolge, Joni? Wer soll spielen? Melee spielt. Noe Ersatz weiß ich nicht, aber Melee spielt für Salty. Oder hat gespielt. Wird gestern aufgenommen. Joker für Noe? Nee, ich denke Pedro. Aber ich weiß nicht. Lenane spielt für Gesti. Ach so, ja, Map Pool ist unterschiedlich, Joni. Jedes Match ist anders.
What a bigger task to ask them than to go up against the BRAWL Cup reigning champions of Humble. You know, it's a trial by fire. That's all I'm gonna say about it, and we cannot wait to see what happens right here on the main stage. And so,
Wird's nicht so schlimm.
As we get prepared, let's just take a breath.
Ehrlich nicht.
And let's find out. Berlin, what do we think of Bounty Hunters? Ooh, look at that. What about Humble? Let's do this.
Hallo Luis. Alice wird's finden. Alle? Auch vom letzten Brawl Cup? Ja, was willst du machen, Levin? Ist ja keine Wahl. Das ist crazy, Akase.
That was my voice, by the way. Fun fact.
Yeah?
Yeah. No.
Good baritone.
I know. Yeah. I have to get in the mood though. Can't. Yeah.
You
do that
can't
right now.
bust it out.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. When
I
can
know
you
you
do that?
love that.
Will you do that like later?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Okay.
If the crowd is loud enough, I might think about it. But yeah, we heard already. The EMEA fans really showed up for Humble. I kind of feel bad for Bounty Hunters. At the same time, though, LCQ last year was in Sao Paulo, and it was the same exact thing. Where, yeah.
Ja, aber heute werde ich keine machen, Levin. Das ist Gruppenphase. Wenn man jetzt verliert, ist nicht so wild. Wenn, dann mache ich Sonntag. Ja, es ist C.
I mean, like, how much of a deviation from reality that could have been if that match went another way, but they did get full reverse sweeps, and but you got to mention that Tensai did go out and say that that was a reason which really threw them off at the beginning, but they are just unbreakable.
Webseite. Ach so, ja, ich kann das sagen, falls was kommt und was die Lösung ist. Wenn ich es schnell genug sehe, kann ich sagen, ja. Die Besserung, also.
Yeah, that's a brawler that just received a nerf on Wednesday. Usually he was global banned the whole time, and now with that small nerf to his HP, it seems like he's already not as strong anymore to be global banned, but certainly strong enough to be picked, right?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the meta at the moment, it's kind of in a really interesting place. I'm really looking for brawlers like kind of Pierce for me here as well, as like Luki in that capacity is just absolutely disgusting, and it's a brawler that's kind of just beneath those kind of bans too. It's
Was macht Bro in der Feld?
I think on maps like Dueling Beetles as well, like you can expect to see the Byron make its appearance, right? That is such a classic, humble brawler. Both of these teams, by the way, have been, you know, undefeated using Lumi over the course of the last week in scrims on this map. So having her banned away, that's, you know, just Humble sort of saying, we don't really want to have that first picked against us. We don't have a great answer to it in general. You know, this obviously is the kind of map where you want to try and drive pretty good side laners and have staying power. Mina allows for that to some degree with that wind wall gadget. She's also great at pressuring down if someone wants trying to play a thrower, or they're trying to play, you know, someone who's less mobile in a side lane, who's just like, trying to vomit damage. So there's a lot of opportunities to punish like overly aggressive first picks here. I think that in SA, this Bounty Hunters squad are really good when it comes to their drafts. Like, my issue has never really been there for them. They've been very, very solid. I don't often see them get outdrafted. I think they outdrafted the pants off Loud last time they actually faced.
Der hat irgendwo da als Fun-Gangster.
With the resources and coaches, I wouldn't have a weakness there. So I wouldn't be worried about that from them. It's really staged.
Ich habe keine Ahnung wo.
That we're going to be scrutinizing.
Wo ist das? Berlin. S-Reihe. Hat er gesagt?
To see different metas from each of the region. Of course, they mingled over the last 2 weeks, and the metas have gotten closer together. Like East Asia maybe brought in a new idea that EMEA took over, and so on and so forth. At the same time, we did see still in the past some specials, like for example, our SA special, Juju in the past. I wonder what it's going to be this weekend. We always know NA as a super aggressive region. EMEA has adapted that as well, because the current meta is all about assassins and tanks.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I even posted a meme the other day when it's like a new brawler comes out, make it mythic, make it an assassin. Pretty much kind of like how the how the dev team is these days. But you mentioned experience, Uber, and being calm and collected on stage, and that is, for me, my little reservation when it comes to Bounty Hunters, because, you know, certainly Prosy is the most experienced player on this squad. You know, didn't have the best of showings in the World Finals last year, went out in the group stages, and similarly at LCQ in 2023, didn't reach it really out of that group stage. And, you know, Wesley, his last showing was at the World Finals in 2022, losing in that first round of the bracket to Strive Gaming EU.
You know, Paris, right? He was on the Zest roster.
Zest Latam. So this is where I really want to kind of see
how approach their
headspace. their drafts, I really like. I think for me, it's going to come down to, like you say, those kind of stage jitters and if they're able to keep them at bay.
I also think that they are going up against a team that has very talented individuals. And if you allow Humble to, as the series goes on, if you allow Humble to draft like Chester and Ruffs, like two really solid brawlers, it's going to be tough to get the better of them. No surprise here to see the votes are 83% for Humble to 17% for those of you at event.brawlstars.com. If you haven't got your predictions in, got your votes in, or just honestly set up on that site to make sure you
brauchen die aber so lange.
Over the course of the weekend, I strongly recommend you make that your home base for all things Brawl Cup.
Take the hints, guys. Take the hints. We strongly recommend that you stay glued to that site. You'll thank us for it later.
So far, EMEA and East Asia has had the
Hallo Anti.
greatest success of
Aktuell
all
Server
regions
bisschen
in
buggy, vor allem in Ranked.
global event. We
Habt ihr
have
Probleme,
three
Chat,
world
mit dem
winners
BS-Server?
of EMEA, 3 world winners
geil.
of East Asia. Now, you already kind of set that up today. We want to see NA and SA take over, and this would be the first
Nö.
chance. If Bounty Hunters truly
Nee,
fell
hat er
giants
nicht.
like Humble, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, it will resonate for
Irgendwie
sure.
nicht.
And,
Welches ist dein
you know,
WLAN?
I kind of
Juni?
mean, but I also do have a lot of high hopes for Only Realm. But
Fucking
we
Eggers
also
und
about Tribe
Pingui.
Gaming a little bit too, because as a team from North America that have been a bit of a sleeper, the competition has been getting so increasingly difficult in that region specifically. Last year at Brawl Cup, it was abysmal for Tribe Gaming. It was like their worst performance to date. So that is going to be in the back of their minds too as an organization. They do need to put those demons at rest. And I've got a lot of faith in Killer's abilities when it comes to draft and how Tribe are experimenting, I think in just the right amounts too. Not too much, not too crazy and wacky, but enough to take teams by surprise.
I feel like they've been building up ahead of steam coming into this tournament. Kenny as well, like he put like a video up. He was talking about his predictions, right? He had his teams in like S tier, A tier, whatever. He also had Tribe in that S tier.
Yeah.
Felt like this is probably the time for them to really show up and show out. Because remember how their World Finals ended? It was 2 double match point scenarios that they lost that ended up having them knocked out of the tournament up against what was Humble and Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah.
And so, like, you are going up against the very best and you are almost getting there. I really felt like they were just on the outside.
Ehrlich, Riven?
Now, last Brawl Cup, it was Loud.
Niemals, oder?
Unfortunately, Loud fell on the wrong side of the narrative because they were the team that got beat by Toxic Lotus on their Cinderella run to finally propel themselves into a top 4. So they're the ones that, you know, kind of look bad in that scenario, but it was a really close series. It went to all 5 sets. That was a team I feel like that is, you know, it's been a long time since there was a
Echt lustig.
2021 finals run from IN.
Ich denke, das mit Big Talents war vor allem, weil Humble sie unterschätzt hat.
Die
Die haben sich wahrscheinlich gar nicht vorbereitet auf Big Talents. Mark, danke für den Raid! Wie war dein Stream? Habt ihr gehört? Okay, also okay. Wie lief's noch am Ende?
Some of the younger blood, right? We also saw, you know, the same torchbearers, the Loud guys, you know, Adina and
ich geb dir
stuff like
Shoutouts.
that. We also saw like, you know, Pekka and Jubileo
Hallo, Red Fix.
on that. I think it was Pioneers, I think with that event, or Elevate, I'm not sure. They're
Super.
still around.
Sehr gut.
Right? Still good to see some of those over the course of this year, but this is the roster of like the
Immer so 2.
non-Brazilian
Immerhin.
players out
Also
there,
noch ein bisschen Zeit.
the youngsters that are really
Ist noch
hungry.
machbar.
And I expect to see them deliver.
Nee, ja,
just
das war ein
maybe not
Problem.
in this particular
Aber
game.
für die werden die gescrimmt haben,
We're going to
100%.
find out very, very soon as the players are getting ready to start the draft.
Yeah, Red Fix.
But I would definitely advise all the viewers here in this hall and also at home to keep an eye out for the Chinese rosters, the SA West, and of course NA and SA. These are the regions that
Pro
we
League
still
drin,
want to see perform super
Zwei
well
gute
also
Win-Streaks
on a
hast.
global level. By the way, we're here in the Uber Eats hall, 4,500 seats at max capacity, and we are completely sold out.
Nee, das ist
That is
Schwachsinn, Razor.
Yeah,
insane.
maybe. I mean, I'd love to see that. It's kind of awesome to come to a pretty iconic venue here in Berlin. We're like right in the heart of it. We're across from the you know, Uber Arena as well. We're on Uber Platz. It's all about me this weekend, guys. So get used
It
to
is.
but-
You are the main
Sure.
character energy right now.
That's it.
It was
Sorry,
not
guys.
better when he was on TV and you can never always just turn off the TV.
That was a
You
good
had to
time.
Hello,
focus
Marky.
on-
She was in the audience. She was in the 2021.
Well,
That's
we were
crazy.
all there.
I
That's
was
what
on site,
matters.
though.
In one way or another, right?
They wouldn't let me out of the country, guys. All right, they needed me.
Deutschland, Yoshi.
Needed me.
It was
Yeah.
better time, you're sure. You're right.
Looks like we are getting
In
our
Berlin.
draft ready and we're kicking things off
Straight off the
with
bat.
Ruffs. Such a solid
Ruffs
team.
first.
You can never go wrong
Wo's
with this
Fruchti?
brawler, especially not dueling beetles, where you might want to break open the map. Because I see Pierce is left open. We have Lukey on Humble. That is a must pick for them, especially if they can break open the map now. Let's see if Humble will pick up that Pierce on their side.
Yeah, with Lumi out of the picture here.
Wieso steht hier Semantic?
Like a Pam Cam direction if you're, you know.
Sind die Namen vertauscht oder sind die Logos vertauscht? Weil die Global Bands, das sind die Global Bands von Humble. Die Namen sind vertauscht, ne?
So the series is picked up here. They have only managed to sort of win 1 in 4 of their scrims on this map with Sirius. Sirius obviously is a lot.
Ja, die Namen sind falsch. Great Fix.
A drastic reduction in health, actually very similar to how Lumi first got nerfed when she was in the game. She used to have like close to 10k health and was putting out this amount of damage. They brought that down by like 40% or so. And we get the Kenji mixed in amidst this, so bit of an all-in. Definitely, you know, someone who wants to try and threaten a backline. It can be good against Rust, but there's a lot of stopping powers available to you in this.
Namen richtig.
Got to be a Pierce, like Sunny says for me. I mean, having the ability to break that side.
Dann haben sie aber falsch Seite.
And again, as time goes on, those supply drops can then just make those snipe shots pack so much more of a punch. Sometimes a Pam can make an appearance on this map, but again, with that Rust now in play, the opening of the map is certainly a concern. So having range Chester coming through, yeah, two brawlers you mentioned coming in that they cannot get on the side of Humble, and they've been able to establish it. So Chester going to be that kind of insurance policy with the Pierce. I mean, Humble have got exactly what they want, right? This is crazy.
Why are we not trying to target them?
This was a must.
Könnt ihr nicht Werfer gehen?
Humble and Chester can also break open the map,
yeah.
of course, if he gets
Hello,
the
Alex.
right super.
Wild.
Now, I hope Bounty Hunters on the right side did their homework and they know Humble must have wanted to pick up that brawler. I'm so surprised that they didn't pick up Pierce themselves to make sure that Humble doesn't get their hands
falsch.
on it.
Nee, dann werden die Bands auch falsch. Die haben die Seiten aber vertauscht.
Now, what is that plan? I wonder. Bo is gonna.
Bo?
He's alright, he's bringing in that range that they were lacking so far, especially on a wide
Hallo, Yuri.
open map with Sirius and Kenji. You usually want those walls to stay.
Might allow Sirius to get off the mark a bit better as well, but I just kind of worry. You got to hope that Bounty Hunters are intending for this to be the case for Humble to get their picks.
Hallo,
I'm
Mika.
going to head over to the casting desk.
Ich gar
See
nicht.
how the match plays.
Okay. Das Dueling Beatles. Falls es kein Fehler war. Hallo Darkness.
Big and loud. I'm Kenny. Joined with me, Trav. We'll be one of your two dynamic duos.
Ja, ist fein, Mika. Mit dir?
South America been starved for success for a long time, and now they take
Alter, Yori! Echt mit Frame.
your BRAWL Cup reigning champs. Humble.
Bin gespannt, was der Bo davor hat. Ich würde sagen, Humble hat Draft Diff.
This man is fierce with the Pierce.
Alleine mit Luki, Pierce.
Which is going to keep him low in the meantime and keep this percentage ticking for Humble. Power up already provided as well.
Wie geht's dir, Yuri?
Not having the best of times in this long-ranged affair on the right. Chester through the mid, still getting the desired percentage. That
Hallo,
early
Sylvia.
wall break's going to let Luki have a lot of space to operate, and now Vortox is trying to branch out, do anything he can, but he's outranged, outgunned. Chester just going to take him down. Hypercharge.
Digga, Luki ist so unfair, ne? Ist krank.
I mean, this is exactly how we expect it to go. The guys on the analyst desk touched on it. This is the 3 brawlers that Humble want, and you've given it to them in the first set. A big break coming down from Boss as well. Hypercharge drop provided, and Semantic is going to be thanking him for that. No shocker whatsoever in terms of team composition. Nobody seems to be able to encroach, move up the middle of the map. Now Rocket Rain terrorizing the right-hand side as Wesley. Portox try and migrate, but the distance just can't be met. Pierce is so good from these long terms. Semantic has enough to gun him down. Portox finally starting to be an issue, but immediately eradicated. Just nothing from Bounty Hunters right now. Yeah,
Ich sehe nicht viel Land für die. Zumindest in diesem Set. Hello, Nesta.
They bounce back just as fast, straight back onto the mid, and only 15% needed now. Hypercharge comes down. Wesley's going to be able to evade that nicely, but it's covering that entire left-hand side, and the only one with a pathway through is going to be Prosy at the moment, and he's too low to contest. Portox with the super on the left-hand side, they clean up, and there's a bit of a...
Wenn die jetzt die Kontrolle halten können, was machbar ist, aber schwer. Die Map ist komplett offen. Hier ist halt Free Value. Ja. Von Bo, der Medica. Deswegen Bo.
Just the start they'll have wanted, and the crowd support already behind them on home field. A couple of German players here as well, going to be having the support. Bit of a taste of their own medicine as to what we saw in LCQ last year with some of the South American fans. Into game number 2. I'm expecting this to be just as easy for Humble. They started so strong, and you expect them to carry on. It's just a great composition. They've got the long range, they've got the wall break option.
Aber Kenji geht rein und direkt wieder raus. Das ist nur ein Feed.
If Kenji dares to go at them, they can just rotate this brawler onto them. Brosy though doing a great job until the wall break goes through it. They feed
macht ja
boss.
nichts.
That's where the real issue starts. So until then, Bounty Hunters have to give themselves as much of a head start as possible. Yeah, an undeniable better start for Bounty Hunters, but I don't think it's meaning too much at the moment. They've quite clearly moved that Kenji over to the left-hand side to face off against the Rough. Ruffs in early doors instead of the Pierce, who was handling him so well. But now it's Wesley's turn to face off against this Lukey Pierce, and I don't think anybody's going to enjoy that matchup.
Boss rounding the corner, and there goes the dog treat. Gonna open up the top right-hand side of the map. A dive in the air. The Sashimi slash grabs one. There's one kill. Now a two. Prosy has assistance from the extra spawner, so they're gonna this map for now. Significantly better, I would say, Bounty Hunters in terms of adjustments. They didn't let Boss get that super early, but this is where it's immediate reversal of a team wipe. Crowd already on its feet.
I mean, percentage-wise, it's looking great for Humble now. Just taking the lead, full control to them as well. 3 members of Bounty Hunters pinned back in spawn. And a hypercharge ready to go for Lukey. Just popping it for the raw stats now. Can't be...
Also Lobcap, wenn ich gegen Humble spielen würde, ich würde Pierce Global werden. 100%.
Well. And Semantic already has one in hand. He's probably going to wait until he can get a super and use that before going for it.
Brawl Star's good as boy, just providing so many dog treats for his allies. Wesley going to be sucked onto this right-hand side. Not going to be able to move a muscle. I mean, Humble hardly moving a muscle at all. It's just Lukey tip-tapping down South America's finest. Another hyper charge for good measure. And the defending champions of BRAWL Cup suck hot.
Humble doing their best to right the wrongs of the April monthly final. Bounty Hunters have a huge mountain to climb in front of them here, and I don't think that's the way they'll have want to started this international competition here in Berlin. Real tough for them, and I think the majority of them going to have to put down to the draft, but they were outplayed too.
Das sind für die Leute vor Ort, Mann. Die Leute, die sich ein Ticket gekauft haben, die kriegen diesen Pin. Alle Glurak.
Very stereotypical look to Humble. And just in terms of 1v1 matchups, I mean, look at this. We've got Chester, immediately can take on a Kenji. The burst damage, that's why he's an anti-tank. That's why you're going to see him be drafted so early. This 6-pick Pierce outranges every single one of the enemies, especially when this wall break goes down. It's just open season.
Danke, BRAWL Cup. 3 Tage. Mehrere Games. Wie lange dauert das? 5, 6, 7 Stunden pro Tag. Preisgeld weiß ich nicht. Aber der Gewinner gewinnt für seine Region 1 Slot mehr für die WM. Der Zweitplatzierte gewinnt einen Slot mehr für LCQ. Irgendwie so. Diese Region. Ich glaube, man kriegt sogar BSC-Punkte, kann das sein? Also wer hier gewinnt, ist recht sicher bei den Worlds.
But you can't afford mistakes like that. South America is a region desperate to try and cling on to some success. It's been a very rough go of it since 2021. We had INTZ way back in the day. We had Loud last year. But there's this huge sandwich of years in between where this region has not taken any hardware. Now moving on to our next map here. We were just at Dueling Beetles. We're going to be hopping into Hot Potato. Otis, somebody I was keeping an eye out on. Colonel Ruffs, like we mentioned, a fan favorite for something like Humble. They're going to go ahead and throw it out. Early claim of that wall break, some extra DPS from that cult. Stereotypical start.
Yeah, it's great to have. No surprise I'm seeing banning out that Ruffs as well over the right-hand side. A brawler that you don't want to be facing after just being absolutely destroyed by on a map like Hot Potato. So as you say, I like the cult pick, bringing in that wall break early on, probably the best wall break slash DPS you're going to get on a map like this. And I think they need to kind of play this a little bit differently, break the map, sculpt it to how they want, because in the previous one, it was night and day, and Humble would dominate.
Lily second.
This is now the left-hand end is going to claim Lily, and especially in the face of a wall break like that, that's very interesting.
Also ist nicht 5 Bann, weil es so viele Brawler sind. Deswegen gibt es 2 Global Bans pro Kopf. Es sind aber 10 Bans, nicht 5. Achso, 5 pro Team, ja.
I mean, I
10 Bans
don't mind
insgesamt.
the Lily, to be honest with you. I think, like, it's a brawler where you obviously just pop your gadget, walk up to the safe, get that damage, and that's your entire job. Yes,
Yumi was Global Banned, yeah.
Kills on the way, get your hypercharges, and use
Von
that
Humble.
really convincingly as well. So I think it's solid. Carl gonna come in as well. It's just one of those versatile brawlers. No matter what gadget you're gonna
sind die Namen wieder vertauscht? Das ist doch niemals Humble Draft, im Leben nicht.
In the majority of matchups.
With this Otis being banned out and now seeing the face of a Lily, typically anti-tank is sometimes where these teams are going.
Im Leben ist das nicht Humble.
At least for this map would be Nita and Chester, but alongside a Colt, definitely makes their jobs a little trickier. More mid-range options. Chester, of course, with the burst damage does go to the Lily, but it's not necessarily a special for something like Hot Potato. So I'm curious to see what this right-hand side does with this, because it's a really interesting one too.
Yeah, well, Edgar showing up. It's been a while since we've seen these show up, and in the past, they're either very decisive. It's kind of picked as a last when it's going to be absolutely perfect, but it's a brawler that's just so strong at the moment after those changes, and it's a brawler you've got to be incredibly scared of. So I wouldn't want to be bounty hunters at the moment, looking in the face of that. And the thing is as well, because they didn't go range on the side of bounty hunters when they see the Colt, they've gone pretty short range, pretty mid-range. You know, Humble can still just kind of play at whatever distance they want, regardless of sculpting the map to...
Digga, haben die Damage.
This right side adds Melody as well, which is mid-range.
Ja, verdammt Damage. Ich sag, die haben jetzt schon gewonnen. Ich sag, die haben Draft. Was willst du hier reinpicken? Wie willst du das deffen?
A lot of times I think you would instantly see a bull or something like that as a shotgun brawler up in the faces of enemies, can dive forward, does high safe damage. But in this instance, now there's wall break, and I think you just have to be extra cautious.
Was willst du da gehen? Bull?
Something similar to that first set, where Colonel Ruffs would get a wall break, something like a Pierce from the long distance would just get free shots, free supers. So I think there's two very contrasting strategies.
Nein, Chat, das ist nicht Humble. Niemals.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Chester's a brawler, as you say, that's going to be good against those tanks, that more aggression, but still is going to have a bit of a say in a lot of matchups at mid, longer range. If you're going to be able to, you know, evade some shots and get in the face of the Colt, you're going to be doing just fine. With Edgar and Melody, they're both going to be coming directly towards you anyway, so you've just got to make sure that you've got the desired supers and those heavier hitting shots when they do come towards you.
Es ist niemals Humble.
Two very different strategies. Bounty hunters already on the back heels. Humble, to be expected, are coming out swinging. They may have flopped in the previous month, but this is a team that shows up on the stage. Perosi, Wesley, and Portox got their hands full. It's now Semantic.
Ich weiß, was die vorhaben.
Middle of the map. He's going to disappear, pop up. They're not even going to worry about him on defense. They're just going to fully commit this 3v2.
I mean, to be honest, a base race is probably the best of their ideas against a team like Humble, but a great defense. Luki's going to be able to clean up too, and it leaves just Portox alone. Bomb comes through, and I think he probably was trying to get the hit there, but a bit of wall break along that portion of the map. It's not going to be the worst thing when you're against the Edgars and the Melodies. Luki coming through has the nice little rage Chester. He'll get a couple of shots in, and Boss back into this aggressive stance once more. Semantic might be forced to defend, but a hypercharge from Boss and a bit more damage from the gadget too. Could have been better. I mean, kept him alive a little bit longer, but nonetheless, it applies more pressure. They can still maintain this positioning as now Semantic once again pops out of the Shadow Realm, battling with Portox, dives in. The musical notes will get the final.
Ich weiß nicht, ob die nervös sind, aber irgendwie gefällt mir das Gameplay nicht. Von beiden.
He's a very mid-range brawler. He's holding his own quite well.
Yeah, Luki's, you know, he's used his super, but he's forced one of Portox's dashes out of the way, which is going to make it a bit more difficult for him to get to the safe, get out. In comes the Edgar now. There's going to be another crack, but it's actually the first one for them. Portox will follow suit and try and get some damage too. Has the hypercharge now, but just takes the crack for the moment. And Semantic needs to get this done up top because that damage is raining in for BH.
Perosi just puppy guarding this safe. Meanwhile, work being done up top. Now it's about even. A dive in, a disappearance act from Semantic as he's going to pop out at a moment's notice. They have no idea where he is. Lily hypercharge makes contact, no kill as Carl up top. Above the realm, keeps chipping away at this high safe. Incendiary.
Semantic hat den Edgar auseinandergenommen. Alle viel. Also, der hat so viel Zeit verloren, der Edgar. Nee, da. Ich sag, das sollten wir aber nicht gewinnen. Matchup haben die anderen, sag ich. Aber Colt gefällt mir nicht und Edgar gefällt mir nicht. Melody ist mir auch zu defensiv. Lily ist wieder dran. Niemand verteidigt Lily. Wieder genau der gleiche Fehler gemacht.
Yeah, a little slow comes through there from Boss as Wesley will pop that gadget. He's just going to keep him here for now. Luki will go around and pick that one up, but through the middle, Perosi comes jumping on in and finds a kill. Little gadget there as well.
Das war guter Damage.
Before he went down, and pretty much even Stevens at the moment in terms of percentage. A narrow 1% lead for Humble, but it's pretty much a 50-50 of who's going aggressive and who's not. Much more back and forth pacing in this one as Wesley.
Ja, wieder eine Bombe. So, das ist besser von Melody. Schön aggressiv.
Oh, and look at the young man work. A double kill there. Just leaves Edgar and now Chester in a much more manageable situation.
I mean, that was their chance, and they say no. Brilliant stuff from Humble yet again. Semantic popping a gadget, going aggressive. Portox probably can't defend this on his own without a super and will go down. The other two members
immer durch, ja.
Here comes the hypercharge from Boss. Perosi forced to defend, and he will fall too.
Colt muss durch und Melody muss deffen.
Taking turns with the hypercharges as now this ice invulnerability will wear off.
Ja, okay. Hat accept. Also, Dinge gefällt mir nicht. Und Janta. Das gefällt mir nicht.
they're expected to
Best of 5, glaube ich, ja.
They're playing for this other group stage match. That's going to be the big decider in this group. So I like what they're doing. Go Edgar, go these melodies, the more unpredictable brawlers who can just go towards that safe base race them. But it was just moments of just incredible gameplay from Humble. Boss getting a couple of defenses, Humble getting a couple of, Luki getting
Das ist Gruppenphase, ja.
defenses that really make or break these games from Humble. And just luckily for them, they both went their way.
This felt very winnable. The first one to
Heute Morgen Gruppenphase, Sonntag K.O.
And that's easy in hindsight, obviously, but in this one, it felt like a much more fair fight, if you will. I think the execution from Humble was just phenomenal, though. You can see it here. I mean, 9 frags, 8 frags. I love the rotation there. They absolutely use Chester in the best way possible. Not typical for Hot Potato, but as an anti-tank option.
Ist mir zu wenig für eine Melody. Ist mir zu wenig Damage zu safe. Du spielst Melody für Safe Damage. Wird nicht gemacht.
Yeah, incredible stuff really from Humble. Just managing that aggression super well. And as I said, there was a couple of those 2v1 defenses that just made all the difference in a set like that. That could have quite easily, you know, if they don't pick up those kills, and you know, it's 100%, it's not luck, it's skill. They're winning those 2v1.
Bin ich auch, Juri. Gib ich dir
If
recht.
one of those matchups goes a different way, they're getting base race, they're getting beaten, and it's a totally different scoreline.
Boss had a phenomenal moment there. We saw him with roughly, what was it, 2,000 HP or so, has one extra gadget, a flying hook available, goes for the dagger and just a double kill there, just silencing SA. Such a tough beat here.
Devil
expected to win. I think many, including myself, kind of wrote this as a 3-0. I'm not going to speak for the rest of the team, but this to me feels like a Humble that I'm not scared of. Despite falling short in the previously monthly finals, when push comes to shove, Semantic, the only thing as one of the most decorated, if not the most decorated pro in EMEA history, is to add more hardware to the shelf. This is where they're going to come to shine. They felt confident in conversations with them coming into this week. They know what it takes on this stage, and for Bounty Hunters, they got a little experience on the roster, right? They've done good in the past. They're obviously number
Ist Draft jetzt richtig? Ja, ne?
Against a global titan like this, it's just different.
Hatten die dreimal First Pick?
Well, I like the Leon, super strong at the moment.
Wobei Ruffs auf First. Ja, warte, Blödsinn von mir. Einmal Humble, zweimal die.
Assassin and aggression is what they're going to go with, it seems. But I mean, as a first pick, I like it. It's been, you know, it's going to be banned out quite frequently on a lot of maps throughout this weekend. So having that slip through and getting that early on, I like it.
Can't blame him at all, especially with the lollipop drop. You especially get some extra speed going around for the squad. Colonel Ruffs, a very stereotypical pick on this left-hand side. I think overall in the meta, it also counters so many things really well between the sandbags. It can apply pressure if you choose to use the other gadget where the rockets just rain from the skies and pour out. I think this is just a safe
Immer unterschiedlich,
especially a professional level compared to
ich sag dann Bescheid,
like me. They're going to get the absolute maximum value out of a Colonel Ruff's dog treat, just powering up your teammates. If they don't die, you just continue to have extra HP, extra damage. It's a free, essentially, solo showdown buff if you pick one up.
I mean, this is the thing for me, Ruffs as well. As you mentioned, Sandbag's going to do a great job against so many brawlers, Leon being one of those. So when you know you're going to be facing off against that really aggressive brawler, you kind of feeding non-stop supers to the Ruffs, who's providing to his teammates and buffing him up. You're going to not probably get the kills because of the sandbags, and then they're going to add a Kenji to this as well for a bit of aggression of their own.
Gessi spielt nicht, nein. Gessi wird nicht zugelassen, er konnte gar nicht einreisen. Dünane ist eingesprungen für Gessi.
Completely block that out. They need anti-take, but Chester, Crow, Otis, all gone, so they're just completely zagging in another direction. Buster's certainly not something I see regularly.
Hä?
It's not something you know we've seen in a good amount of time.
Warum? Hallo Paul, wegen... Irgendwas war mit dem Pass, mit dem Reisepass. Der wurde nicht zugelassen, irgendwie. Er konnte nicht einreisen. Frag mich nicht. Poco Basta Leon, auch Pinhole Punt.
Yeah, but for Pinhole Punt, this is so interesting because I feel like the damage just isn't quite there for this right-hand side. I think an interesting choice for the left-hand end. If they decided to go something super beefy, I think they could handle it. I mean, just having Kenji and another brawler absorb the shots.
Ja, Humble sollte Mid-Range mit Damage gehen.
I really do think health points might be the solution for this left-hand end.
Bisschen Range wäre nicht schlecht.
Yeah, it would make sense. As you say, they don't have massive DPS. They've got the sandbags in here as well, so it leaves a big gap open. Ruffs can play the mid, but they're actually going to go with a Sirius instead. And you know, against
ich weiß nicht, wer fix.
Ich habe
nicht das Gefühl, dass das eine gute Situation ist für ihn.
I like the Humble comp again. I mean, obviously coming into this one, they're going to be big favorites, but I see this as a 3-0.
Yeah, Buster, Leon, Poco.
Jetzt ist Ukraine, ja.
Stereotypical for this map or this mode. I mean, they had to get creative. You got to do that, especially when you're the underdog. But this is Humble we're talking about.
Ja, das ist zu wenig Range, Ammo. Die haben dann nur Ruffs mit Range. Ja, 2 Tanks, okay, aber hier willst du Range haben auf 2 Lanes.
I mean, that's the best way to start. Killing that over-aggressive Kenji nice and early and getting this bush control is exactly what Bounty Hunters need. Boss still pinned back in spawn, but tanks a few of those shots with the shield. And the bounce back from Prosy is
Gegen Südamerikaner. Sam, Bounty Hunter. Wesley ist Brasilianer, die anderen 2 weiß ich nicht.
This Wesley and Prosy
Nee, Boss spielt Kenji.
Poco just enabling Buster. He's almost like hurting the enemy side. He's
Sean Paul, ja. Also die diffen schon sehr. Zwar keine gute Hyper von Semantic. Gar nicht gut.
I mean, that's the first sign of life we've seen for them in quite some time. Humble not looking too good for now, but as maybe they can get a few more power-ups here and there and take them in the long game. Prosy gonna have some great HP on the right-hand side. Portox hypercharge on the right now and does pop a super, trying to go super aggressive on Boss here.
Hyper.
Boss as well, so can evade some of those shots. Lukey just peppering Prosy down, keeping him low. Semantic, the same on Wesley on the left, but they haven't really left their half yet.
Now Humble marching up the left-hand side of the map, dribble to the left-hand end. Prosy with a nasty pull, though.
Ey, mein Goal von Buster.
Right-hand side, but if they play their cards right, a rush up this right-hand end will be enough. A dunk in the middle, and Portox.
Holy Prosy.
I mean, the best way to do it, like Humble didn't even seem in that game. This feels like a reverse of what we've been watching at the moment. Really good stuff from Bounty Hunters here. Just overwhelming amounts of HP and aggression.
Die kriegen den Buster nicht tot.
Really proving difficult for this Humble composition to deal with.
Ich habe mal eins auf Discord geschickt, Sam, aber da musst du recht lange rumscrollen. Ist aktuell Gruppenphase.
So Leon kind of gets away scot-free. Kenji's gonna have to just get right up in his face if he wants a chance to tag him. Semantic's gonna have to get a lucky bounce. Once again, left hand in, Boss goes down immediately. The trade goes through.
Oh, können die da nicht sogar durchlaufen? Mit einer Poco?
Yeah, just needs to get control of this bush. I feel like that's what they were lacking in the last game. You know, you get pushed back once and you never claim it. Especially when Semantic's not breaking it up. Kind of broke.
Weiß nicht, ist bei mir auch so. Jetzt wo du sagst. So aus 19 oder irgendwas. Sollte ein Tor sein. Hallo Kroxy.
Couple of supers available from Humble now. Super there from the Kenji, but he'll get pulled straight back in on landing. Hypercharge being popped now, and a Poco will throw that one out. Semantic trying his best to defend, but from the right.
Ja, holy diff.
And Bounty Hunters have a set out of nowhere.
Ich sag, der Last Pick war schlecht von Humble. Die hätten mehr Damage gebraucht.
The Buster gameplay was unreal. The awareness you have to have of playing just that middle section of grass, being fully aware that Sirius has clones that can scout you out. Even if they clone something like a Poco, it's just insta shots just being spammed at you. There's nowhere to hide, but they played those gadgets really well. The Lens Flare to march themselves up several times up this map.
Das Ding ist, Otis und Chester sind gebannt. Wäre beides eine gute Lösung gewesen. Und beide gebannt. Hallo Tweak.
Like clearly outdrafted in this one, Humble and outplayed at that.
Digga.
I don't think they got out of their half.
Ich wurde gebannt auf TikTok.
I think it was, as I was saying, they haven't left the half, they kind of left the half, but other than that, absolutely all Bounty Hunters here and signs of life showing. It's going to require an entire reverse sweep, so it's a big ass and a huge mountain to climb.
3 Tage Bann?
Certainly shame on me. I mean, I really didn't expect this outcome here. I mean, if it ends up being a 3-1 close enough, but
was habe ich gemacht? Wie 3 Tage Bann?
What a solid draft on their end can do. They can contest. I mean, these brawlers in the Humble end, if you look at it, Sirius very mainstream.
Warum? Ich weiß nicht.
Kenji, I go back and forth on.
Kann ich draufdrücken?
Depends on where you pick him up, especially if it's earlier on in the draft. It gives the other team plenty of time to respond. This is going to go a little bit further than I thought it was at a bare minimum. We're heading over to Knockout. Bell's Rock. Bounty Hunters still with a fighting chance.
Wie bei dir? Aber ich habe nichts gesagt, nichts gemacht.
It's going to be tough, but it is a possibility now.
Nicht Streak.
Everybody would have expected Humble. I know you said
Das erste Game.
for anybody else, but I'm with you. I think I thought this was going to be a 3-0.
Twitch sagt. Wann habe ich Twitch gesagt? Habe ich nicht einmal gesagt.
In addition to the global bans, we have the Leon, the Gene, and the Rico from the side of Bounty Hunters for Humble side. I guess it's flipped, but on the opposing side, the Kit, the Mina, and the Rough's going to be banned out too.
Free square for the right hand in. I mean, Pierce is going to be
alert, dass man gebannt wird.
the top here, especially the first overall, given the bans. But I will say, especially considering the global ones that we've got, they're really going to have to dig deep. I think it's been one of the biggest traits of what we've gotten from this global ban stage change. I mean, there can be up to 10
Ich weiß nicht.
the pool. I mean, a little less
Weil
than
es 3 Tage
around
nicht streamen.
10%, if you will, given our total brawler count at this point. Goodness gracious, we're well over 100, aren't we, Trav? That's a crazy thought to have. But at this point, they're really going to have to go for some more unusual picks, I would say, and that's where streams come in.
geht um Stream.
Rock one of those that I think they just want to have the wall break control in their hands.
Predictions mache ich am
Like to
Sonntag.
use it, and if not, they can go with rocket laces, bounce away if they've got an overly aggressive brawler. Plenty of combinations left.
Was willst du haben,
It's
Mattis?
something you think about towards the later stage of the game, you know, with those gadgets, depending on what kind of route you need to take, whether you need to get away from some more aggressive brawlers that the bounty hunters
Ja, Paul.
bring in. So I like
Ich habe jetzt keine Reserve mehr.
You're able to sculpt the map if you want, or as you say, kind of take those rocket laces and jump away if not. Edgar's still very much on the board as well if they do want that aggression, and there's a scary prospect to them.
Such's dir aus, Mattis.
Curious which direction they go. Ooh, Jay Young. So I would say that's one that we mentioned that's not at the tippy top of our meta right now, but a professional scene.
Ja, es hat Heimvorteil
will
für
show up
Humble.
off and on. I'm curious what kind of fight they want this to be.
Deutsches Team in Deutschland.
We're going to go something like a Byron that can cut off the healing from Jay Young, also outrange. Gus is somebody that shows up quite a bit on this map as well. I mean, a lot of our stereotypical ones are out of
Alles
the
gut,
way.
Paul.
Maybe
Wenn's nicht klappt, dann
surprise
klappt's
at
nicht.
the end,
Alles
depending
easy.
on what wall break compositions we do end up going here.
Was denn nennen? Ausrufezeichen Mattis. Ja, Redfix. Was so gut. Nee, die sind aber auch Sirius Last Pick gegangen. Ich glaube, das war's nicht. Das ist ein Command. Ein Befehl.
Against brawlers who couldn't deal with it, they did well. So why not try it twice?
I wonder if this is partially to take away from a Jay Young Ollie composition or something along those lines. Maybe they were thinking that would have been the priority of choice.
Squeak?
As a cutoff
In den
brawler.
Jay
I
Young?
wonder if they're looking out for something like a Buster here to combine with this Jay Young. It'd be really
Squeak in den Jay Young offenen Pick?
Fans out, gets a little cut off there. So the interaction with that Buster shield can be
Bro,
pretty
was?
sometimes.
Mords gebannt.
Well, last brawler for Humble, they need to try and win this one and close it out in a 3-1, because if they let Bounty Hunters get their feet back in this game and get to a set 5, momentum's going to be fully with them. So it's a worrying thing for them. I'm sure they would have, like the rest of us, expected to come into this one, sweep it out, move on to the next. It's going to be a brawl that you've mentioned a few times. You kind of wanted it to show up here and there, but kind of had counters already on the table.
Ich glaube, die wollen einen trappen mit dem Würfel und dann mit Brock öffnen. Kann das sein?
And I like it. I think it's very solid, very good at the moment, and a great shout.
Now I think there's a fair gadget debate coming in from Brock as well. I think that's partially why teams are so proactive when drafting him. There's not a ton of wall break options. I mean, occasionally you'll see something crazy like a Griff, but it just doesn't feel like it meshes with the map nearly as well as these other brawlers. Bounty Hunters finally showing us a little bit of life. South America has been through the ringer in terms of the comments section for this community. The results have not been showing in recent years, and Bounty Hunters, the new SA #1, are trying to prove themselves on the opening match. It's Humble, an illustrious squad looking to maintain their resume, as Boss on this left-hand side is going to fight Prozy. A little over-aggressive, gonna have to back off. The extra speed and health will barely keep him alive.
Yeah, let's not forget it is rocket fuel coming in then for Luki, so doesn't have that escape method if Prozy wants to go towards him. So gonna have to be very cautious. That pinch coming through now, and Prozy just looking for another
Verschlag. Schau mal in die Kommentare. Da wird immer wieder was geschrieben.
Prozy taking a few shots. Great hypnotize, but just narrowly survives. And a big gadget needed from Semantic to keep him in the mix.
They've been on death's door, but Boss has barely kept them afloat. Now the extra speed going down on the right-hand side. Makes contact with 2 brawlers. That's devastating, as Luki's going to be pinned on this top right-hand side. The best thing that Bounty Hunters are doing right now, they have not allowed the other team to really move forward until they pick up a kill right
Digga,
now.
holy Publikum.
The mechanics. Now Wesley left alone for this world on the right-hand side, and Portox, the squishy brawler, gonna have a tough time with all this.
I mean, how they can be in so many compromised positions and come out on top of this is crazy to me. Portox still got a chance here for Semantic.
Das wird nix. Das wird Humble gewinnen.
Back onto him. Humble were in a tough position for a lot of that, but persevered.
Great recovery from Humble. I mean, there were multiple moments there where I thought Boss or Semantic were going to die. They're not the healthiest squad. Usually you're going to see Jay Young paired with these beefier brawlers to get the most out of it, but instead he's just barely holding on for his fellow brawlers. As Wesley now rotates to this left-hand side, going to be trying.
Ich glaube, die spielen Squeak wegen Slow. damit Pierce mehr Value bekommt. Ich glaube, die wollen das kombinieren.
Well, more control for Humble this time. They were
Thank you,
very much
Sharp.
pinned in the back of the spawn last time. Soup comes down from Semantic and he's just going to go towards it. Yet another. Oh,
Stark gemacht. Boah, unlucky. Da fehlt die Squeak Hyper, Bro. Viel zu spät. Und ins Nix, Bro. Viel zu spät und ins Nix. Das war nicht gut.
I mean, I was ready for that to be an incredible play. I thought it was going to come in and find that shot. Unsure if it just didn't have the damage the Pierce shot, or if they just snuck a heal in there from the Jae Young. It's something we'll have to look back on. But I couldn't see it in the moment.
Great fight.
Ja, Tweak.
But Bounty Hunters certainly down. This is a set that looks like
ich spiele Range. Star Power. Ich Gadget.
Works the wall on this left-hand side. Semantic getting rather aggressive.
Range und Damage? Ja, das ist Win-Trade.
You've seen them use it multiple times, but somehow Boss just
also das ist völliger Win-Trade.
Jae Young certainly not a meta brawler, but Boss working it to perfection.
Yeah, I mean on the right-hand side too, you're looking at Lukey against Wesley, and you know it's a sharpshooter matchup that Lukey's, you know, probably brawler-wise maybe not favouring him, but he really is good on these longer range brawlers. A little break coming through there as well, getting rid of some of the grass. Nowhere for Ollie to hide. They know where he is now. And Semantic getting hit hard, forcing a few heals out of Boss, which means they won't be fast for a while.
Boss has been exhausting shots left and right. Once again, preserves the life of Meeple, who's on the run right now. Prosy barely makes enough of a connection. It's going to keep Meeple alive for now as Wesley starts multitasking here. Here comes the Wesley on the ground as Lukey goes down. 3v2 situation. Boss clinging to the wall, activating Gadget, gets the trade. This could be a close call, folks. 2v1 situation is Semantic is going for this. Activates the
jetzt war ein verschwendeter Ult. Alle im K. Ab nach Brasilien. Wir uns bei Chilino Pro gehen zurück.
Expended there by Semantic, who would have loved to have them for this round, I'm sure, especially with that hypercharge available now. But he's back.
Du kommst nicht rein ohne Tickets, okay. Du brauchst Tickets. Ah, falsche Star Power.
But Semantic out in the open will be found. Rocket Fuel hits Portox and through the wall. Lukey trying to get the job done. Hypercharge rolling on in, but he misses half of it.
This is half of it, bro. Er hat keinen Schuss getroffen. This is half of it.
It's a 1v1 straight up, but surely a rocket launcher can deal
Want
with this
to win?
at the bottom of the map.
I don't care, bro. I'm watching from a neutral. I'm a neutral fan, but I think Humble will win. Ja, Squeak sollte das gewinnen, aber es ist halt Lukey. Es ist halt Lukey.
Humble now 1 round away.
Well, big, decisive round. Humble just one away from winning this game and moving on to the next group stage game. Wesley getting hit hard on the right-hand side by Lukey again, just dominating that matchup. They're going to need something from Prosy. There's the super coming out from Squeak and it clips Semantic, bringing him down a little bit, but still so healthy with Jae Young in his back. There's the kill opener for Humble.
Also, Bounty Hunt, das gefällt mir wirklich nicht, wenn ich das so frech formulieren darf. Es gefällt mir nicht. Die sind Platz 1 Südamerika, ja. Der Brawler von Edit. Bro B. Go B, bro.
Having a good fight against the reigning champions of the Brawl Cup is a big thing, and I think it gives them promise going forward into the next group stage games.
I think a lot of us, and especially fans at home, you saw it in the poll vote. A lot of people expect Humble reasonably to come out on top here, but A0 is much more manageable, I think, in terms of expectations. This is a
Aber kein 3-0.
Last year, it's going to be an interesting group stage.
Kein 3-0.
Wait to see how it goes down. Let's go over to Barney and check out our winners.
Here we go. Humble doing humble things once again. The crowd on your side as well, guys. Congratulations. You've opened up the tournament with a really a confident win, I must say. Now,
Danke für das Channel, ja.
Performing here on the main stage.
Okay, ich kann MVP voten.
Tell me about the preparations leading into the Brawl Cup this time round as well.
Ist egal, was ihr drückt, könnt alles drücken.
Germans playing first on a German LAN. Einfach unfassbar. Danke an alle, die hier sind. Yeah, the preparation, of course, first match, you might say there's the most nervous.
Ist egal, Gabor. Kannst alle tippen.
It's fine, we LAN warriors, we know what we do with. We did drop a set, which was not according to our plan. But we will learn from that and come back stronger for the next games.
Yeah, we got to talk a little bit about, I mean, a hot topic coming into this was, of course, your April monthly final. That was like a blip on the road, wasn't it? But then you step out onto the LAN environment, onto the main stage, and it's like you guys turn into a different team altogether. Is there something about performing on LAN for you guys that just dials you up to 11?
I'm gonna look straight to my coach, who is not participating in the boot camps of our monthly finals, and gonna blame all him.
Do you have something to say about that? No, that's fair. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Now, before I let you go, just one final question. Your next opponent, you got a little break now, but your next opponent is going to be Ace0, a team that's probably quite difficult for you guys to prepare for, just considering they're not in the same region as you, they play in their own thing. How has that been? Have you managed to scrim them a lot coming into this, and how's the confidence?
We don't scrim them since they're in our group stage, so we actually don't know how good they are. We will not underestimate them by any means. We will give our best, play our comfort brawlers, and see how it goes.
That is the perfect answer.
Hat gesagt, haben nicht gescrimmt für Gruppenphase?
Thank you, Barney, and thank
Mutig.
you for this beautiful applause.
This is a Brawl Cup, yeah.
Crowd. Humble looked super confident here. We had Kenny during his cast even saying, just another day at
Manfred hat er bereut.
Well, they did lose a set though, Kenny.
I think it's still fine. Look, it's the opening match of the day, the weekend. These guys dropped 2 sets in total at last Brawl Cup. That's one, folks, so now I'm going to be on the lookout. They only get one more.
Meine Katze ist nicht fett.
Specifically.
I think for me, the flaws in Bounty Hunter's approach to the draft, because we were saying that just going into that first matchup, this is the comp that Humble want, and they cannot allow that to happen inside of Bounty Hunters, and every single brawler was one that we discussed. You know, I said going into that match that they kind of had to have been...
Ja, die Gruppenphase, Mattis.
...and have a plan in the back pocket. They did...
Das war doch...
They
Bro.
did show up. It was just a little bit too late going into the match. So, going into this match against Ace0, they need to kick things off faster.
Beste von Humble, alle drei. Ganzes Fett, die ist nicht fett. Ich lese YouTube, Bruder, ja. Alle Bruder.
First pick was a dead giveaway that they wanted to pick up Pierce for Loki once again. Then the next set that followed, Humble won again in Brawl Ball. They looked a bit shaky, Kenny. What happened there?
It was a bit shaky.
Ich hab 2
caught me
Rücktritts.
off guard, a very unorthodox go there, but the Buster gameplay was unbelievable. It was a composition I didn't really feel like was going to work, but it was a surprise.
Ödipus? Ödipus? Oder Adipus?
Later down the road of Bounty Hunters in Ace0. Expect this to be just crazy. I have no idea what to expect. 2 contrasting regions, 2 very different styles of gameplay.
Digga, ich zeig dir gefühlt in jedem dritten Stream.
For the underdog team, you usually want to surprise your opponent, so they are not ready for it. Now, in our next match, we have a bit of a dark horse, maybe. We don't really know what they like to draft, because China usually plays on their own version of the game. This is really hard also for
Zeta
us
ist
to
morgen.
prepare. We don't have too
Ja,
many
die ist
sets
morgen.
of their monthly final.
Nee, die ist heute.
We just know they won 3
Nein, die ist Zeta ist heute gegen Only Realm, ne? Ich glaub, die sind heute.
Ace0 actually beat the favorite of that region, Toxic Lotus, that we've seen absolutely pop off last year.
Yeah, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Every single monthly final, Ace0 laid
Zeta
down
heute,
the
okay.
gauntlet against the team that have been
Morgen
dominating
Crazy
the
Raccoon,
Chinese
danke.
mainland region for years, literally years.
Morgen Crazy
And,
Raccoon,
it's been really
Foot.
interesting to watch how this works, because again, as Sunny says, we don't know necessarily how they're preparing
noch?
going in terms of the draft
Revenant?
and playstyle, but they said on record that what gives them the edge is that they've got a really strong mental. While
Das stimmt,
bringing that
Colin,
to the
gebe ich dir
world
recht.
stage has never been more important as far as that's concerned, and these aren't strange, strangers by any
Tribe
means at all.
stimmt.
You know, players like Galaxy who are in the mainland Chinese,
Also, nicht um es frech zu sagen, aber,
just narrowly missing out, and as well, Nagi too. He actually qualified for the LCK.
Die Games beginnen schwach.
Match 1 out of the way. We're
Und werden dann
still
immer
in
besser.
Group A,
Ich glaub, das
and
ist
we're
so
going
aufgebaut.
over to the second match of the day, Bounty Hunters versus Ace0.
Also heute ist verhältnismäßig zu Samstag oder Sonntag etwas schwächer, weniger spannend.
What does Ace0 have to do to beat Bounty?
Verhältnismäßig.
I think just play their game. I feel like this is going to be a very fair fight. I think there's a lot of contrasting views on this region. It's one of my favorite things that we have at the mid-year. Let's get a checkup on all these regions. Let's see how they're doing. And especially with the squad that's beaten Toxic Lotus 3 times, my gut is saying they're better than people realize. I think they're still not regarded on the home turf in conversations I've had.
Hat gesagt, Bruder, ja. Mach dir keinen Stress, Bro.
But
Alles
clearly
easy.
they're doing something right. And at some point, results have to speak for itself. We'll find out if Toxic Lotus are built for this tomorrow, but for right now, I think A0 are going to.
Ja, das stimmt. Zeta und Only Realm, das wird ein krasses Game. Das wird ein sehr gutes.
Already with some LAN experience, this isn't their first ride on a global stage. And then we have Portox, no LAN experience whatsoever. Now looking at the other side, A0, I don't see any LAN experience from any of these players.
Nope, none at all. And that is going to be a real testament
to
how they approach this here today. And for Bounty Hunters, though, especially, the pressure is on them now. Having lost that game, this is make or break now. Of course,
ich gehe kurz aufs Klo. Gib mir kurz 2 Minuten. Oder 2 oder 1.
Which now is going to have to really prove its value in gold, right? He's got to bring all that draft knowledge to ensure the survivability of South America in Group A.
You talked about the mental for a team like A0, and I think it's interesting because I could see this going one of two ways. Either they're going to be dealing with a lot of pressure, or they're going to treat it like their monthly finals. No pressure at all. Toxic Lotus have had the responsibility for being the pioneers of this region. They respect them, they've talked about it. They still don't feel like they're legitimate until they prove it on this stage. And I think they have a great opportunity to do so. Even just beating a team like Bounty Hunters, a #1 from another region, immediately puts you on the map.
So we now have a new team step up onto the stage. A0, the unpredictable global wildcard.
New ruler in Chinese mainland. David, Galaxy, and Nagi won all 3 monthly finals. Despite their flawless resume, A0 will be surrounded by question marks as they take the stage. They've delivered in every match so far, but Brawl Cup's competition is a massive step up, and it's the team's first international tournament. In Group A alone, A0 are tasked with 2025's runner-up and South America's top trio. Reigning from home is difficult enough, but to overthrow global conquerors is a whole nother level. If you were impressed by Chinese mainland's Cinderella run last year, there's no reason you shouldn't believe in A0, especially considering they've smacked Toxic Lotus 3 times already this season. Their lack of experience won't make them favorites on paper, but Chinese mainland has improved each year, and all signs point to them being the best from their region. Are A0 just Chinese mainland merchants, or is there more to these rising talents?
A0, as I said, kind of a wild card. We don't really know what to expect from them. We only know they beat Toxic Lotus consistently in their home region. And Toxic Lotus was already a huge surprise last year at this exact event at BRAWL Cup.
Oh, I remember it well. I predicted them against Zeta Division, and that was a bold thing to do, and I was rooting for them. I think everyone really was rooting for them in that matchup, because yeah, how could you not? They excelled. They really took mainland China and put them on the map. Global bans, again, Colette's an interesting one here. Bell as well. Are these targeted, or are these maybe just kind of a bit of a flaw in maybe what is the current meta? Because Mortis is wide open here. Like, I can't remember the last time I didn't see a global Mortis ban.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think the Bell stands out to me the most in just the sense that it's got to be a very targeted or unique one. Maybe it's something for the map pool. Colette doesn't surprise me in the slightest, though. I think we're going to see that a lot today. It's just something that players are willing to throw out. It's just impossible to dodge. I know I'm the best player in the world, but I'm struggling out there. I'm sure everybody else is struggling. It's just really fast.
Shooting Star is going to be our first match for this matchup, and I believe that's why we see that Bell ban, a really favorite pick of the side of
Bounty
Hunters. Yeah, we see it here. But
Global.
Star to kick
Was ist Global? Von wem?
Fire, and then I also hope we get to see Safe Zone and Golden Gulch. Make it a close series, please.
Absolutely. I mean, on my fingers crossed. I really am taking a bit of a bold, jump with this A0 composition. And just
das ihre Aufgabe ist, Joni. Die Frau, Sunny, die ist zuständig, um diese Pause zu überbrücken. Die anderen sind zuständig, um während dem Game zu casten. Hallo Felix. Die wird Pierce und Bell Global Band.
My reservation here is the fact that A0 have basically had it, I don't want to say easy, because nothing in Brawl Esports is easy, but they've had it consistent. Whereas on the side of Bounty Hunters, they've had to slay away every grand final, going the distance to a 5th and final set, winning 1 out of those 3, when it could have been 3, but it was only just the 1. And yet somehow still, being such a dominant force in this region, A0 have got to really come prepared for this one. They can't.
Erstes Match war Bounty Hunter gegen Humble. Humble hat 3-1 gewonnen. Die macht ihr Job, nur noch, ja. Hallo Fangangster. Fangangster, welche Reihe bist du? Der Parsi hat dich vorhin gesehen. Was Parsi?
So all of the casters are saying, except Ark, that we will see A0 take this one. They are a bit of a wildcard. We already discussed that.
Ja, Red Fix, genau. Die Schweizerin. Sie hat mich mal IRL gestreamsnappt. Ich war am Bahnhof, warte auf meinen Zug. Auf einmal kriege ich eine DM von Sunny, ey, bist du das? Wird einfach geslimed.
Maybe not keeping up with the rest of the world. Is this that year when Chinese mainland start to drag slightly behind? And if that is the case, we'll find out soon enough. Is that because they're slightly behind in terms of the build? These new brawlers that are coming out are so suppressive. And they kind of get their hands on those brawlers a lot later than the rest of the world. So that is, for me, a little bit of a theory out there, a bit of a conspiracy for me personally. But we'll see.
Case you're wondering, by the way, where all these polls come from, they're from you out there watching this right now over at event.brawlstars.com. You can lock in your predictions as well. The teams are ready backstage, so Barney, take it away.
Group A continues with a match that
no
one can really predict. But one thing is for sure, that when you are fighting for something more than yourselves, the stakes are just that little bit higher. Berlin, make some noise for Bounty Hunters and Ace0!
Abschlussprüfungen vorbereiten. Hallo Frey. Er fragt am besten gleich Frey, Yoshi. Genug früh anfangen, sich vorzubereiten, I guess. Was in Ordnung. Das hat mir geholfen. Ich habe ein halbes Jahr davor angefangen, alles zu sortieren. Erstmal über 4 Jahre hinweg einfach alles sortiert, was ich brauche, nach Fach. Ausgemistet, was ich nicht mehr brauche. Dass ich alles schön geordnet habe, um dann effizient zu lernen. So habe ich es gemacht. Hat mir geholfen. Also wirklich früh im Vorhinein schon anfangen. 1 Stunde am Tag, das reicht.
Or shake off the dust of that first match here on an international stage, because they have one more chance to stay in the competition right here, right now. It looks like it's possible, but that's just it. We don't know if we can predict this one. And so, the team who have dominated mainland China in the monthly finals are up here to show everybody what they can do. And let's face it, if they absolutely dominate, we could be looking at an extremely exciting third match in Group A. But that's just right. There's only 2 matches in your group, and that decides your fate. So, it is time for A0 to go up against Bounty Hunters. Let's do it.
Du hast in 4 Tagen Abschlussprüfung, du hast noch nichts gemacht, Yoshi? Hallo Devil. Ich glaube ja, Redfix. Naji. Der ganze Start vom BRAWL CUP, den ich das Tippen habe, ist zu 8 Ultra. Was? Das ist crazy. Ich hatte einen Rare Drop. Super Rare.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting thing with these global bans, like I said before, because there's going to be some brawlers that are left wide open. I'm glad to see the Mortis is banned out for that very reason, but the more I think,
vielleicht kommt das auf Ding an. Also ich will es nicht gut reden, aber vielleicht ist Map-Pool Sniper-lastig.
Who on Bow and Bell is very much a sleeper pick on the side of Bounty Hunters here. Gene coming in, going to be a really good, safe pair of hands, a very solid mid in that regard. I can't really hate it on a map like Shooting Star.
I think this is also a direct answer to that Bell ban as well, because Gene is somebody that traditionally does not do well into Bell composition. The bounce shot, Gene likes to rely close to the teammates. I'm going to call this out early too. Something with doing my homework at home, Ace0 are not afraid to use Fang. Quite frequently, actually. It's a brawler that not a lot of teams use, but they are unafraid. They go for it quite frequently on Shooting Star or other aggressive maps. Don't be surprised to start seeing this pop up.
Aber mal schauen.
So exciting to see the draft between those 2 teams, because again, we don't really know too much. We don't have too much data on A0. Now, interesting to me here, Bounty Hunters really loves to play the roughs on this map, picking up immediately, followed by that Leon, probably gonna play mid here. Shooting Star, a very open map, you want to play some snipers, and we don't have any snipers so far on the left-hand side here. Right side with the Gene, already a really good pick into Leon actually. You can scout him quite easily when he's in his super. Now, they usually like to go for Glowy in their comps. It's one of their most picked brawlers on Shooting Star. You think that goes well with Gene?
I mean, double heal's never a bad thing, as the Jae-Young as well puts that idea straight into the hands.
Okay, warte mal.
I'm all kind of for it.
Ich glaube, die Chinesen kochen was.
One that bounty hunters do like to consider and pick up.
Jae-Young Gene auf einer Pick ist geil. Und die haben ein gutes Matchup.
Certainly with bounty, you want that kind of clutch finale. It's quite a high-risk thing. Perhaps the Jae-Young though could provide that additional maneuverability and survivability with both the heal and the speed, which that kind of brings to the table. RT as well, not banned.
Jetzt noch was mit dem Support kochen kann und Crow?
That's the brawler which often is actually globally banned. Crow coming through is a really strong one.
For Shooting Star,
Ich habe jetzt an Olli oder so gedacht.
all the output of healing, but Piper, while not great into Gene, is straight up going to outrange the rest of the roster.
Chat, wir machen, wir gehen in Südamerika, wer kommt mit? Nur uns mit Celino.
On the left-hand side. She's gonna struggle a little bit with the speed on the right-hand side, but let's see what our two casters have to say about it.
Thank you very much, Sunny. It's great to be here, of course, for our second match of the day. And already a team is facing potential elimination. Bounty Hunters have to step up in a big way here. And it's kind of nice to see the Piper round out the composition here.
Yeah.
As soon as she got locked in, you said she counters everything on A0 side.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. Generally speaking, if your opponent picks Piper, either you screw it up in a huge way or your opponent messed up big time. I think this is one of those situations where as much defense as A0 are capable of playing, Prosy should be able to outdo all of them. And of course, as the central gel for the squad, he's picking up the highest execution brawler.
Now the speed, of course, of the Jae-Young is going to allow for the blue star to be picked up first here for A0, but it's going to be tough to stand in a location that isn't right under Prosy's nose for the purposes of doing damage to them. David thought he saw an opportunity to come forward. You've got to respect Jae-Young's burst when that weekend warrior comes to play.
Pretty much.
Doch, Juni, das ist ein Kackpick.
Here, right? But once Naji has that super, then they're going to be seriously capable. David going extremely aggressive. Good thing he had Galaxy to body block for him. Otherwise, they would have completely handed over this lead to Bounty Hunters for no reason at all.
Yeah, poison tick there on Wesley. He went down to 17 in the end. I thought he was cooked from the Crow damage. Bounty Hunters going to have to give some ground and basically start this whole process again.
Also vielleicht die einzigen Quiz-Fragen-Dinger für Punkte sind die MVPs, die kommen immer fix. So, die anderen sind random. Die spielen mir ein bisschen zu passiv, dafür, dass sie Jae-Young Gene haben. Deswegen gefällt mir Crow auch nicht. Die müssen aggressiver gehen. Crow AS, ja, sag ich auch. Die waren 1 bei Outdraft. Da sind die Crow gegangen. Völliger Arschpick.
That's a bit of a problem now, and A0 don't want to give up this ground. They want to play sort of east to west here, but it's a dangerous game, and Portox is ready to throw these shurikens if they get too close.
I'm looking around, and I just don't see good targets for a pull. Maybe you catch Wesley off cycle of the gadget. You're going to have to go for it now. That's one on the right side. David down, same for Naji. That's 2 pickups for Prosy, and a final kill on the Galaxy.
Gefällt mir nicht.
9-star lead for Bounty Hunters, and they're not even wasting any energy on the thumbsticks this time. They have it in the bag already.
Like any comp in the entirety of Brawl Stars, the Ruffs is right at home here, right? Can feed the hypercharge over to the Piper, which is not something that she's using.
Wir sehen by the way gleich noch die Chinesen, also Ace, wer ist die? A0 oder so? Zero gegen Humble.
You are in a very good spot. Not to mention, of course, the empowering of the supply drop that Piper can make use of. I do feel like, you know, Prosy is the centerpiece of this comp, but Portox is going to facilitate with these lollipop drops, and he's dangerous in his own right.
Yeah, I get some in.
Was mal gepickt.
Also offers some long range.
Aufgrund der Hypercharge. Die Hypercharge schenkt dem Mate eine neue Hypercharge. In den E-Sports ist eine gute Hypercharge game entscheidend.
Threaten that once again. David's going to push forward. Ideally, they don't get back to all the way up, but they're supposed to be comfortable back there. Really what they're buying time for here is for Naji to get that Gene super and then be able to play defensively as a result.
Yeah, but their neutral gameplay is pretty weak is the issue. It really depends on supers to find value. Prosy's able to go over the wall here with that super. back to safety now as another lollipop drop is deployed. Look how heavily they are outranged. David has to try and threaten a potential gadget activation of his own here to force bounty hunters away.
It's understood, right? It's invisible, but this is the pressure that he exerts as this brawler. Into the healing mode, he'll be able to offer some healing to his teammates, but really he's just going for a bit more damage here if anyone gets too close. Still, outrange, going for the speed and a push in. Some Vengeful Spirits will help, and that's a nice tank for David.
Genau, Joni.
But A0 have the max against the wall. Naji on desperately low HP. Have to duck into this corner on the right side. On the left side, Galaxy completely boxed in. That's the kill that Bounty Hunters needed, and now they can slowly back away.
That's all they have to do. Push up the map, put A0 in a compromising position, apply enough pressure to get a single elimination, and then move into a defensive stance. Now they got themselves the lead. Blue Star still rests with A0, but they've got to go and find some stars of their own. Anybody on Bounty Hunters would be enough to put them into the lead. Here's a hypercharged super coming out.
Nee, Kaso macht keinen Sinn.
He's now generated by the Ruff. He's looking dangerous.
No, but 2 hypercharges popped at once. It's getting expired just before.
Okay.
Taken back. We've got to be 1 kill for Portal.
Oh, Crow! Oh, warte mal!
A desperate jump forward for Prosy as his teammate expires, pulled and set equalized. And a very unexpected outcome here for A0.
But the mechanism is exactly as you described it. Get a gene pull on a key.
Er führt das Game, damit sein Teammate das wieder throwt. Aber Double Throw. Aber Gene Pull war gut. Aber hat der Piper keine keine Ult? Konnte die nicht wegspringen?
Bounty Hunters have ample ways to escape this gene pull though, so for A0, they're basically trying to exert enough pressure to bait those abilities out and then go for the gene pull. Of course, ideally though, they're going to be using it on defense. Naji just needs time to harness up. Getting some pretty serious shots here, but the healing, the reliable stuff from David is going to be keeping them alive.
Beide testen was Neues aus.
Doesn't change that they've been backed up against the wall, and this is where they've lost the lead every single game.
Also der Draft hat mir gefallen. Von A0. Bis der Crow-Pick kam. Der Crow-Pick hat ein bisschen, weiß nicht, ich sehe keine Vision. Hello, Banana. Crows useless, ja. Slow, aber die hat der Ult, ne? Pipeline to J, das macht keinen Sinn.
Best avoid feeding it. Here comes a supply drop for Prosy, combined with the hypercharge is going to be lethal, has to bail. Don't know whether he entirely needed to, and now he's vulnerable to a pull, but nothing so far from A0.
Would have kept Prosy out of the fight because they would have taken a couple hits from those Crow kunais, and the tick damage would have meant they'd have to wait longer until they got healed. Okay, Homemade Recipe does connect. This is all well and good, but this is only just keeping A0 back on the map. They have the lead. Bounty Hunters have to generate some kill pressure, and they're going to do it without threatening to give up a
macht doch keinen Sinn, Joni.
Well, Prosy has a hypercharge, and he's got to have that homemade recipe by now.
Bro, Banana, chill.
20 seconds left, and there's just no turning back. You have to go, go, go. Portox has the invis. Prosy's going to stagger this by going first, going for some shots, but A0 are doing a phenomenal job of trading out this damage, body blocking for each other with the 2 supports.
And that's a hypercharge based Nikon. Still a damage boost here for Prosy to work with now. Galaxy under pressure, force back, sandbag support on the left side. Portox, that gives them ahead by 3 stars. It comes back. Bounty Hunters have that slim lead, and David knows he has to go for elimination.
Rox! Renn doch weg! Wieso bleibt er stehen? Wieso bleibt er stehen?
Number 1 from mainland China is turning up.
Ist er dumm?
Here. They managed to best Toxic Lotus. We remember how
Er versteckt sich im Busch, anstatt wegzurennen. Er den Gegner vergessen, dass er da ist. Fuck Gangster!
Toxic Lotus, the team that they have bested in the home region. So far they are looking pretty solid against
Was ist die? Er versteckt sich im Busch, als hätten die Gegner ihn vergessen.
I mean, A0 really understood their win condition. A lot hinged on hitting these magic hands.
Hier, der Crow tankt mit 2 AP und der andere doch mal rein.
And of course the active healing provided by Jae Young there. Very frustrating. I think to try and play in this composition if you're Bounty Hunters, because you've got good burst damage, but you don't have enough to force A0 into the back corner of the map
Ganz schlecht.
all round and make it easy pickings. Very nicely drafted.
Wirklich.
Not a glamorous comp to round out 2 healers with a Crow, but it certainly paid off.
Yeah, just to have it to slow down the
Lieb gemeint.
Look at
Aber
how schlecht.
schlecht.
By the way, Naji only got 1 kill over here. Now, of course, he's getting pulls for his teammates to finish off the kills, but I think also it reflects that he didn't really get many pulls and he didn't use them a lot either. Just offered it as defense. And you have Prosy over here on the Piper doing a phenomenal job at picking up the kills, but I think we saw some like wayward gadgets, some of the homemade recipes that didn't strike home at all.
Ja, aber Leon kommst auch nicht rein. Also da muss ich ihn auch in Schutz nehmen. Also in so einem Matchup.
From what I expected to see from Ace0. My expectations for Ace0 going into this were basically what we saw for them at home in mainland China, where they outcomped Toxic Lotus, but they didn't really out-mechanics them. I'm seeing great team play from them, trading out the damage on their supports.
You thought they were like the opposite of Zeta Division, basically.
Yeah.
Fair enough, but look, it's paying off here. The execution was fantastic. We're heading over to double swoosh here. This is the kind of map where you can look forward to a particularly spicy brawler on the Ace0 side.
Der Ellie wäre geil.
A different take on
Ellie hätte ich Bock. Ellie Gameplay.
mainland China. And Ace0 have been known to try and play Rosa on this map.
But see, Rosa can be so good. You just have to get the perfect draft. And that's kind of true for every brawler. So, but yeah, so she can connect the bushes. She can slow people down if she needs. With the proper support also is going to be very, very valuable. I'm hearing some brawlers. I heard an Otis. I heard a Mo.
You know who that is.
Yeah, we know the
Yeah,
out here. Both of those
Hello,
brawlers
baby
gonna be really, really solid. That's a meeple also. So we'll just get a vibe on how this is going so far. Really safe, I think, from Ace0 so far. They have their mid locked in. Also, like something to recover gems in the end game if necessary. Nothing too revealing of what either team is going for so far.
Here is your draft as it is in progress so far. Bounty Hunters know how to read scrim data too. That's a shame. Rosa banned out by them here, alongside the Tara and Grey, who both are very impactful on this map. Chester is the go-to pick for Bounty Hunters here, so having that snatched away is important, but you've got great control brawlers again being drafted, but this is very similar to Bounty Hunter's strategy on Shooting Star.
Yeah, it is. I'm curious how it'll pan out for them. Just really, really safe so far.
Was los, Baby Boy?
It would ideally be paired up with a hypercharge brawler. That's where it's going to fare.
Ja, Jaku. Aber Twitch hat das Ding wieder entfernt. Es geht nicht mehr. Diese Badges konnte man nur gestern Abend machen und sie ist sofort wieder weg. Die haben es entfernt wieder, das Feature. Das ist wieder weg, nach 2 Stunden oder so. Wird gelöscht. Die haben es getestet und wieder gemacht.
Search is Surge doing here. A classic way of countering him is rough, so I'm starting to see the math. Also has a really strong hypercharge, so I vibe with that too. But this is a
Ich hab 2 Sekunden nicht hingeschaut und er pickt Surge.
Can really snowball in the weak side of the map, right? You send Surge over to the right side if you're playing from the bottom, and if he can actually start to get some levels in, he's also pretty good at scouting that space because of the way that his shot splits. So good scouting, you know, the kind of thing you'd want to bring, someone like Gene onto the map for, but he has invulnerability frames with this super. He has a gadget that can also reload him and stave off.
Ich schwöre, diese Drafts sind nicht predictable. Es geht nicht. Südamerika und China ist unmöglich. TD-Scrim. Nicht mal, Bro.
And you're going up against a pretty well-rounded setup, a pretty control-based comp when you've got Penny and also this Meeple mixed in by Ace0.
Yeah, basically when I look at this Surge,
oh nein, meine Randoms werden Surge picken auf der Map. Jam Carry!
Then you're just completely screwed because that Penny's going to get a turret and you're going to be trapped in your spawn essentially the entire time. And David gets really aggressive. Gave Prosy that needs to get to level 2, and once he's there, he is big chillin'. But that was massively aggressive off the beginning. All 4 gems go to Ace0, so they've got to be pretty happy about this.
I mean,
never let's predict the next move. Yeah, no cap.
Prosy had to collapse and give away multiple gems to his opposing mid to Galaxy. Very pleased with that exchange. David, hyper aggressive, but needs to be able to dodge this.
Südamerika ist die schlechteste, 100%.
Prosy again going to try and collapse on that direction. He has got that first level. Wesley gets crunched on the left, but Prosy's in position to get a gem here.
Yeah, he gets some gems. Also has
Muss trollen, wenn ich Bro, ehrlich krass.
Basically, it was going to be very tough for him to rotate lanes also, so it's fortunate for him that David was left to fight a 1v2 on the right side, then expired and gave that bush to Portos. Wesley having to retreat around the left side, but he doesn't mind. That's going to be a super to break open the bushes and
das sollte ein Win sein für
where
Ace.
the enemy is. Really what we're waiting for is for Galaxy to get that super. That is when the control is going to ensue, but the interactions have been so amazing for Bounty Hunters so far, leading in terms of gems, in terms of kills. Prosy has level 3. It's just what they need.
Nice collapse here from Prozzy yet again to help Portox, who ran headlong into all of A0.
ChatGPT, ich hab gefragt, welcher Brawler gut ist.
Early for David just to secure that elimination, but it's something you've got to keep an eye out for. These sandbags are pretty effective against the Mo, but Wesley's had to play passive for much of this game. And it's a 2-gem lead here, with Prozzy sitting on that level 3 upgrade.
And here comes the hypercharge for Prozzy. That is what he wanted.
Die haben einen Otis im Team, aber er gibt die Hypercharge im Search. Nein.
Where he's just hoping to get a super versus Wesley. Prozzy will get boxed out, but there's not going to be a positive interaction on the left side as Mo cannot get through those sandbags reliably. They just knew what they had to do. However, it's 10 gems for Bounty Hunters. Either a kill on Wesley or Prozzy would reset. Portox stands strong on the right side. 10 seconds to go, and possibly interrupt with one more gem acquired for Ace0.
Prozzy mindful of the fact that he might have to just throw down and fight with his hypercharge here. Pops the super, gets that level up. Now it's a matter of clearing the salty barrel and getting that countdown going yet again.
Search Hyper sind 4 Munition.
4
Munitionen! Das war's mit Hyper. Die hat 10 Sekunden gedauert. 5 Sekunden. No, da oben sind Gems, die musst du holen. Das war Win-Trade, David. David, Abi, so leid es mir tut, das war Win-Trade. Da musst du hochgehen zu den Gems. Wenn hier beide Mates sterben und 2 Leute rushen die Gems, dann dashst du hoch und holst die Gems und gehst raus. Das war Win-Trade. Seht ihr meine Maus überhaupt? Ja, mach ich, Lucky. Ab und zu mal. Seht ihr die Maus? Ja, okay. Search Jam Carry. Bro, meine Mates und Randoms, die werden das machen, Chat. Die Randoms werden das machen. Die gehen Search Jam Carry. Vertraut mir. Ich kenne die. Ich probiere das jetzt auch aus. Schneid mal Mark damit. Wesley kennt man. Der war öfter bei den Worlds. Ich glaube, er war bei Loud. Kann das sein? Stark von Portox. Ja, aber nicht die Gems splitten. Jungs! Nicht splitten!
See how delicately A0 are treating Prozzy right now. They just don't want to get near him, but that works out excellently. It diverts the attention to the other lanes where they're going to get eaten alive. Portox really needs to heal up on this right side. There's potential for him to get taken down by David. Really easy. Popped a hypercharge too. Total waste.
Das war seine erste Ult von Search, by the way.
Yeah, that super there for Prozzy is going to allow him to get out of the mansion of Meeple. You can check out any time you like. You can never leave. David, you're going to throw down that super though. It's going to be a bit of a nuisance here. If you can get that dive onto Prozzy, who is low, but you've got to respect this Otis, especially the mute button. To David, just going to stay in the poke game now. Going to try and
crazy one, but
it's a clean win for the Mo, and Prozzy now is under pressure.
Everyone boxed out. Perfect opportunity for Ace0 to set up. Whoa, that's an extremely aggressive turret. They worked so long to get in. Prozzy should.
Kann man den Caster feuern? Bro, die müssen nie aggressiv sein. Das Turret ist perfekt. Das ist super. Das ist super Turret. Wenn die Penny da links nicht gestorben wäre, hätten die gewonnen. Gut gemacht von Maple.
Prozzy forced to give a little bit of space now. That is going to put A0 up 2 more gems now. It's only a 1 gem game. Prozzy trying to put some pressure down, but it's a gem carry and it's loose. Portox has to step up in his stead.
Portox.
Super ready, but this is not necessarily who Bounty Hunters want to be carrying the
Nicht sterben, Nagi.
This one should be in A0's back.
Okay, ist reingekommen.
That's the win condition right there. David has a hypercharge as well. And Bounty
Jetzt Control halten, jetzt spawnt ein Gem hier unten, den überlassen. Dann den Gem hier oben nehmen. Den Gem müsst ihr nehmen, der spawnt hier. Gut, gewonnen.
That's 2 games in which we can see the strengths of these compositions shine, albeit at pretty different times. You can see how dangerous it is if the Surge just can't really run away with the game. Can't be fed supers by the Roughs. Can't use that to escape every mansion and Meeple. I'm going to say Portox looked incredible early in the round, getting his team up 6 gems to 0, but they could not maintain that lead.
Well, maybe Portox rotating over to the left side should help. He's been on the right side most of this time. That's really useful for scouting out the kind of bad side, the harder side of the map to play, but he'll be using it to get pressure on the gem carrier early on. Could not have worked worse, but I guess you just got to try something sometimes. And he's coming up on a pretty uncontested right side. Hasn't found David just yet. Here comes the Mansions of Meeple, also going to box out Prosy and break some of those bushes. That's very useful for seeing when those lane rotations are happening. Get a good
ja, ich würde es auch ohne Musik machen. Ja, cool.
Really easy take for David without giving too much supercharge to Surge. Meanwhile, pay attention to Galaxy, who's working very hard to get his turret since that was the win condition for them in game 2.
It is huge. Nagi hasn't actually opted to pick up any of these gems, so Prosy rather brazenly just steps up into mid, and this will put Bounty Hunters up by a significant amount. If Portox gets more space here, there's a chance for Prosy to take some of the red side gems too.
It's possible. He's going to have to wrap around the right side, basically, and fighting a 1v2 over here will be tough. David, at least, doesn't have any utility right now, doesn't have a super, so it should be made easier. They're going to double team him on the right side. That's a mute, but David still remains alive.
2 Leute reinrennen.
Lay low on the right side so he can heal up. They catch Prosy, who is as vulnerable as can be. All 7 gems and no jump to speak of. If there's a
Search schon nicht. Weiß ich nicht.
He is slow, he is short-ranged. He at least had the gadget to stave off.
Wird richtig wenig DPS haben, richtig wenig. Aber jetzt brauchen die langsam die Control, sonst gewinnen die nicht Ace. Gleich von David.
David with another super wins that right side lane. Now he's determined not to let Bounty Hunters back in the map, and even Galaxy's taking space on the left.
Okay, A0 on these bushes. Here comes a hypercharge. Wesley just walking forward, holding W and moving.
Dann gut aufgeholt. Jetzt kann die chillen. Der nächste Gem spawnt oben. Das klingt ja ausgeglichen. Dann geht das heute 6 Stunden oder so. 7. Jetzt wohnt da unten, den kann ich aber nicht contesten. Aber Otis macht das gut. Der drückt jetzt hier nach hinten von links, damit die den Gem nicht bekommen.
Up the right hand side, early warning now as A0 will be shown, trying to move it down the right. Nagi's got a super at the ready, can help with that mid control.
Lange her, Pass.
One gem here, Prosy knows he needs to take it, but he's done no damage.
Stark von Nagi. Ein Gem brauchen sie. Die verlieren. Die müssen.
It's a stay of execution for Prosy and David is dangerously low.
Stark von Meeple. Digga, wieso ist das so knapp? Die machen da 2 gegen 3. Wieso ist das knapp? Mo darf nicht sterben! Mo! Mo!
Inside of that penny attack. Now, Portox rotating back. A0 have to push in now.
They've got to go for it. This is a huge lead now for Bounty Hunters. Those 2 gems on Wesley is all the difference. They're going to attempt to come forward. Prosy had an upgrade, though, and is able to get strong enough. He's not carrying any gems as well. There is no chance for A0 to get Portox out of the game. And so, we've got ourselves a tied series.
Surge gewinnt.
On gem grab.
Surge gewinnt.
In such a 50-50 matchup, it is the same map, the same comp, and played 3 separate ways. First, you saw Surge given a lot of utility early on. Penny doesn't really get the turret up, and so it's a win for Bounty Hunters as a result of that.
Wenn David Pro hat, bin ich der Kaiser von Peru. Ey, ihr könnt voten. A0. A0 ist die Antwort.
Surge get 0 levels. Penny gets her turret, a hypercharge 1 in fact, and still it's possible for Surge to walk around just with a proper rotation.
Surge Carry, hat nichts gemacht die ganze Runde.
Play out that tie game to the very end. This has to be handed to Portox and Wesley. These 2 teammates who were pretty irrelevant in the South American scene before Portox joined. You know, he was a star player of the SKC last year and helped elevate this squad, bring them to international land, and these 2 players are pulling their own weight now.
There weren't a lot of mistakes really made over the course of that set. It's pretty solid.
Mal voten auf der Webseite. Events.supercell.com.
Just those small adaptations. Because he spent so much of that last round doing no damage whatsoever. Honestly, just not being very strong. Stuck at level 1 because A0 were able to keep him quiet. But I couldn't say the same for Portox, who sometimes was just running it down. Bro was just empty on that right side of the map, hitting the mute. It's very hard to tell if you're about to be put in a 1v2 scenario with the enemy mid because they're hitting at the top of the map a lot of the time. So it's a difficult role to play, that quote-unquote weak side of the map, but Otis is one of the best at it.
He's a safe brawler. He's just good in the meta right now. He is worthy of being picked early on in the draft and safe for these guys to lean on in such a close match where the stakes are remarkably high. But this is where I'd expect both teams to put the majority of their preparation. I mean, your other opponent is Humble, okay? You kind of, you know, the hot take here, kind of a waste of time to prep against them. You should basically accept that you're probably going to lose to Humble and that you have a better chance of advancing on to day 3.
You just hedge your bets on this game, really, right?
Basically, yeah, this one match right here, put all of your prep here. Early picks here on Ring of Fire, Crow, reigns supreme. I see that Finks is wide open and has not been selected, so a curious one for me. And
Da, Doktor. Auf zweiter Account.
Really powerful brawler on this map, but actually, in the hands of A0, they've not had the best win rate over the last
weiterspielen. Wieso nicht?
40% with Finks, so it's a bit of a no-brainer. This is obviously the kind of map where Finks' super overlays perfectly.
Bam,
you know,
Bam, Lu gewann.
the Mina being banned out here, I think
Lu ist Doppelbann.
really frequently targeted, but there's that
Finks into Crow.
early on. Some of these like Buffy brawlers obviously quite powerful. We're still seeing like the old Draco strat being thrown in here as well, just the run it down and have staying power, use that last stand gadget. But yeah, with Collect globally banned, that's not going to be an option. I love the alley.
Jungs,
This really does.
die haben 2 offene Picks.
Pretty aggressive approach. Your alley player has to be constantly trying to target the back bushes of your opponents.
Ali's also a pretty high execution brawler. She plays quite similarly to Mortis in terms of like assassination capabilities, but it is remarkably more difficult to play because there's so much more going on basically. I won't even waste the time of explaining it. Just watch Naji do a great job with it. Now, on the 4-5 turn, you have to have something that's viable in close range. I think Crow pretty much already fulfills that. You're looking for something to... You're kidding me.
Yes!
Draco sehe ich. Draco ist fein.
I like this look here as well. I also think that at the end of the day, like it's not a glamorous.
Wer baust Ring of Fire? Feuerring. Hot Zone, hast eine Zone, links, rechts von der Zone ist Wasser, bisschen, dann die Wand und ober und überhalb der Zone hast du einen langen horizontalen Busch.
There were times where like we used to see Draco used in order to like counter like Hank on this map with the other stuff, one that makes it vulnerable, but I think rounding out here with Chester makes a lot of sense. It gives you that anti-tank just in case that 5-6 turn sees a tank randomly drafted, but Sirius is the round out here for A0.
And the insta-lock too. I feel like this is a pretty straightforward selection where, look, you're gonna have a Draco running at you.
Ich hätte gesagt, Ace hat Matchup.
You gotta think about which shadows
Ja,
you're
Kerstin.
something that's healthy and does a bunch of damage at like, you know, not really mid-range, but not exactly short range either for Draco, is a good shadow to have on your side. No piercing brawlers here. Just stuff whose shots expire as soon as they hit a target. Ace0, I trust in this series.
Was macht die Ellie? Wieso geht die Mitte?
Mentality has unique interaction into Finks with his super, where you're basically able to spam all your like dragon projectiles into there, and you don't get as much value out of the Finks. It's an early victory for the trio on Bounty Hunters over mid. Galaxy isn't able to isolate a target, and that really hurts as an assassin.
Yeah, the grouping is nice. We can see how scary these shadows
Aber das ist mir ein bisschen sehr aggressiv dafür, dass er sie das spielt.
Having to overextend in order to do this, but here's the alley. Galaxy is looking pretty scary, but Bounty Hunters have spent most of this round sat out on the point.
Ace0 backed all the way up into their spawn.
Was ist diese Finks-Ult, Bro? Was bringt das? Was bringt das? Oh.
Galaxy on the left side in the 1v1. That's what they need.
Ah, du Schalke-Stein.
Need Ali to be able to do is isolate these side lanes. Portox is going to kind of hang out on the left side now, sort of also rotate over towards Galaxy. He's thinking about it, basically, but he's such a threat here. Look at the dodges from Portox. Eventually does die at the hands of this Finks, but he's been a pretty solid stronghold of sustain over here.
These Crow shadows are really annoying for Bounty Hunters because they do carry the on hits that Crow himself does, which is the ticking poison damage, the delay in healing. It's really hard to have that staying power if you can't regenerate.
It's true. We'll see if they're able to manifest some more control off of it. For now, it belongs to Bounty Hunters. ProZ exactly in that nook that he wants it. David seizing an opportunity to get some more Draco shadows fired up. Everyone from Bounty Hunters has to back up now, but since the shades have been clear, they can go for a push, and now ProZ trying to wrap around behind.
Ellie-Ult verschwendet.
Being absorbed by those shades, trying to get in close range versus Naji, but he ran out of ammunition, and Portox can't get the kill either. It's fine. All he needs is to control. Hypercharge popped by Wesley is going to be loads and loads of damage, but what they need here is survival. ProZ tries to push forward, but he's just by himself.
Jungs, ihr müsst den Draco töten, ne? Also ihr müsst auf den Draco gehen. Ihr könnt doch nicht den Draco ignorieren.
you don't even need to get kills. There's one point where he pushes into the enemy bushes with last stand up, still pulls up short, but at the space, the
SK ist nicht gequalt, Kerstin. Für EMEA spielt nur Foot und Humble.
You can see it's the same value proposition as Pam into the Finks. Your shot, like you mentioned, spreads and sprays so many individual projectiles that even if they're slowed, you can't stand anywhere safely. Crow also does the same thing.
Pro just slowing stuff down, whether there's a Fink super or not. Look at this interaction on the left side with Prosy doing his best. Oh, actually getting the piercing through to David, but can't win that interaction. That's going to be irritating for... Whoa, hold on.
Bro.
That was a completely wayward shot from Portox, but it ended up finding its target at max distance. Worked out pretty well for Bounty Hunters to stagger a couple of Brawlers back to their respawn. Galaxy also going down. I don't know, inting to reset. David, same thing for him. This is a remarkable lead for Bounty Hunters, leading by 50% now.
You can see that, yeah, the Crow poison is a problem. Naki just
Ellie, bitte, Ellie.
firing, didn't take his time to regen and was like 100 HP when he ended up getting picked off.
Gefällt mir gar nicht. Nee, Juni. Nicht auch shit. Doch, SK hat aber gekackt. SK ist aktuell nicht gut. Die haben zu wenig Punkte gehabt. Die sind aktuell Platz 8 im EMEA, glaube ich. Und nur die Top 2 kommt weiter. Also das war ganz weit entfernt von denen.
Now he's gonna have to back away as well. All those shots just going into these shades. Ace Zero have to square up for this.
Jetzt haben die Control. Jetzt nicht abgeben. Problem ist Draco und Crow am Hyper. Das wird sehr schwer. Ellie ult für nix. Das war nix. Crow hat Hyper und sie kriegen den Draco nicht tot. Oh, Galaxy. Okay. Oh, Draco, ist over. Ist over. Hat mir nicht gefallen. Ja, das stimmt, Juni. Gebe ich dir recht. Aber EMEA ist so gut, dass SK, sobald die ein bisschen schwächeln, dass die direkt auf Schnauze bekommen. Ist VPN auf Brasilien eingestellt, quasi? Was mit laut? Ich weiß gar nicht. Top 3 ist, glaube ich, Heretics. Hallo CT. Chat hat sich laut gecallt? Oder waren die Platz 3? Ja, es wird Zeta oder Only Realm. Only Realm, glaube ich. Digga, 38% für eine Finks ist viel zu wenig. Viel zu wenig. Viel zu wenig. Und Finks zu Pro zu picken ist so Win-Trade. So Win-Trade. Ja, das stimmt, Juni. Außer nee, Only Realm und Tribe. Oder Realm, was auch immer. Bobby Suns und Diego Gamer?
Please pick me because I'm like the best brawler in the game right now, so you just kind of have to go for it. As a last pick, by the way, I feel like last pick generally is just reserved for something that's going to counter the entire enemy, something intelligent, something shrewd, and it's not really what I saw with Sirius. But if I had to isolate an issue there, it was the early alley pick. This time we see an early assassin.
Weiß nicht, ob es klappt. Such mal hier.
A lot of sense here on safe zone. There's some first pick worthy brawlers, and Kaze, does she always fall into that first pick? You know, it's quite subjective, but
schon schade, dass Yoshi OP so weit unten wegen Knowledge.
With her ability to swap form, she gets a lot of mobility, also reliable safe damage in her form where she throws down like a hypercharge or a super onto the safe, and this brawler.
Ich verstehe, was du meinst, aber da ist nicht nur Noe schuld. Ich weiß, was du meinst, aber es ist Noe ist nicht alleine schuld. Er ist immer noch ein World Champion.
It's still significant. I like the Melody being picked up here. Melody versus Kaze is like a pretty common head-to-head that you sort of see play out. I think the idea is that Melody's supposed to win that, especially when she can have the shield, but it is conditional, right?
Noe ist World Champion gewesen mit Zeta, ja. Noe, Gero und Miao.
Especially if you're trying to feed hypercharges for Melody, it's especially devastating. And where Melody has the edge over Kaze is that her burst damage on the safe is extremely high once she has the critical massive music notes orbiting.
Ich habe keine Ahnung, was du siehst, Sam.
Der
Penny ist auch stark. Kann sein, die gehen echt Penny. Ace. Er scrollt runter, Miao, quit. Wobei, nee, Miao hat erste Mal für Qualifier mit Rama und mit Iso, nee, mit Rama und Kapi, glaube ich, gespielt. Haben sich dann blamiert. Dann ist er gequittet. Und jetzt ist er bei Novo eingesprungen. Weil Novo jemand gebraucht hat. Amber? Ja, Bull ist stark. Aber Amber hat fett Value.
I think Colonel Ruffs may struggle on the damage front when it comes to defense because he's
going to be fighting against a couple
of brawlers that both have piercing, so the sandbags aren't going to do that much unless like maybe Kaze's in the assassin form, but you're going to have a two-pronged push here. Edgar with like
incredible mobility. Ja. Aber Bull ist gut gegen Kaze und gegen Edgar. Der wird Defense spielen wahrscheinlich. Viel Spaß, Hassan. Die einzigen Range Brawler sind halt Ruffs und Amber. Und Amber hat Free Matchup gegen den Ruffs.
Yeah, I trust in this Melody matchup, personally. I just think it has so much more mobility, basically. But I think it's also subjective. You'll get competing opinions on this one. That's just what I'm putting forth.
Amber ult. Weiß ich nicht, was das von David war. Holy Win-Trade von David. Ohne David wäre Bull gestorben. Er geht drüber und feedet im Heal. Also das war echt nix. Denn die Ult von Amber, ich würde die auch für Tresor machen, Bro. Er macht zwar hier die Lane zu, aber Bro, dann mach halt wenigstens noch Tresor noch. Hase Ult daneben. Es liegt im Namen, Okto. Ihr habt 2 Ults, beide verfehlt. Weiß ich nicht. Ja, Juri, Ruffs ist stark. Oh Gott, Jungs. Stark von David. Das ist over.
Second knock here for A0. And now we see the Melody trying to die, trying to match this level of damage with that hypercharge. There is a lot of music notes going, and that safe is getting chunked down bit by bit, but Bounty Hunters are on their last knock.
Er hat gewintradet. Ist hier stehen geblieben. Anstatt gegen Uhrzeigersinn zu laufen, ist er auch stehen geblieben. Deswegen haben die das Schild nicht rausbekommen. Da musste Ruffs Gadget machen. Kann nicht sein. Ult verfehlt. Kaz hat Ult verfehlt. Nein.
Galaxy waiting for Portox to try and dash at him. Here comes Prosy with a dive. He does get rid of the Amber, but David's going to push on the right-hand side. You've got to respect the Edgar damage. Makes use of the gadget. Gets on the safe. 1% of that would be enough. And A0 come up with the goods in a race that ends up coming pretty darn close. Apparently everyone just hits Hypercharge and then does 60% of the safe's health.
Also es tut mir wirklich leid, das zu sagen, aber ich finde das nicht stark, das Gameplay. Draft und Game, also wirklich. Ich will nicht frech sein, Bro, aber stellen sich schon die auf der Stage und alles, aber das sind Fehler, das darf nicht passieren. Wenn die so ein Fehler gegen ein EMEA-Team passiert, das ist direkt verloren. Instant. Instant. Muss man stehen? Ich weiß es nicht. Schon immer so. 2019 konnten die noch sitzen. Irgendwann haben die sich entschieden, komm, alle stehen.
overextended, and Bounty Hunters break past them for the initial crack on the stage.
It's not like Wesley's going to be able to fight this Edgar though, is he? Under extreme pressure, and here comes Galaxy to assist. Both safes now down below 50%.
Bull Melody dran lassen. Weiß ich nicht, ob er das so macht, Jungs. Also Bull Melody dran lassen, mit Ember durchlaufen. Weiß ich nicht. Was sind EMEA-Teams? Die Teams aus Europa. EMEA steht für Europe, Middle East and Africa. Also sowas wie SK, Humble, Novo, Heretics, Big, all die Leute. Das ist EMEA, das ist die Region. Stimmt das? Was stimmt? Stimmt, dass Surge keinen Hit gemacht hat? Was gemacht? Nicht kein Hit. Aber der hatte sehr, sehr lange keinen Hit. Am Ende hat er noch eine Ult, aber er war lange ohne Ult. Sehr lange. 300 Minuten oder so. Ja, Luis, ehrlich. Hol mal bitte das Schild raus hier. Nein, hol das Schild raus, bevor du rein dashst. Oh mein Gott! Hol das Schild raus! Er dasht rein! Er hat Ult gewastet, er hat Control gewastet für 1%. 2%.
Just safe damage for the time being. Wesley appropriately respecting the Edgar. Now
fans going to
give David a way out of there. And it ticks the safe down as well. 49 plays 47. It's close, but Bounty Hunters have the slim lead here. David trying to do
okay, das war nix. Gut von Melody, aber Bro, du musst Muttergesinn laufen. Ja, stark.
Galaxy finds himself low on health. At least he does have this hypercharged super down. Prosy would be well advised to go all the way around it. Bounty Hunter's gonna play defense around.
Was ist das für eine Hyper, Bro? Ah, Jungs.
And expires with his hypercharge in hand. It's time to defend. A0 rotate all the way backwards. Portox dealt with. It's gonna be.
Aber nicht alle 3 zurück. Einer reicht.
Yeah, it's brutal. David trying to come forward. Gadget connects. Wesley does capitulate, but the rest of Bounty Hunters are going for the safe. 4%
Hyper, Hyper. Okay, 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 okay. Warte, warte auf den Mate. Mach Hype, mach Ult, mach Ult, mach Ult, mach Ult. Er hat sie verfehlt. Er hat sie verfehlt.
Contrary to expectations, #1 in South America, that is their lifeline right there. In all likelihood, Humble should sweep through this round-robin stage. They did get bested in a single set.
Okay, wir sind durch, wir sind durch, wir sind durch. Wir sind durch, wir sind durch. Ist fertig. Wir sehen das nicht mehr, wir sind befreit, Chat. Ist es okay. Wir haben es hinter uns. Ich glaube, jetzt kommen die Chinesen von jetzt gegen Humble. Glaube ich. Ihr könnt MVP voten.
Bounty Hunters stay alive in the Brawl Cup. Obviously, we have one more match to go down in Group A, but for now, congratulations. That was arguably the most important match of the year so far for you guys. How was it? Did the stakes feel higher coming into this match?
Bueno, este ha sido el partido más importante para vosotros. ¿Cómo os habéis encontrado? ¿Si habéis sentido la presión de ser un partido muy importante para la fase de grupos?
Preparamos mucho el partido ayer contra Humble. Lamentablemente no se dio. Seba se encargó totalmente del partido de A0.
Wieso steht der Coach aber im Vordergrund? Müssen die nicht alle auf einer Linie stehen? Das stört mich ein bisschen, irgendwie, das triggert mich.
Okay, and it can only go up from here. Now, getting onto this stage as well and preparing for a team like A0 has got to be difficult. They play in a different region. How was preparation for that? Did you manage to scrim with them leading into today, or did you go in blind?
¿Cómo os habéis preparado para ella? ¿Habéis llegado pues, con los ojos ciegos sin saber? ¿O habéis podido practicar estos días que habéis estado aquí en Berlín?
Un poco sin saber, las scrims contra Toxic Lotus medio que nos ayudaron para saber cómo es el meta en China, pero ellos picaban muy diferente. O sea, los picks que jugaron hoy día fueron un poco raros, pero bueno, resurgieron.
So our scrims against Toxic Lotus have been a good help. But coming from another region, we were a bit blind. Their picks were a bit out of the ordinary, but we were able to like come across.
Well, like we've already said, staying alive in the competition for now in the Brawl Cup. Make some noise one more time for Bounty Hunters!
Spielst du die Kase? Ja, ich war die Kase. Ich habe Kase gespielt.
Super close in the end. And Bounty Hunters make it a 1-1 situation. A0's draft, honestly, I like the attack better.
Das ist aber süß.
Because it looked closer to an EMEA draft, Dork.
We were discussing that, and there were some
Ja,
very
man.
familiar ideas from EMEA, and that's what we've been so impressed with the Chinese mainland region over the years, is how they kind of adapted when draft became more prevalent in Brawl esports, and they have been taking a lot of hints from some of the best regions around.
Yeah, there's no question about it. You can see Ace0 being inspired, also having to come into the international game, right, rather than the different version that they play in mainland China, and they had to borrow the ideas, right, because they're just like, you know, a little bit behind on terms of the meta. So I love to see them drawing from the region that is sort of leading the world right now alongside East Asia. But the mechanics need to be applied differently, basically. That is where we see them trailing behind their fresher faces, so it only comes naturally.
Now we see the stats from the last set as well. Wesley and Galaxy, the two MVPs for their respective teams. Anything that sticks out to you, Ark, in this specific draft or in the entire series?
Well, in that final set, we were chatting about that final moment where actually, you know, A0 could have got that damage of which they needed, but they kind of didn't use the Fist of the Brawl Star, and they had the Hypercharge. I mean, that's like an ability which can secure a double kill. There was 25% left in that save to be able to obtain. So I kind of questioned that Fanstorm towards the end.
Nee, Ruby. Keine Sorge, Humble bestraft so Fehler. Die werden die bestrafen.
I really wish I'd mentioned it going into the match, but that is a sleeper pick. Big time for Portox. But looking back at the draft, the problem was they were picking it into the meeple that was already predefined. You can't pick comfort picks into the problem. And Portox was like on that surge, on that third game, into the final 5 seconds. I mean, I've never seen a bigger backpack needed by teammates to keep him alive. He had no range against the meeple, super slow. I don't know how they won that set.
Props to A0 there to adapt to the playstyle of their opponents and just make it so the Surge never even gets his second stage. Really well played by them, and it still wasn't enough. Bounty Hunter somehow turned around the set and won that one in the end.
Yeah, that was really, really interesting to witness. I think I mentioned that, look, this is Wesley and Portox, the players that have been basically picked up here, the ones that in the past have not had such decorated records, providing the support from mid, which I feel like has been a major level up for these individual players and reflective of that this is truly a new stage of their careers.
Also ja, also du hast es verpasst, ey. Ehrlich. Also du hast was verpasst.
Also now in Heist, quite close. A0 doesn't quite manage to beat Bounty Hunters, and now if they want to stay in contention to make it through to day 3, they need to beat Humble.
Yeah, and let's be honest, that's no easy feat, but we know that Humble can bleed. And we know that they can bleed at a time that you are least
Gerade hat Südamerika gegen China gespielt. Ja, das sind Sachen passiert. Wir hatten Double Swoosh, Surge, Gem Carry. Er hatte 2,5 Minuten lang keine Ult und die haben dennoch gewonnen. Shooting Star, Ruffs First Pick, die hätten gewonnen, anstatt wegzurennen, er bleibt im Busch stehen, stirbt noch und die anderen gewinnen. Dann heißt, die Kase hat von, weiß nicht, geschätzten 8 Ults eine getroffen, wirklich, unübertreiben, du kannst alle fragen. Er hat 7 Kase-Ults verfehlt, 7 Kase-Ults verfehlt. Bull verliert gegen Edgar. Bro, es sind Sachen passiert.
I mean, it's not a waste of time. It's actually a huge upset and the storyline that we
Ja, das war Tier D-Niveau, im Meer, wirklich. Das war Tier D Niveau.
If Humble is gonna do it again, they already beat Bounty Hunters. Now they're up.
Nicht mal.
Zero, and they really
Hallo,
need to
Kerstin.
beat Humble now. They're already 0-1 down. If they beat Humble, we actually have a three-way tie.
Und jetzt kommt Humble gegen die.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We already discussed
Humble gegen A0.
2025 Brawl Cup champions. They're the defenders of that title, and they really want to take it away as well. Also, look in the crowd here. Berlin, you're happy. Humble is coming back on stage. You're two German players.
Ja, Joni. Ganz schlimm.
Biased crowd, for sure.
Ihr seid ein bisschen voreingenommen, habe ich das Gefühl, für Humble, aber das ist schon okay. After all, they are Germans, so they are a bit biased. But yeah, you all look lovely, so it's okay. You can do what you want.
But none of that here on the desk. Completely unbiased casters here for sure. Humble, of course, Set didn't
Oh mein Gott, stimmt. Das vierte Set-Jase, das war Ring of Fire. Crow first, danach picken die instant in den Crow rein. Picken die Ellie Finks. Finks hat irgendwie 30% geholt, waren die Sets, glaube ich, über 2 Games. 30% Zone-Time, eine Finks. Ellie nichts gemacht. Sirius sind 3 in One-Hit mit 10 Geistern. Das ist
Last year, we talked a lot about Toxic Lotus coming in as a dark horse, taking down some really insane good teams, and we didn't really know what to expect from the region. Now, in the same position here, A0, are they better than 2025 Toxic Lotus ready?
It depends on what aspect you're talking about, because even like in their home region, you can tell what the strengths of these individual teams are. For Toxic
ja, aber schon lange quit, Kerstin.
Last year, they were really
ich spiele so lange kein E-Sports mehr.
But then you look at A0 and they just outdrafted, like brutally. I'm not.
Ja, stimmt. The Safe Zone. Die hatten eine Melodie. Der Safe hatte 76%. Da war eine Ember in der Defense. Anstatt dass die Melodie einfach drauf schießt, um das Schild zu ploppen, sie dasht da rein und stirbt dabei. Bro, das ist schlimm. Schlimmes Gameplay. Wirklich schlimm. Das ist krank.
They're also, for the first time on a stage like this one, so the nerves probably got to them. We want to have a quick look also at our bingo. A few of those fields are already filled in.
Okay, the 29 gem spawn in one game of gem grab. Semantic gets the crowd going. Glad we got that one in early
Duck
as well.
Duck
drafted as well, was ticked off too. So still some
Duck gedraftet.
grabs. I'm still holding back my very best.
Stark, Jase. Aber Duck gedraftet.
Anything that you're specifically looking for in this bingo card ready?
Ben.
Okay.
Das zählt.
Okay. All predictions. I blame you, Ark, for withholding that from everyone. Yeah, can't you just be like everyone else?
I know, right? That's on me, man. That's on me.
I'm looking at the top right corner. Underdog beats a favorite to win it all. This would be such a match, honestly. We are not biased. We are living for the storyline, so I want A0 to win this one just for the story, but they're the obvious underdogs in this one, let's be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough affair. It really is. And Humble, I've got to say, though, I feel like there is a world, I was saying this to Frank last night, I think there is a world for me where they actually don't make
gequittet, Kerstin.
Potentially. That's getting ahead of myself, but I wouldn't mind seeing an upset early on day one. Global bans are in Kit, Mortis, Naja, and Pierce. Definitely the Kit ban, I think, is very warranted. Glad to see the Mortis ban. How do you feel about the Pierce ban? I mean, that to me screams targeting towards Humble specifically.
Yeah, basically, because Humble's approach to this pretty consistently has been, okay, well, we're just going to do like the usual stuff. We're not going to get creative. We're not going to reveal anything for the later stages because think about the different goals of these teams. Humble, they are gunning for day 3 right now.
Ich bin vor 3 Jahren gequittet oder so,
Winning the entire thing. A0 are just fighting for survival. So the different approaches here, Humble will be trying to get rid of any like troll picks that could make the draft go awry, and A0 are saying, come on, like, take us seriously, respect us, don't just stick to the safe stuff.
Honestly, seeing that poll, it really just hurts to see only 9% have voted for A0 to win this one. This is your time to shine, honestly.
Die 9% sind auf den Kopf gefallen.
Do that now. Like here, they're ready backstage. So Barney.
Wer hat gewonnen bisher? Humble und
The battle to stay
Bounty Hunter.
alive in this competition has
Die haben beide
shifted onto the
gegen...
shoulders of
Also,
another
Humble gegen Bounty Hunter und Bounty Hunter gegen A0. Jetzt spielt Humble gegen A0. Es wird ein knackiges 3-0. Also... Ich sag, die gewinnen 2 gegen 3. Ich übertreibe nicht. Heute sind 2 Gruppen, morgen 2 Gruppen, Sonntag K.O.-Phase, ja. Das stimmt, Juni. Da hast du recht. Also no cap, will ich arrogant sein oder frech oder sonst was. Ich sag Fenders Diffy, A0.
With one match remaining in Group A, one team seeks to dominate while the other is fighting for survival. Humble are looking to continue an undefeated run in the
Talents,
Brawl Cup
Academy,
period,
ja, System.
including last year, where
Nicht gewinnen. Diffen.
need to pull something out of the bag.
Ich weiß es gar nicht, ob du... Ich glaube, Zeta.
Like our desk have said, this could be one
Bist
of
du
the
ja für
biggest
Humble?
upsets that we have seen on the main stage for a very long time. And so, will our reigning champions humble their opponents, or will the dominating team from mainland China find an ace up their sleeve? I'm allowed to tell dad jokes. I'm a dad. Let's do this!
Die Gruppen noch gleich. Gleich kommt Ding. Zeta gegen Only Realm. Das ist ein geiles Game, ehrlich. Zeta Only Realm wird geil.
Galaxy. Nudgy. David.
Achtet auf David, Chat. Achtet auf David.
Insane intro by Barney, I must say. I'm glad he said it, as he said. He's allowed to do so. He's a dad. No dad jokes on the desk, please. Even though you kind of look like bring your son to work right now.
Yeah. Hey, son. Cheers.
We're heading straight into the draft of our very first map here. And we have Bridge 2-4, another heist map. And whenever I see heist, my mind immediately goes to that one brawler, Chuck. We haven't seen him too often in the past. Either he's banned out, or a lot of teams seem to believe you can actually counter him quite nicely. Humble is one of those teams. Let's just leave him open, because we know just what to play against him.
But the Otis ban is kind of like the answer to the Chucks. That's where Ace0's head is at, but I think
Die haben jetzt schon verloren.
is still a very good option.
Die haben schon verloren.
Just go with the same
Die haben Draft schon verloren.
overthrow by rushing. The cars are coming in for that very reason. Melody is also
Chuck kannst du in E-Sports nicht picken. Unmöglich.
Kind of mix. And Crow as well is a big one that isn't banned here.
Just have to think about how you are going to defend against this Chuck, or possibly hammer down so much damage on the enemy safe that it won't matter at all, pretty much. I once again see the same stuff that I expected to see from Humble, where they just leave the best stuff open and let the draft play out exactly as it would, I suppose, in a ranked game. Basically, you give them a free Chuck, and Ace0 go, well, shoot, I guess we gotta take it. And now things are playing exactly as Humble had planned.
I always like to describe Chuck as a timer. Eventually, he will get some safe damage done. You can either completely counter him out, and Cordelius is the best one to do so. Just take him into the Shadow Realm whenever he's unsafe, and you're gonna get rid of him. Or you completely ignore the Chuck. That's not the route Humble decided to go with, and out damage him.
Bro, was?
Quicker than the timer will do, the Chuck will do.
Ja, schon mal. Bro, was?
Right hand side. Do like it, especially with that rough street. Chuck is gonna do even more damage.
I mean, Ruffs as well is going to take some time.
Die wollen Flug nicht verpassen, nach China zurück.
Designed to want to get things done
Ein bisschen schnell sein.
I kind of feel as well like there's definitely a potential here for Eve. It's not the strongest, but it's definitely a brawler which is going to be quite catered towards this kind of map layout with the bans that we've got. There's limited kind of options now, really, for Humble. Brock for the break. Gives them a bit of a
Auf Bridge to far, Red Fix.
I think you should be able to
last pick.
that Amber. I think you should be able to deal with the Rust bags quite efficiently. I don't like, excuse me, I don't mind it.
And now we want to hear two of the most beautiful voices I know. Kenny and Trev, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sonny. I appreciate that, and I will make sure Uber and Ready remember that. Trav and I got it from here, though. A0 onto their final life, a region that has been clinging on for several years. The trajectory has been upward, but how long can they keep that streak going? Humble, on the other hand, have been here before. 2 drop sets in total 1 year ago when they took the throne on the global stage. They're trying to do so once again. It's going to be Humble versus Ace0, match 3 of the group.
Yeah, David managing to push that first pole quite far up, so won't have to navigate quite as far for the next couple. Uses a super there as well just before he died, and a 3% little tick shot just goes onto the save there as well. Luki going to be able to pick up that kill on Galaxy, and it's pretty much 50-50 so far, but David not got the worst setup at the moment.
Luki taking advantage, so Lightning's going to strike on the right hand end. Meanwhile, A0 recovering David up the gut. Boss right in his face, and it's a trade. That's totally fine. Boss's main objective is just to 1v1 this Chuck and make sure they remove him from the equation.
I mean, Luki doing all he needs to do. Win that lane, get some damage on safe. That's going to be tough for Nagi to do a lot about. And it places some sandbags. He still gets the shot round it. I don't know how he's getting those kills. 1% done here by A0. And Luki will get the first crack.
Oh, and some unbelievable mechanics overall. Like you alluded to, the little corner peek out of Luki to get around these sandbags. And then Semantic
Ist das Ang oder?
in the middle. Kaze, especially from this distance, should be rendered useless.
1% gemacht.
It's Amber just
Hallo Tobias.
fuel her way up the map. Semantic just taking him head on and still winning this. Few extra shots coming in from Luki too. I mean, this has been a one-way train. It's all Humble.
I mean, Boss walking in the straight line too, getting
Hey, damage gemacht.
Unfortunately not there for the defense, so a bit of chuck damage comes along the way. Nagi gonna throw down that super on top of himself, does make a connection with Semantic, and that allows Galaxy to come.
Was das heißt? Nix, alles gut.
This is what he's gonna be doing for the rest of the game now, but Luki's got to get that damage output down and match what the chuck's doing.
Hat Luki gerade Tresor verfehlt? Sicher Rang? Master.
Sandbags going down to Semantic, gonna be forced into the alternate form. Boss going for just pure DPS at this point, which is a little wild. They need to be careful.
Ja, das haben wir gut gemacht. Wie lebt Boss eigentlich noch? Bro, wie lebt Boss noch? Jungs! Jungs!
And the first game goes convincingly Humble's way. Chuck back and forwards, just being dealt with by the Cordelias time and time again, and Luki popping off on the right.
I'd be lying to you if I said I wasn't nervous for A0 coming into this. I mean, regardless of what that previous match result was, Humble were going to be my pick. But I felt like there were a lot of riddled with mistakes, if you will, in Gym Grab, especially in Heist on the previous one.
Ja, aber David, weil David heißt, der Chuck.
More or less Humble are outplaying them by a mile. Oh, and the instant wipe on the
Bro.
right hand side. Now that's just free access to the safe and so much damage. While Boss doesn't do a lot in tandem with Semantic, it's going to be enough for their while.
Yeah, big surprise play from Semantic there in the realm as David doesn't even go up yet. Boss just brings him into that realm, sits up top, waits for his teammates to join him, and Semantic got free roam up towards the safe.
Bro.
The second tick already done, and I don't think Chuck's even set up anywhere near yet.
Humble masterclass. David getting some chip dimension, but it's just not enough in the faces of something like
Diesen Trading Match ein bisschen einwerben. Ich sag Letter schwerer in mehr. Comfort Zone. Comfort Zone. Das Master 2, keine Angst mehr. Ja, ist normal, Doktor. Es wird sich senken mit der Zeit. Sollte ich dann gewöhnen. Aber keine Angst haben.
Galaxy actually putting up a good fight against Luki, which is the first time we've seen this all set long, as it has just been him dominated. But I think the Chuck's still waiting for this opportunity, and Cordelius just isn't giving it.
I think Galaxy can hold. I don't know if Galaxy can win this lane, and that's a concern, especially when you're facing a deficit this large. Now David once again, charging his way up the middle, gets a chip of damage, but Semantic sees this, and they're just going to go right back up the same exact lane. David's still lurking on this bottom side, though.
Master, Tobias, Master.
And now piercing through that high safe. Luki trying to do his best. Boss penetrating as well. Shots going through, down to less than 10k HP on that high save. A few extra percentage points.
Du kannst nicht Chuck picken gegen Humble, Bro. Nicht First Pick. Die gewinnen denn einfach und die gewinnen.
They just look unfazed so far, unperturbed by the opposition. Chinese mainland, a team that in general we're going to be looking out for. Toxic Lotus tomorrow, of course, were stars of this last year, but right now for a roster that doesn't have any international LAN experience either, it's really tough to go up to a #1 from another region in Bounty Hunters, which I thought they played really well, but again, I think it could have been better. It just felt like the mistakes were what drove them out of that Gym Grab set. Ark talked about in the desk, we were talking about in the green room. I mean, the Kaze plays towards the end of that game. There was a real chance that went to a 2-2 and instead
ja, hier
fighting for their lives against Humble. That's not a position.
Aber dann bannst du nicht Lumi 8-Bit.
the smaller regions, of the underdogs, you need to get up in chat. This squad needs your help.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. I think all of us, except for Mark, had A0 to beat Bounty Hunters, so it's not like we don't think they're capable. They're absolutely capable of getting this done, but it just seems like Humble are just a task too tall for them to be able to beat at the moment. Stats-wise, Semantic, Boss, and Lukey all looking pretty good, around 5. Over the other side, good kills, just not great damage.
You saw Chuck on the bottom right with a ton of high safe damage, but cumulatively between the other two, just next to nothing. It was really forced to be all defense from there, and I think ideally Amber is really a little bit of a hybrid, right? But if you're not getting the other side, was not enough into the monstrous composition of the left-hand den.
I mean, it's a first pick that you feel like you're kind of inclined to take.
Da fällt jemand ein im Publikum. Erstmal auf die Brille zoomen.
In a matchup like this, and I said it when Humble played their previous game against Bounty Hunters as well, you've got to take these brawls that can just get towards safe. Take risks with these drafts, and that's exactly what they did, but they were just punished so heavily for it. Bans in for the next map. It's going to be the Bell, the Crow, and the Byron for the side of Humble. A0 get rid of the cars, no surprise after facing it.
Ja, aber Ruffs ist nur da für die Defense, Joni. Aber es macht keinen Sinn. Ruffs ist ein Kackpick gewesen.
Several lines of thought here I think you can go down. There's going to be this Leon and Jean interaction. Leon a lot of times is an early one because of the lollipop drop, but if you do that, then Jean responds. So sometimes you're going to see players avoid doing that. Very popular brawler. Lumi is somebody that I'll shout out as well. Doesn't make the global ban stage. It's a very safe one that's now showing up regularly on this map. And as well, I said it earlier, but Fang shows up a lot for A0. They love getting a little tricky with it of the tank of choice on this map.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can get away with Fang at the moment. You know, so strong on certain maps. Jae-Young, obviously, being this first brawler that comes in for Humble, it was something we saw them play in. I believe it was Knockout the last time they were out here. And it's a brawler that translates well across kind of the bounty knockout game modes where you kind of got to be offensive and defensive. And
what?
Just balances it so well with his kit. Glowy going to make an appearance there along with the Jean. Kind of a little bit of a double healer combination here if you run in those healing factor from the Jean. Going to be able to get a lot of pulls, you know, with the mass range and scout out as well.
This is definitely a good solid shout because Bell is banned. Otherwise, the bounce shot would do really well into Glowy, who attaches himself to teammates. Jean, who likes to stay up close too. So that's not the easy answer anymore. Byron is somebody that's also out. It would have done really well into the healing of Glowy, the magic puffs from Jean. So I don't think there's any easy answer here for the left-hand side. I think at least A0 are making him think about it.
Well, as Meeple, a brawler you've mentioned a few times over the past couple of series. I like it a lot. If you can kind of single a brawler out.
Du hast mal einen Comms-Test in World Cup. Die testen gerade.
To stay alive if you've got a super along with it as well. And you know, there's always a chance they run that rage quit if something aggressive comes down as the final brawler for A0. When you've got kind of two brawlers with healing capabilities, it's always a question of whether that's going to be the case or not. So Meeple's mansion rage quit, whatever you want to go, Meeple's got it.
The cutoff is so good, and Humble demonstrated this earlier. I mean, that gadget can be a very powerful force to give yourself positioning. Gus going to be the choice for the left hand as well. It's going to give them a little outrange. Glowy, of course, once he attaches in the open space, is going to do very well.
Hätte ich, glaube ich, nicht gepickt.
Keep firing shots down, maybe cycle out the kooky popper a little bit. I definitely think it's a threat.
Bro!
Well. Frank gonna come in there as the final A0, and I've said it so many times. You've got to bring in these unpredictable brawlers, and I said, you know, it's likely we're gonna see something aggressive coming down when you've got the Jean and the Glowy, who are so capable of healing, and they have that range covered as well. But I wouldn't have said Frank could be my tank of choice.
I was saying that they just love to get creative with the tanks that they choose, and the one issue.
Nein, das geht nicht. Das geht nicht.
Solid to mid range. This was a common theme that I've seen in drafts overall. If you don't have the damage to match and you play it right, you can really go at the enemy side and just absorb all those shots, even if Frank's going down, as long as Jean's...
Achso, ist die Map. Okay, ich dachte Shooting Star. Aber trotzdem. Digga, Luke ist tot. Also no cap? No cap? Hallo Weiß. Hier reinzukommen ist schwer für Humble, wenn die es gut machen. Aber was macht Glowy? Jungs, ihr müsst zusammenspielen. Jetzt ist Wallbreak da. Boah, Luki.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough to not only keep these out of position, but hold them off when they want to come aggressive as well. Almost finds it with the Weekend Warrior. David trying to get some work done. There's the Kooky Pop coming in as well. Brings David low, but who's low anymore? He's got so many heals. heals in his back.
Notice how Humble are playing around the gadget pop from Frank. Once that misconnects, it's an onslaught. Humble are now marching forward. Super dropped on the ground. Luki has a hypercharge in his pocket as well. Now it's A0 just on the backlines. They have plenty of HP. They've got the heals going down, but they have to find a way to extend. They are down the blue star after all.
I was going to say, bear in mind, Humble don't even need to aggress, but they felt they were going to get pushed back into spawn. There's a brilliant pull. Boss goes down.
Ja, sehe ich, Gabo.
Have a great comp and a wonderful answer to Humble, it seems.
Little surprise attack here as now David once again goes to the back lines with about 30 to go. Humble are going to have to find an answer down 4. Nothing to slouch at, but 1 kill on Frank would be enough.
It's close, they're getting low. There's the hyper charge on the right side. Massive pinch coming in. Semantic gets 1, but there's still 2 down. There's the Frank super as well, but the rage quit stops it in its tracks. Nagi low, but David's tanking. There's the pull in. Semantic gets another super down. They're going to be able to shoot through. Frank solo. Blue starts on Humble's leg, and they'll find another one too. 14 to Humble.
Den Glowy Skin geht. Alles Senf.
Photo finish.
Also Jean macht gute Puls.
Starting to make me regret a little bit talking them down a little earlier. Again, this is a good team.
Wenn's so Humble, no name.
High ceiling, but unfortunately they may have found it too late.
Also Luki ist geisteskrank. Wirklich. Das sind 3 Leute gestackt. Und er ist so confident, dass er einen Double-Hit raushaut, ohne Gadget zu ploppen, weil er weiß, er trifft 2 Schüsse. Das ist respektlos.
Frank pull, a chain pull. There's just so many options for comebacks here from A0 or some proactive takes as well.
Yeah, great super again from Semantic. Oh, it hits that.
Stark von David. Ja.
Just clips him on the edge and stops that super. He's having
Das ist krank, wirklich.
Through this set.
Das ist sein Level, das ist extrem. Stark vom Boss. Würde ich auch schaffen. Stimmt.
Retreat coming out of the red side. A missed pull once again, and Luki smells the blood in the water. Boss activating speed. Hypercharge going down. A little extra party up the middle of the map as now the pull doesn't go through. They can peek through the walls.
Stark. Der Boss spielt sehr gut. Nicht weggegeben. Es werden eh reingedrückt. Also der Boss macht das gut. Boss macht das sehr gut. Eigentlich verloren ohne. Ja, Joni. Wird schwer für Ace. Die müssen die Puls treffen. Das ist der einzige Weg zu gewinnen. Jean Puls und Frank Puls. Aber der Humble ist brutal.
Has a pull and it needs to be an influential one. Most likely going to be aiming for Boss, but he's the one with the most movement speed. Super being used there by Luki, just shielding himself up, trying to wait and stay healthy for these last 20 seconds. Big push coming from A0 as a hypercharge being popped. David solo already though, gets some heals in the back, but Galaxy will fall and they lose
Humble hat gewonnen. Das können die nicht sehen.
Frank, they can't do it alone.
Unmöglich.
They're getting beaten down, and this one is going to be a Humble set.
Krass. Ich sag, Boss wird meisten DPS haben im Game. Und das auf Jeyong. Der Meeple ist gut. Ihr könnt 2019 voten. Auf der Webseite. 2019 ist die Antwort.
Not enough heals to go around for the squad, and ultimately that Meeple, despite being squishy, the rage quit. A perfect answer. They continued to play around this. Every time they were under threat from a super, they would activate gadget. Every time a pull was missed, that is the time to go. Just some smart, disciplined Brawl Stars at a Humble.
Jean Puls waren gut. Hat halt nicht gereicht. Das ist Voten, rechts. Und die Frank Wolves müssen hitten. Alionka. Digga! 700 DPS auf Jeyong!
Brilliant fast fingers from Semantic.
Das ist krank.
Yeah, to be overly picky about all of this, I mean, we're going to be critical, but
das ist krank.
These micro decisions that make a difference. I want to point out, they picked the Frank into the face of Meeple. they picked this early on the Humble side, and they still made it work. Sure, early on, once they weren't used to this, I think there was a little adjustment period where Humble may be caught off guard by this decision as well, but they had a perfect response for it. A0 make this decision, like you said, maybe a little gung-ho with some of these gadgets, these
Über 500 Punkte geht nicht. Weiß ich nicht. Ich glaube, es geht nicht mehr, ja. Ich glaube, 500 ist gecapped. Serious first? Okay. Was haben die gebannt? Ellie Lumi Rocks. Ja, ist fein.
This could well be A0's last hurrah in the Brawl Cup if they don't start to get something.
Edgar ist halt offen. Also ich denke, Humble wird Edgar gehen.
Ali, Lumi and Ruffs on the opposing side as well. As you said, Sirius is the first pick.
Also Edgar wird hier gedraftet. 100%.
Shoot at good range as well, and I think it's very solid first pick to take here. Over the other side, no surprises again. Chester is one of the brawlers they absolutely love to pick up. That and along with the Ruffs
sehe ich auch.
Ruffs being banned out here, obviously, and Pierce being banned out overall, so it kind of takes away a lot of their kind of comfort picks, I feel, as well.
Despite spawners being on the ground, possibly from Galaxy, I think you gotta grab an anti-tank. So
Crow out deswegen in Last Pick. Wir gehen Last Pick Edgar wahrscheinlich.
Go for what you think's best on the map, and I think that is the ultimate best decision left. Could go Otis and argue that.
Leon auch.
Instead, it's going to be this combination. And Leon
und jetzt pickt entweder Ace ihnen den Edgar weg oder die werden geknallt.
Or if they want to go a more traditional mid or rotate. Now they have two, I would say, solid options at that.
Yeah, I was going to mention Otis as well. It's still very much on
Search. Stimmt. Wobei das war Bounty Hunter mit Search. Das war nicht Ace. Edgar Meeple, ja, kann sein.
You've just got to hope that if you choose to go for the series, he doesn't have many of those shadows stored up, or you're going to have a bit of a tough time breaking through those. Stu's going to come in then. It's a brawl that I actually really like to see on this map. The mobility is
Damian wird gut geknallt, Jonker.
You know, the Chester supers, no matter what it is, or if a Leon's coming towards you, you're going to be able to get away.
Definitely. Stu are very regular on this map as well. There's their flair of a little extra speed too, or wall break if they really want to, but more than likely I think the speed for now, unless a brawler choice changes things up. Mina and Mo I think still on the table for me, as well as aggressive options that can maybe get up in the face of enemy. You can also drop the windmill gadget to kind of prevent these enemy shots coming in, buy yourself time to get to those gyms. Just one way to be kind of semi-aggressive, and there it is right there. You heard his voice.
I was going to say, I loved your shout as well, because we saw David playing it in that previous match against Bounty Hunters, and we were kind of sat in the green room, we were like, oh, David, that's not the super you want to be playing there. So, you know, he had a few mishaps here and there, but hopefully he's going to be able to get something going against Humble here. Yes, it's a difficult
ja, okay, Penny ist auch offen. Es wird schwer für Sirius. David auf Mo. Stimmt, David auf Mo.
The turret is really, really solid.
Anytime you see Sirius, we just have to anticipate that Penny is on the table, especially if it doesn't go through the ban stage. It's been the easiest way, I think.
Penny ist gut auf der Map. Du kannst das Turret da hinterm Gem Carry direkt placen. Also, das rauszuholen ist nicht einfach. Penny ist sehr stark auf der Map. Hier kannst du das Turret hier hin platzieren. Es kann überall hinschmeißen, überall. Zu Break. Also wenn Stu hier break, dann haben die eh gewonnen das Game. Dann haben die Full Control. Stu kommt da nicht hin.
Back in my day, it used to be the Penny that would have played the mid, but you know, times change. David not having the best of times against Semantic here.
David ist nicht mehr auf Mo. Holy break.
The Gem's still sitting comfortably on A0's side though, and Luki doesn't want to overextend and risk it.
Open season now too, because Luki has given them less spaces to hide. If they want to go in the grass, they have to retreat all the way to this top left-hand side. You're seeing it with Mo right now. And Boss, of course, has this wall for positioning. The Salty Barrel as well to protect him if Mo decides to dive in. Positioning, control, and now a turret raining down on them as well. I mean, this is getting more and more difficult.
Semantic almost survived that as well with the help of the lollipop drop. Galaxy gonna come in, but he's got the backup of his
team there.
And the Penny turret, the Salty Barrel are all waiting too, so... Anyway, I don't know if it's the best moment to have gone in, but worth a try. Nagi, 4 in hand, so picks some up along the way there as well, and Semantic with yet another invis kill, just adding more gems to the count of Humble with Luki with 7.
Not the easiest to dive in on, I might add, too, between Salty Barrel and Chester, who does a burst of damage up close, especially with 4 bells in his hands. It's impossible. Invisibility for
Ruby.
Terrorizing the right-hand side, sneaking up all the way. They have no idea where he is, and Nagi just has to back off. 9 gems and close to a 10th. Humble have a countdown.
Die haben gar keine Chance, also Humble ist wirklich Draft und Skill Diff, also die kommen da gar nicht hinterher.
covering it, but Semantic's going to go in, get the kill, and I think they're just so confident. He's not even going back to spawn. He's like, yeah, I'll probably stay around the gem carrier. It's like, it's completely fine. Galaxy going to go in on the right side. And that's going to be match point up next to Humble. Just a completely dominating performance from them, and A0 just seemed completely out of it.
A0 have not sniffed the middle of this map. I mean, they have not come close. Humble have just been overpowering.
Nee, Maurice. Der Brawl Cup Pin ist auf dem Ticket drauf. Also sobald du ein Ticket einlöst, kriegst du einmalig usebaren Code. Also den wirst du nicht bekommen.
Absolutely, and yet again, a great start for Humble. First gem spawns on their side, and they get one of their opponents as well. Gadget came through and looking at a little bit of a spawner on him for a second there, but Nagi on the right side, now pinching through the mid, gives him a bit of a chance to fight off against Luki and gets some great hits in, but he's not going anywhere. He joins in death. Galaxy with a wasted super, he gets the kill, and I feel like there's just so many times where he's making these mistakes. Almost went for the gems there, but Semantic will clean it off. Eventually, they're back in the hands of Luki.
Yeah, I'll stand by the word gung-ho. Just doing a little too much, I think, trying to make too much happen. I don't know if that's a lack of experience, a lack of confidence. I mean, Humble are a team that are mighty fierce to play against. I don't fault them for that at all. As Semantic now in the bushes. Oh, and David didn't have a clue. Dropped the trap immediately, though. Well played. The Chester spawners end up doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, Nagi's trying to make the move around the right-hand side now. Boss might be able to clip him here, but he gets a kill. And this is the best we've seen A0 play. Luki finds one on the right, and the bomb comes over the top. Good amount of spawners in now as well, with a couple of Leons around David. So ready to defend out against Semantic and gets that invis.
Interesting to see David retreat every single one of these spawners. He just knows Penny's going to be able to eradicate every single one of them, as now Stu has to back off. Semantic once again invisible. The mind games begin. Left-hand side, creeping forward, popping up right in front of Galaxy's face. A response as well, though it's going to be a...
Also ich muss sagen, Jonka, ich kannte keinen von den drei davor. Das sind drei neue Namen für mich.
I just feel like A0 is so much more risk, especially when Galaxy doesn't have a super, and he used it so defensively. David on the right hand side.
Oder zumindest erinnere ich mich nicht an die.
Coming in with the hypercharge, finds one, might be able to get two clips. David with a couple of shots around the side, and he goes down, cycles the super, and it's all Humble once more.
15 on the clock. A0
David Staver. Ja, so spielt er auch.
Playing bodyguard in the crowd, chanting everything you need to know. This is a name that you will remember, one that will be here all weekend long. Just another day for Humble. Your Brawl Cup defenders
Ace ist raus.
are going for two.
Bro, mach das.
A0 falls short in the Brawl Cup.
Ich weiß, Ruby, ich kenne den.
Easiest group having the defending champions in there, and they played very well against.
Ja, Draft noch, Maurice.
As expected, it's going to be Humble coming out of this group on top, and they're looking to try and retain their title of Brawl Cup champions, and they probably should.
The home team advantage for Humble. Excellently done. A0 with an excellent effort, but just too much and too late. Let's go down to Humble to see what they've got to say.
Ihr könnt MVP voten, ist egal was ihr tippt. MVP ist immer richtig, einfach tippen.
Was it about focusing on your player style coming into this game, or was it about trying to adapt to the way that they played? How do you feel you guys adjusted when you were going up against A0?
I think we made a bit of mix. We try to play our comforts always, but being careful about their picks too, because they are really good on them. So we adjusted and it worked out.
It worked out. It definitely did. You guys look really comfortable on stage as per usual. Now, I have to ask you something. You've got a little bit of time now between now and Championship Sunday. You guys are going to have a little break. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about this little rivalry that's forming between you guys and Crazy Raccoon, all right? It's amazing to see the Brawl Stars community loves it as well. Are you kind of keeping a close eye on how they're playing, and do you feel like you guys are ready to exact some revenge on Sunday?
I think we are ready to every single team. We are going to prepare for everyone, and we are not scared of any team.
I love that. And finally, Semantic, I'll quickly ask you something. Is there anything that you would like to say to the home crowd here in Berlin? Because what an incredible place to be for you guys, especially being on home turf.
I mean, we literally only see Humble posters, Humble fans screaming everything. It is absolutely amazing to have everyone here. Literally, from the bottom to the top area, absolutely amazing. I hope you guys are here on Sunday with all the Humble merch, all the Humble support, and see you guys there. Dankeschön.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Humble!
Humble does it again, 2-0 in their group. Just like
Dankeschön.
expected, kinda, and a bit unexpected for me. A0 is actually the team that we unfortunately have to say goodbye to already. Ark, you were the only
Also ich muss sagen, A0 hat mich nicht überzeugt, aber Galaxy hat mich immerhin positiv überrascht. Also Galaxy war die Ellie, Galaxy war der Jean auf Hideout, Galaxy war, was war er noch?
Hearing a couple of the experiences during scrims as to whether A0 were going to be able to put up the fight. We're not necessarily expecting them to be humble, but I think against Bounty Hunters that was a 50-50 match.
We have two 50-50s.
Weiß gar nicht mehr. Aber der hat mich am meisten überzeugt. Neoctor. Ich hätte Dark Flame und Felix, aber naja. Mit Helios mache ich nicht mehr so viel. Unsere Streaming-Zeiten sind mittlerweile komplett verschieden.
At this level, I do have reservations on it. What I did really like to see was how Boss on that Cordelius was actually going on the aggressive the second he put the chuck into the realm.
Alles gut, David. Verfolgt dir.
Back and played defense the entire way through, but Boss was using that time really nicely, getting up the map, getting the damage of which they needed, and it was really effective.
Der David hat mir gar nicht gefallen. Also der Spieler. War nicht gut.
Samantha kind of micromanaging his two teammates. We saw some clips of the voice comms as well. But yeah, really doing well. Humble so far 2-0. We're going to see them again on day 3, so don't fret. You will see them again. Earlier, I saw something super weird around here. What was that?
Oh nein, Showmatch!
Wakey, wakey! Today is your big day.
Wer ist Bro?
Are you excited? I'm so excited.
Wer ist Bro?
Hold the door! It's his first day. Just a little bit of makeup. It will be so great.
Ist das Mara?
Hello.
Nee.
The star is here. Oh. I think we have it. Aren't you ready? Then that's all. Yeah. Honey, this is it. There's a lot of music and cameras, and I've told them to be very nice and gentle with my little baby.
Oh, a button.
Was ist das?
If you put anything in front of me, I'm gonna press it. I'm literally gonna press it.
Whoa. We have no idea what that does, by the way.
Es war zu wenig.
There's a few hazardous symbols on it. Yellow and black normally signifies hazard.
Was war das? Doch Schadensersatz, dass ich das geschaut habe.
I was told always press a big red button.
You can't stop me.
Mach das, Gabo, viel Spaß dir.
What just happened?
I have no idea. Don't ask me.
What does that mean?
Are we getting trolled by production?
Does it do nothing?
Does it just do some confetti? We just got points for everyone out there live right now on the website. Whenever we press this red button, you're gonna get 100 points. So
Oha! 100 Punkte! Ich muss gar nicht voten!
You know, touch it again.
Be on your toes. Stay on the event site because that is how you're gonna get those points
100 Punkte? Für nix? Ich muss nicht mehr voten, Chat. Votet, was ihr wollt. Wir kriegen alle den Pin. Ja, oh nix, aber man muss nicht mal mehr voten, wenn man 100 Punkte gratis bekommt.
Thank you so much. That's a pretty crazy stat to hear myself. I'm excited. I'm excited to be on the desk. First time for me, and I'm excited to watch some great gameplay today.
And I think you're gonna say just that, because the next match, once again, is gonna be a 50-50.
Ja, Ruby.
On my watch, in my books at least, it's only Realm versus Zeta
Geil.
Division. Such
Geiles
a
Spiel.
match. The first seed of NA versus second seed.
Das ist ein sehr geiles Spiel.
And some of these faces you know quite well, Corey.
Yeah, these are guys I grew up playing with, grew up facing every single day. So I am rooting for NA here absolutely all day long. I believe in the boys. I believe in Bobby, Sands, and Patchy. But they have a very tough opponent in Zeta Division.
It's gonna be a really
können beide gewinnen.
match. I mean,
It's recht
I don't know
even.
about you, but I really want to see North America just blow us away at this event. I feel like it's been a long time coming, and I feel like so far in the way that I've been speaking at events to Bobby, this is how I tend to gauge these things. At the World Finals last year, I said, "Hey Bobby, how are you feeling?" And I literally
Bobby, nicht Bubi, Ruby.
He'd already accepted defeat. They were not in a winning mentality. At this event, spoke to Bobby, he is feeling good about this one.
They're the hope of NA to finally win a global setup like the Brawl Cup here. In 2023,
Weiß nicht, Jonka. Sollte eigentlich klappen, oder?
Finals. Who did they lose
Tensei.
to again?
Tensei ist Crazy Raccoon, glaube ich.
That's a good point. Yeah, Zeta Division as an org have not been kind to them, but hey, second place at the World Finals, that's not bad going. That's the best that North America's ever had on the world stage.
Yeah, I mean, second place is literally the second best position you could get. So they came so close, and I know they can do it again this tournament. It's whether they'll come prepared, they'll come out swinging, and they'll just play their game today.
They've been looking really strong so far in this year's monthly finals. So far, number one seed for
Tensei bei Zeta?
Corey, they used to be
Ich meinte, ist bei Crazy Raccoon.
rooting for them. Isn't it nice?
Und Zeta ist Zeta Tampo.
Yeah, it's actually super weird rooting for Bobby and them because they were my rivals
Kann es
throughout
sein?
my entire career. But today, I'm rooting for them and I expect big things.
Mamishi?
NA has not delivered
Weiß ich
quite
nicht.
a while, so we're rooting for all of NA.
Why do you think that is, though? Like, what is it about North America which just, when it comes down to these moments, just tends to not
Suzuki?
prevail?
Yeah, I think the competition is so close at these events. And I think that, you know, I don't want to use the term unlucky because unlucky is not really the case. But the matches have been close. They're just not getting the result. And they're so close to winning and getting farther in the tournaments, and they fall short every time. So I think they can do it, but they have to perform.
It's not an easy opponent against them. In the other corner, we have Zeta Division with huge household names like Shtatampo, Zizuku, and Batman. And yeah, they've been looking really strong coming out of the gate, swinging with a win in the February monthly finals. After that, a bit of a declining trend.
Michi Coach, okay.
Second place for them in March and then only top 4 in April. It's going downhill steadily for them, but let's see what they can bring to the global stage.
Ambler 3-0 gewonnen, ja.
You know, going into February, a very clean month for Zeta, just dropping that one set in the grand finals. Then March, losing in the
Das könnte auch Finale sein. Das könnte locker Finale sein.
And then April, losing in the semi-finals. It hasn't been getting better. It's gradually been getting worse, and you know, that does concern me somewhat. Let's be honest, the World Finals was far from kind to Zeta Division as an organization. Being grouped was just unimaginable. One of the biggest upsets that we've ever seen at a World Finals. And they are here to turn that around, to prove to the world they still got it.
Yeah, I mean, they are the mechanical players in the world right now. They're some of the best mechanics you'll ever see in Brawl Stars. So I'm expecting big things from them as well. I mean, I don't think you can ever count them out in one of these tournaments, even if they got grouped at Worlds.
We can't count out anyone just yet. And we're looking at the global bands here. Super fun to see. Edgar, not, just banned once. Both of those teams really do not want to see this ball.
Ist auch gut, Doktor.
It's a bit broken, maybe.
Bobby ist wahrscheinlich mein Lieblings-NA-E-Sportler.
Leon and Naja also banned out. We haven't seen
Seit
Naja
immer
at all
eigentlich.
yet either today. She's so strong. The newest addition to Brawl Stars in general.
Dennis Piper ist
David
insane.
is there, but he's not being played this tournament just yet. We're going to see him in the next monthly final. The Leon ban comes in as a bit of a surprise to me, Orc.
It's a pretty strong brawler, though. I'm all for it. I'm kind of curious from your perspective, Corey. When it comes to these global bans, what brawlers are you kind of looking for yourself? Are you looking for kind of like targeted bans to specific players, or are you looking just to eradicate the heavy hitter out?
Yeah, it's tough to say. I think these teams can do one of two things. They can try to throw the other team off with a random mediocre brawler ban, or they can target a specific player. The Leon might be one of those random bans that's just a good brawler trying to throw the draft a little bit different than normal, and maybe they just don't want to face it. One of the two.
And if we're honest, East Asia as a region, a lot more successful so far as NA did not really.
Es kann in beide Richtungen gehen. Es kann 3-0, ein 3-1, 3-2 für alle sein.
Keep mentioning
Ehrlich.
how they're lacking a bit in draft still. Mechanical genius wizards, we call them. And Zeta Division has found a solution to that, or at least they think they did, by adding Memeshi to their roster. They now have a coach just there to support them in draft. In scrims leading up to this match, though, not not the best.
Mameshi is one of those people that is the mad scientist, and that can be the winning formula sometimes. It can also be the reason why you lose if you play it a bit too close to the sun. So, you know, how do you strike that balance? We'll have to see how things fare for Zeta, but you know, one thing is sure, Mameshi has got to be cautious.
We want to see Group B now. Bring them out. Only Realm and Zeta Division.
It's time to turn our attention to Group B, and this next match, it feels personal. Two teams who are absolutely drowning in experience. Make some noise for Only Realm and Zeta Division!
Was? Wir sind da stehen geblieben.
One man's revenge arc hangs in the balance here. In Group B, we have a brand new team that are focused all around Patchy right now. We've got the finest teams, I think, right now from NA going up against East Asia. And I feel like this one is going to pop off right here on the main stage. You know what? We've got all of this pressure to overcome to go up against a team like Zeta Division. But if any team from NA can do it, it's Only Realm. So I guess time will tell. But like I've said, both of these teams, they just have so much experience here on the main stage. Anything can happen. It's time to kick off this match.
Sands. Bobby.
Das ist Okto, ja.
Batman. Suzuku.
Gleich zu Wand. Kann sein. Aber ich glaube nicht. Ich glaube, Zeta hat keine Angst vor Stu.
And we're heading straight into draft. The hope of NA lost on Only Realm's shoulders. The pressure is real. Can they figure it out how to deal with all that pressure? We're gonna find out in the next couple of minutes. We're kicking things off on Hideout. Now, Corey, you're an expert player, still content creator, still play at the game daily. What do you think? What are we gonna see on Hideout?
Digga, der Tisch ist so low. Was kostet der Tempo?
I don't think we'll see that this match, but you never know. I'm expecting Gene, Jae Young, some wall breaks potentially, and some dangerous last bits.
Batman Move. Er heißt so.
I'm thinking of Sands here. You know, if Sands is
clean kann wirklich sein, ne?
Starting set or any set for that matter, you got to ban the Crow. He hates that brawler, and in this meta especially, it's just dangerous everywhere. So certainly for me, that's the kind of thing that
er ist beides.
I think for Only Realm,
so gleich, es ist wie X oder X-Gay. Ruby. Es ist gleich Typ.
Like an average damage, you know, when you average out what the brawlers
Mortis first! Gegen Zeta!
Pretty level.
Boah.
About 10% above the average of the brawlers of which they pick, but despite that, the kill share is very even across the board.
Yeah, I mean, we see a Mortis first pick. This is out of the ordinary for me. However, I think I've seen it a little bit inside of scrims, and this is to kind of put the pressure on Zeta right away. Can they respond to the Mortis pick? Can they find something that counters Mortis while also picking long-range brawlers that do well on this map specifically? So we're going to see how they respond to that.
Since you're saying Mortis as first pick is out of the ordinary for you, I'm going to call that an EMEA build pick as well, as we like to pick a brawler to pick up Blue Star first. We usually see a Mortis or a Kaze come in for that purpose. Now let's see if Zeta Division still snacks up that Kaze, so they also have something to pick up Blue Star. Mortis, of course, is going to be a tad bit quicker, but there's a fight at least for it. One of the most big brawlers from their side is Bell. Now we have it
Young auf Zeta.
just for the mobility against the Mortis.
I really love that.
Das wird lustig für
It's
Q&A.
very much taking away from the side of Only Realm what they would probably like to have got their hands on. Bobby, as we know, a great tapper on that Bell pick, but in these final stages of the drafts, kind of what are you looking to achieve?
Was pickt man dagegen? Jean?
Suzuku and Batman, they picked Jae Young and Bell together.
Troll?
It's a very solid combo, and they're very safe right now against a lot of the Mortis. However, you might see a Kaze from them later, like you said, for that blue star.
Gus.
But you're going to expect to see Only Realm respond with some range of their own, like Gus right here. And the last pick could be a lot of things. They might go with another range brawler just to, you know, say, we're going to match your range, and we're going to have Mortis for our, you know, special pick.
Now the Gus one
Ist
is the
scheißegal
interesting
quasi.
one to me, as
Einfach nicht
Only Realm
stacken.
hasn't picked him up even once in scrims, really. Crow now coming in as their last pick, an
Die werden
anti-heal
stacken.
brawler.
Da kannst du Jean Gadget reinhauen.
Against the Jae Young, also to slow him down, of course, thanks to that Crow gadget. Interesting brawl
Ist
from
Jean da?
both sides.
Ja, aber
Very
muss nicht.
squishy on the left-hand side, as long as the Gus, of course, doesn't have his shield.
The irony there as well of
Kannst du noch anders
Only Realm
spielen.
being able to snag that Crow, knowing that it wasn't banned, knowing that Sands just can't stand playing into it. It's quite funny to me. Third and final pick coming in now.
Yeah, I mean, RT coming out from
RT.
Zeta division, it looks like they're just going to go for the range battle. They say, you know, you have Mortis, but we're not scared.
We always love to see a good Mortis draft. Let's see if Only Realm can pull it off and win this first map against Zeta division. Uben ready. What do
Ja,
you
bin ich
think of
gespannt.
Mortis?
I love the Mortis first pick here. I think even against anti-tank brawlers, he's really hard to bring down on these bounty maps, especially that hypercharged super bro is just unkillable.
Ja, RT ist gegen Mortis. Aber die haben immer noch einen Crow. RT zu hitten ist schwer. Gegen den Crow ist es nochmal deutlich schwerer.
Alright, let's jump into it. The last time that Bobby took on Stitampo was 2022 MSI. Much has changed since then, but Only Realm are still looking for that
Zeta, sagt ihr, wer gewinnt?
It's been 4 years since then. After they faced there, Bobby said, you know what? We got a set on them, and they looked vulnerable. They looked beatable. It's been 4 years,
Zeta.
but Bobby, put your finger sleeves where your mouth is
Zeta.
and show us who's truly the better brawler.
It's been unhygienic,
Zeta.
really, but I mean,
Zeta.
you gotta turn up, show up. Patchy gets picked up by Batman. There's a nice return from Bobby. This gives Only Realm that nice little
Zeta.
lead, and they will constantly be looking to pressure
Fünf
with these
Zeta
orders.
einwählen.
Sands is marked up, but will still come forward with confidence. He's just got to be careful, as he has the blue star.
Just waiting as he is marked, waiting for someone to push onto him. It would be much better if he had his super by now, but it's fine. As long as they're able to trade if he gets taken down, or if he can shove Stitampo into this right corner. Gonna pursue the kill on Batman.
Eigentlich spielt das gut.
Still trade onto Stitampo, but
Also Only Realm spielt das wirklich gut.
Bobby tries to take advantage now. He's marked up.
Boah.
Has to move away with the super
Also Tampo ist halt Zeta-Tampo, ne?
It's one after the other. Only Realm feeding Zeta division as they thought they saw a kill, but there was nothing.
You gotta respect the RT here. He will just drop legs on you and have bursts that you frankly cannot account for. Sands wants to come forward, but took a bunch of damage in doing so. Zeta happened to be defensive because look at all the nest eggs that Stitampo's have been able to set up on the right-hand side, functionally denying that lane from Only Realm.
RT hat Hyper.
Sands again. This is
Aye.
going for Stitampo. Positive reinforcement though, positive feedback, excuse me. Giving the shield and Suzuki with a hypercharge. It's almost impossible to counter.
At least they don't have to deal with another hypercharge, but they are behind by a significant margin. 7 stars to go and only 10 seconds to get there. Sands with no super. Patchy routes around all the nest eggs on the right side. It's time to
SK ist
push
nicht
in.
dabei,
5
ne?
seconds to go. Bobby would love to use a super here. Sands gets everyone on
Ah,
low.
Sans ist...
Bobby has to be
Alter!
1, 2 hypercharge pop, but
Boah.
still down by 2 stars as the clock ticks to
Ich sag's euch, das Game wird knapp. Das wird spannend.
There by Only Realm, but up until that point, it looked a little sloppy. Some jitters maybe.
Bro, wie spielt Zeta-Tampo, Bro?
But also some overextensions there midway through the game. I'm sure that's one of the main topics of discussion right now as we head into our next round.
Trigger happy, Only Realm. They had brawlers on low HP that thought they could go for the kills, and it was just misjudged, misguided. Suzuki dropped legs. Batman had great defense also, just not working out at all. It's going to be the first kill for Batman, taking down Patchy. Suddenly the blue star doesn't matter as much.
too greedy.
No kill for Sands either. Getting brawlers to low HP, but just can't finish off those kills. And that's where the healing from Batman really comes into play. You change these interactions so much. Once Mortis can't kill a brawler in 3 taps, 4 taps, then he's not able to kill them at all.
Sansi wants to dash forward in the L shape, but Suzuku is looking dangerous with a super at the ready. It's Batman again with another weekend warrior in the fidget spinner.
Too greedy.
Bring the Jae-Young down. It's only Realm fall behind by 7 stars. We still have over a minute of play, but
Ist der beste Spieler.
It has. Only Realm need to play synergistically here. Sans is going in solo, looking for ideal 1v1 matchups, but it's
Angel
never
Boy.
1v1. There's always Batman to help out. Now on the left side, gets the legs dropped. Suzuku can easily retreat back into that normal long-range form. With 50 seconds to go, I can honestly imagine this one not even going the distance. Only Realm send one Mortis in after the other. The only thing that can play around at this point with Mortis is getting a hypercharge and getting a team kill.
That's asking for a lot, especially up against a team like Zeta Division. Here comes Bobby, throws a bubble on himself, not on Sans. Instead it's Chitampu, who would have had a guaranteed hit off that mark, but Sans is close enough to dodge that arcing super. Still, Weekend Warrior dangerous. Sans haven't hit the light button. At least get out of the Jae-Young elimination. 4 stars to the good, and 22 seconds remain.
20 seconds and you have an RT hypercharge to face. It's basically an impossible task. They're going to have to pinch Suzuku first, then go for everyone else. But Batman and Chitampo on the flanks are playing quite aggressively to allow Suzuku to stay alive. Here come the Blender Blades out. Patchy down Sans.
1-0 Zeta.
Could it be enough? No. Even with the combo spinner out, it won't be sufficient. Bobby gets 2 right at the end, but it still will not be enough. A handy first set to Zeta Division.
Foot ist da, Juni. Foot spielt morgen.
Brilliant.
Chat, 100 Punkte. Müsst draufdrücken.
Questionable drafts, but this one looks pretty solid. Pretty hard to take issue with the brawlers that Zeta Division look to bring in here. Bella's incredible on this map. In general, the nest eggs are amazing. RT, such a powerful defensive brawler. And the fact that Zeta Division
Ja, Frey, ich sag's trotzdem. Aber sollte jeder durch sein, ja.
And honestly, put Only Realm in a chokehold towards the end of the set. Mortis is terrifying, but into the RT, I don't fancy it.
Yeah, and to the Jae-Young as well. Are you really worried about the amount of damage that Jae-Young can do? Not particularly. Mortis has good sustain once he gets his supers going, but there's just nothing you can do once the interactions are shifted such that you're never going to get a kill. You're never actually fighting a 1v1. Jae-Young is just healing his teammates, and they're going to survive with like 100, 200 HP every single time. We saw it happen for the first couple of Mortis interactions in Game 2, where Sans could not pick up the kill as a result of the support. You have to hand it to Only Realm for being inventive so as to pick up that Mortis as a first pick, prioritize it, and play around it in an entertaining way. But I will say, most of the games so far, they did not manage to hold on to that blue star
400 Punkte. Auf der Webseite. Da kommt so ein Knopf. Einfach draufdrücken.
They were not able to do that.
Off to Deathcap Trap now for our second set. Leon, as a global ban, sort of discussed a little bit briefly on the desk. It is by far the most picked brawler by this Zeta Division squad and is actually one of their go-tos on this particular map. So that out of the way sort of clears a potentially problematic brawler up. But if you're Only Realm now, you're thinking a bit more, deeply here. Lumi does double ban. No one wants to deal with it on this map. She's very, very good at controlling a lot of those small chokes. Grim and Frostbite is still a huge problem, and the stopping power that
Stopp auf der Webseite. Event.supercell.com.
Something either squad wants to deal with, but it also means that this Chester was valued higher than the Lumi by Zeta Division.
Ja, auch nix. Die wollen halt, dass man alle 3 Tage schaut.
Basically, Only Realm have last pick. They're just thinking about what is going to be picked last. And you can see a target ban over here also. Just generally good, but a brawler that Sans really spams hard is Shade. So
da ist keiner. Der war noch kurz da.
To get rid of that one.
Do they have to pick Mortis here if you're Only Realm?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No. Into Chester, it's basically not a winning matchup.
Zeta have a 100% win rate with Mortis and Chester. That duo of brawlers combined. They have won every single set in which they've been able to get both of them over the last week or so in the lead up to this tournament. They have not lost a single set when they've gotten Chester in scrims. It's a little scary. Yeah, you don't want to pick Mortis into it, I get it, but now you're also allowing your opponent to have...
Ja, 100% Winrate mit Chester ist halt krank.
Ruff's here going to be starting to round out this draft a little bit more. Obviously, we
Jetzt lernst du, wie man zuspielt.
So that'll be something to be feared.
I think it'll be a comfortable brawler for him. It's not going to be amazing into Chester because Chester should still reliably hit the spread shots, but should be good against anything on the 4-5 turn that gets aggressive. You sort of need something like this to round out your composition, something that will aggress the enemy gem carrier. Chester should be also outmatched in any like sort of longer range matchup, so it's going to be nice for Colonel Refs to play there. There's the Mortis. This is what you called out. The combination here, but only Realm have to have been expecting this. I mean, it's not like we have any information that they don't. So what do they have in store to stay away from the Mortis? Stu is a preemptive reaction to this, but something to play anti-tank against that Mortis, something with a better hypercharge.
Otis, maybe? At least you have some degree. It's a pretty popular pick for this only Realm squad. Need to be able to, put an end to it. Here's the penny to be picked up here. Obviously, something that's going to deny the sandbags pretty effectively, and honestly, just be a real nuisance.
Der ist schon weg, Jun, ja.
Starts to lock on.
Ich glaube, das ist nur kurz da.
Like better anti-tank into Mortis, honestly. They could go aggro themselves.
Was pickt man dagegen?
That penny turret is going to be quite troublesome. I don't
Rot ist gebannt, Chest ist gepickt.
Here either, because you run bags here and Penny's going to pierce right through them like it's no problem at all. So you're missing a lot of stuff.
Trunk.
You're going for an aggro but high HP last selection. It's going to be able to get over to the enemy side. Also with that radius of attack, you will be able to fire through walls, hit the crit spot. Also should be able to
Macht man das so?
in just a couple of shots. So I see the method here. I am not so confident in their ability to keep those backlines alive into the Mortis, however.
Now Zeta Division got off to a great start in East Asia this year, winning that first.
NA pickt aber sehr viel Trunk auf Gem.
Their placings have declined, right? But that could also be a sign of the region itself getting stronger. This is another good draft from a team that we often criticize in that regard.
Ne, Mo macht nichts gegen Mortis.
Zeta Division ahead 1-0.
The lanes are set. It's Patchy on mid. Sands on the side lane trying to ricochet these shots around to Suzuku. Meanwhile, Bobby going directly for the enemy lifelines, but Stetampo's able to easily get a super off that.
Gefällt mir nicht.
Setup. Is Patchy going to break the wall open to disrupt this stronghold? It would certainly be valuable, but he's holding on to all 4 gems, and it would just be a waste of all that control and all of the progression towards the objective they've already gotten. Suzuku, of course, exactly where he wants to be. Bobby gets serious damage on Stetampo, but isn't able to finish off the kill. And look at the cycle for Stetampo. He's probably a couple of attacks off of his hypercharge.
Yeah, Bobby needs to get a little bit of help, I think, when he goes in. Just a slight pinch from Patchy to help him win that 1v2 could be all that's required. To get another super used. He's slightly off course there, and it knocks him away.
Der Chuck-Pick gefällt mir gar nicht. Null.
Frankly, Sands is instantly dead whenever Suzuku pulls up on him. There's not a whole lot that can be done.
Der feedet nur.
Gets that 5th gem, and Zeta Division have themselves a lead.
A hypercharge for Bobby could shift things up. However, Zeta Division with their turret placed over here leaves it pretty vulnerable to Bobby. He's going to attempt to push in, and despite getting pinched quite hard, will not go down. Stetampo not hitting these shots. Bobby's getting expert positioning. Meanwhile, Patchy is on Suzuku duty. Just wants one more gem, and then to get away and attempt at a pinch. Patchy gets away relatively scot-free, and Suzuku over-aggressive will fall. 3v2 now. Zeta Division just back up.
Eine gute Chunk, Hyper und wir haben das Game gewonnen.
Work with, but a couple more gems over to only Realm will make this impossible for Zeta Division to just pick up a couple more gems and then retreat. It is going to be likely an exchange of the lead as things progressively interrupt.
Hat gemacht.
Huge in there from Bobby, and that's going to get the gems nice and loose.
Hat gemacht.
Patient over the lead up to that fight, and Bobby's able to go 1 for 2 and put Patchy at critical mass.
Patchy just needs to back up. 5 seconds to go. Stetampo so far away. Suzuku would love to dash in, get onto Patchy, dashes into the corner. Oh,
Hallo Simon.
Close. Suzuku almost got him on the return of those hypercharged bats. Would have been a countdown interruption, but they would have been too low on utility to keep
up. Hab nicht gesehen, wo der ist. Maybe.
Still shows you the kind of fire behind their eyes. Even when they are losing, they refuse to give up such a close match.
Ja, oder?
Will they be able to do it again? Just a weird interaction where Bobby posthumously took down the gem carrier of Stetampo. This time he's getting Suzuka. It's exactly the lane that he wanted. This time not feeding Stetampo early on.
Yeah, he wants to fight the Mortis as early and as often as possible. Trunk is someone who makes use of those raw stats from the hypercharge better than most other brawlers because he's a tank, but it's the damage over time that the Ants deal that got those gems dropped at the end of that last round. You've got to watch out for that Trunk hyper. There's pressure through the backside. Suzuka's able to dive in on Sands, who will be his ideal target. And Patchy doesn't really have anywhere to go. He's caught there by the lifeblood. Suzuku has 2 gems to his name, and Bobby is not really involved.
Suzuku had 2 gems and didn't even care about getting out of there. He just wanted more kills. Keep only Realm back as long as he possibly can. And yes, Bobby was completely behind the enemy, not really contributing much to the battle, just trying to circle behind. Gonna do it again this time, going for Batman, who had the Jawbreaker ready.
Das ist die Hyper.
At mid has basically
Die Hyper-Ult von Trunk lässt die Ameisen noch angreifen. Beim Dashen.
Here's a hypercharge for Sands. Toss over to the right side where Patchy will pick it up. Having two hypers is always better than just having one. Huge.
Das wird schwer jetzt. Das wird sehr schwer.
As he gets two, it's a full team wipe, and Zeta Vision run away with 10 gems.
Yeah, not a particularly close game at all now. Shitampa's able to use that hypercharge Taro, which is going to send extra cannonballs in. Suzuki with a hypercharge of his own, he's basically unkillable. And yes, Patchy can go coast to coast with that hypercharge super.
Der Reset aber wird nicht viel bringen.
Batman and 8 able to pop that zoning super. Shitampa should be able to run interference here against this Stu. Santa looking for something here. Shitampo taken down. Batman though still healthy enough. 4 seconds left. Bobby encroaching, getting closer. And there it is.
Kommt er raus?
Brought down. Gems handed over, but not all of them. Shitampo still carrying 5. Suzuki also diving deep now, threatening Bobby as he tries to walk away.
Bobby with 6 gems. It should be enough for Only Realm to climb up here in terms of the gem count, but he's taking so much damage, trying to get in close range. Batman with yet another Jawbreaker and a whip super for Bobby. At least it pushes Batman on the right side. Gems still on the ground. Patchy just trying to pick up as many as he can, but he knows it's over. It's game 2 to today's Zeta Division and a tied upset.
Zeta Division bounce back, and frankly, the game plan really looks like he's executed somewhat flawlessly.
Es geht wirklich schnell, Simon.
Dominating in the mid-range.
Die ist so billig, ich muss die eigentlich erhöhen, ehrlich.
Felt like it took ages for Patchy to really be able to build up any gems at all, and Bobby was constantly kited by the rest of Zeta.
Look at this as Suzuki tries to get into close range versus Bobby. Wasn't able to do it, got hit by the crit in the midst
Bro,
of
that's
that.
fixed.
But with Bobby being such a huge pool of HP, it means tons of free supercharge for Mortis. Meanwhile, Shitampo's getting extremely aggressive.
Was ist billig? FL auf YouTube.
Down there because he's got his super. That's exactly what they want. And look at Patchy pushing up aggressively, trying to disrupt the stronghold where inevitably that turret is going to be placed.
Ja, vielleicht ist Trunk kurz vor der Hyper gewesen. Wegen dem hat er sie wahrscheinlich am Zuge. Ja, Joni, es geht schnell.
Sands has to take a big risk here going after that turret. Is going to be taken down as a result. Shitampa with a salty barrel deployment, and there's Suzuki ready to clap Bobby. But Patchy, he picked up 6 gems amidst all that chaos and takes him to a safe part of the map.
Junket Hyper.
Patchy's been a significant contributor in terms of control. Now he's trying to control this mid
Kann
lane.
eklig werden.
Around from Shitampo, got away from the salty barrel just in the nick of time. Now Bobby gets to close in and get a kill on Shitampo. Now expires at the hands of Battleman, but it's okay. Patchy and Sands both in position with this hypercharge super over the right side. Watching for Bobby, has that hypercharge of his own. He can cycle forth another one, but he's gonna have to play hyper aggro. We don't know what super Batman has either. Seems like Bobby is just a Jawbreaker magnet. Every single time he pushes forward, there's a stun awaiting him on the other side. So he's been hesitant to use it so far, but it's about to be go time.
Bobby knows he's got to clear that hyper turret, and he goes with a hyper
Boah, starke Hyper. Dort sind alle Gems, das ist wichtig. Und jetzt hat er nochmal eine. Das ist brutal.
Yet another turret also deployed, and Bobby's going to step up quickly, try and clear that out with the help of that Ruff's gadget.
Suzuki, battered and bruised, move over towards the right side alongside Batman. It's countdown for Only Realm, but they cannot retreat just yet. Now they can, they have 11. But they gotta
Also Trunk carried. Kann man wirklich nicht sagen. Also Trunk hat also krass.
To this Mortis Chester comp, and for the first time in a hot minute, Zeta Division has served up an L while using that nasty 1-2 punch. That no mouths were harmed in the filming of those thumb slips.
Not in anyone's mouth at the moment, but yo, the gloves are off, but you know, the gaming equivalent, the tablet gaming equivalent, the finger sleeves are off, and it's one of those where on stage, it feels almost uncharacteristic of Zeta Division to go like, okay, it's the finger sleeves that are the problem. Let me take these off because something
Bobby? Wieso?
that isn't conveniently already in their head to fix.
Ihr könnt voten, 10 ist richtig.
Feels like last year in those World Finals, Bobby and his team limped into that tournament.
And you could tell they weren't feeling confident about the result. They made it there, and that in itself was kind of an achievement they were satisfied with. Here, though, it's grim determination. Their jaws are set. They've really stepped up in North America.
Hello, Sharps.
Very competitive this year.
Ich sehe, da gewotet habe. So.
Younger squads coming up. Great to see them here look competitive in this series as well. Chitampo and Batman vomiting damage over the course of this set, but you've got to hand it to Only Realm. The trunk disruption and Patchy's ability to make sure he snaps up those gems with the utility offered.
Steht's 1-1.
Gets them the dub.
I was incredibly impressed by how consistent Patchy was throughout this. Even in game number 2, which they lost, Patchy stayed alive for so long, peppering the enemy with shots.
Das linke Team,
You know,
Only Realm, Rum,
for a potential snag of those gems at the end of the game. Bobby, of course, came in with the trunk super and couldn't quite escape and save the game there. But that is the sort of mentality that they're coming at this with. These are the sort of mechanics that Only Realm boast. Are they a real competitor for the players that were marked to be
noch
the
mehr
best in the world mechanically?
Yeah, I mean the core of this team were
ist halt immer noch aktiv, ne?
At those world finals.
Yes.
Zeta Division, of course, got grouped as well. It was a less than auspicious showing for them, but regionally both these squads have looked very strong. We're gonna have a PS locked in straight away here on Gold Arm Gulch. Definitely a high priority brawler.
You just got to take him, basically. He's the best sniper. There are ways that you can deal with him. You can try and get aggro on him, and then what's going to happen? Well, he's going to swap gadgets, and he'll blast you away. Does it cost him in ammo? Sure, but it costs you your life on a mode like Knockout, where you cannot sacrifice yourself. Unless it's going to be
Patches du, Main. Das ist aber Weltbestes du.
On the 2-3 turn, how do you respond to Pierce? A lot of times you don't, actually. You're just sort of marching to the beat of your own drum, and you're willing to let this very powerful brawler go the other way. A brawler that has, in the past, been worthy of global bans even.
Yeah, this Pierce, by the way, is actually more of a takeaway.
Gina Artisan macht. Jetzt müssen die noch auf Tick aufpassen.
Played that much in the last couple of weeks in preparation. When they have, I mean, it's been like a 30% win rate for them, but they know it's
Call draften.
They also know that
Darf nicht.
Zeta Division love to play this brawler, one of their most picked.
Die Calls werden überwacht. Du bist mit einem Admin in Call gesteckt. Das geht nicht.
And one sneaky ban that I think really matters is this kit. Both teams banning that one away. I mean, Zeta Division have like some of their best scrim results with that in the lineup, so don't want to deal with that. And Ruff's already starting to add some depth here to this Only Realm comp.
Yeah, I don't know. This is not something that I would really be worried about Zeta Division playing, because a lot of times you want to run Bags here, and Bags are just like terrible against Pierce. If he uses his super, then it dispenses a projectile
Bist du wirklich zäh?
one of those sandbags. So
Spaß dir.
your team is just going to get hammered, but it will prevent.
Ja, irgendwas mit. Der konnte nicht einreisen. Hat nicht geklappt.
So it's another useful thing to have on your side. Final thing here for Only Realm. I think Pierce is a good enough hypercharge brawler on his own.
Cold.
Wall break. Very interesting.
Gegen Tick.
DPS. Also, this just oozes confidence in this brawler. Now,
Cold gegen Zeta zu spielen. Ich sag das mutig. Hallo Hassan.
But he basically spams shots now. You have infinite ammo as this brawler, also one that's
Ja, Kasa.
good at.
And that move speed as well is insane.
I'm looking forward to Sansa's skill expression on this brawler, but I think that there's still room for Zeta Division to go for something creative.
Hallo Jonas.
They just say, okay, cool, we can play long range too. We'll outrange the Colt.
Yep, they have range and they have wall break inside the Colt. Not that they're necessarily going to be excited about, you know, doing that against a PS, but still pretty well-rounded setup here for Zeta Division. Like we mentioned coming in, that was the one area of their game that had looked a little bit weaker. Outside of that, right, they've got World Championship players, they've got...
Bro, wie spielt der mit dem Tisch? Das will ich sehen.
So in Meshi, so these guys definitely feel like they are well positioned to make that run and continue to put East Asia on the map. But it's a tight series, folks, heading into Gold Arm Gulch now to be the PS Cup up against the Brock setup.
Heavy stack on the right side. It is always a prediction game. Whoa! Early takedown for
Bro.
Chitampo. Now, how often do you see that? Well, already this one's a wash for Only Realm. They're just playing for supercharge and hypercharge at this point. Zeta Division have supers of their own. Chitampo has one for a kill confirm.
Aber die spielen 2 gegen 3 von Anfang an.
I feel like they've basically accepted this is going to happen anyway, and that they lose in the sharpshooter matchup, so they'd probably rather the wall stay up for now. Instead, just breaking these typical entry points for Only Realm into the side lanes so that they can't be caught off guard.
Yeah, already 2 supers built up by Zeta Division in that one little elimination encounter. That's actually crazy. And now it's a matter of denying that from Only Realm. Do not give Bobby and Super, and the Colt, of course, Apache, any of Sans, excuse me, any of their supercharge.
Haven't seen much wall break either from Colt. Looks like he's planning on doing it just with his supers. How often do you see a brawler walk all the way to the enemy side to expire in the poison? Not very frequently. Okay, Only Realm, reset. Go left side this time, and it's good. Look at the west side of the arena while Zeta Division has the east. And Zeta Division still have that utility from last round. Shitetampo could look for a bunch of damage with the use of his super, but probably going to be reserved for a kill confirm.
Bobby here being denied damage on this diagonal as Batman is trying to scout.
Machen die? Was macht wer?
He starts to build towards that magic head. It'll be pretty important, unless it is stymied by sandbags, of course.
Was für ein Puzzle.
Magic Puffs will keep Zeta Division fighting fit.
G-Pol wird viel entscheiden.
Give them a great defensive option in that end game. It's going to be Only Realm that have to make the move here.
Aber ein gesetupten Tiers ist eklig. HP Boost, Damage Boost,
Only Realm also know
Ult.
that you just play for the end game because you have a radius, it's a circle, and everything's going to be closing in towards the center at the end. Bobby also
Also Endgame Kraft für die.
to his hypercharge. I mean, he's gotten quite a bit of damage since he first got that super, so it is possible. But they're playing really risky right now. They'll get Suzuku to boot. Then
Haben die gut gemacht.
that goes nowhere. Shitetampo, the last one remaining, debating
Haben die
whether
gut
he'll
gemacht.
use his super, but he's just going to save it for the next round, playing very conservatively.
Why did Suzuki drop the legs there? You leave yourself so vulnerable.
Needed to tank, basically. You get the shield, so you can tank for your teammates, maybe get them some utility, maybe some more hyper charge or something like that. But beyond that, no, not too much. Suzuku also would love to get some damage because he wants his hypercharge for round 3.
Oh, there it is. Hypercharge Rocket Rain from Shitetampo drops Patchy very low. Sans, though, fires back with a Bullet Storm. And outside of those, still occupying the middle part of the map. Both support brawlers have healing. It's
Dürfen also jetzt nicht eingedrückt werden.
Magic Puffs here.
Ich denke, RC wird auch gleich Ult haben.
Bad for Only Realm. It's going to come down to Sans to
Müssen
get
da raus.
here. Meanwhile, he can't feed Suzuku. He's got to be so close to his hypercharge, and if he gets that hypercharge, it is curtains for anyone trapped in the
Kill
corner.
wäre
Bobby
wichtig.
now has his hypercharge too. So
Sans ein Lucky Hit, Full Clip.
just gonna have to pop it raw. No super, no nothing. Could be
Einfach
no
daneben.
nothing from Batman either. On the left side, Sans desperately low on HP. Here comes the hypercharge. It's gonna be some damage on
Stark von Bobby. Sehr stark von Bobby.
But Sans is only barely alive. There's no way. There's no
Aber
way
das
they
werden die
come
nicht
back from
gewinnen.
this.
Das geht nicht. Das geht nicht.
Keeping them away. Sans can't do another.
1-0.
Zeta Division take the lead in set 3.
Classic example of close but no cigar there, but in that last round for Only Realm, they were instantly forced out of the middle of the map. Zeta Division played with confidence. They knew they could project a lot more threat, and they forced the American squad to play from the south into a number of small chokes where eventually you just die to gene damage.
Da gibt's heute noch ungefähr 3 Stunden. 2-3 Stunden.
Game number 1, it's
Hello,
East
Mert.
versus West. This time, however, the wall break comes out instantly from Shitetampo. They're not really interested in playing around these walls anymore. It would be very favorable for Patchy, and they don't want to feed hypercharges to him because those are going to find themselves directly onto Bobby. And dude, the Pierce hypercharge is basically a win condition here, especially when everyone is forced into close quarters by poison.
Yeah, you don't want to be stood around in that big old purple circle when it comes in. Santi is going to be outranged by Shitetampo. He's feeling burn as a result of that. His incendiary fields also zoning him further back.
Das sind beide gut, Nick. Ein Fehler, es entscheidet die Games auf so einem Niveau. Deswegen war ich auch so enttäuscht von Ace gegen Bounty Hunter, weil die nur Fehler hatten. Und gute Teams, da machst du nichts. Sobald hier ein Team einen Fehler macht, die haben das Game verloren.
But it's about to be the execute. Sans from the top side, ready to press things down. Doesn't want to get taken down early. Is at risk of doing so. Gets tapped by the magic puffs and by the.
Digga, holy Bobby. Holy Bobby.
And Only Realm with 2 members remaining.
Ich glaube, Bobby ist in seiner Prime.
Dangerous it is in those situations against the Pierce. He hits a shot,
Der ist kein Unk, Bro.
He hits a shot, drinks bottle, he's just vomiting those shots across the
Teamful.
map. And has built that super, which is going to matter once more as the gas starts to close. Only Realm don't really want to make
Der Colt macht's auch gut. Aber Bobby carried das. Vorhin auf Trunk und jetzt auf Pierce.
They can't afford to be forced out.
Dann Ult, dann Ult.
You're not gonna fake him out. Batman expected
Ist mir
a back
links.
dodge, which is why I think he auto-aimed that pull. Now Sands on the top side still alive. He has been so slimy on the lane. He's rotating downwards now. I guess he just...
Ja, 100% Pasi. 100%.
Batman here knows that he can dodge some of those shots and get his super as a result. Bobby Patchy also dropped to about half HP. Will have to retreat onto the right side. Sands has a super.
He's so low.
Oh, he's too low. In fact, expires inside of the incendiary from Brock.
Stark von
2 members
Zeta.
remaining for Zeta Division earn them round number 2. Just one away from taking this set.
Could be it right here. Set hangs in the balance. Only Realm have to assert themselves.
Ich hoffe, Only Realm gewinnt.
Might just be too late.
Fürs 1-1.
Clearing out some of these walls. And yeah, okay, great damage there off Sands. Shitafo forced into a long straightaway, which is exactly the trap Sands was hoping to set.
Boah! Digga, hat ihn aus Uganda gepullt! Ein Speedcold aus Uganda gepullt! Das ist wirklich krank. Batman to Deadman.
Can get his hypercharge, there is a real fighting chance for him to win this 1v2.
He's going to play it though into these sandbags, and he does not have the ability to drop them. He'll drop legs, take some shots, move up. Bobby marks, but
Ey, ich spiele super, ne?
And it looks like Oldham Gulch is going all the way to the wire.
We knew it was going to be a close match. I didn't know it was going to be this close. 1-1 here in set number 3.
Ach so krank. Dachte doch nicht.
We're going to set number
Also, je nachdem welches Team oder welches Matchup, aber Brawl Esports ist geil.
Yeah, gone are the times where I think one set was acceptable.
Yeah,
as it was back then. That was an era where E-Stage really dominated, but since then, we've seen that challenged by EMEA and also occasionally by teams like Bobby's back in 2023.
Same layout as last time, only Realm on the bottom left of the diagonal, Zeta Division same on the top right. Now Zeta Division did get their utility farmed up earlier on in the round.
Hello,
in the last game, we'll see if that repeats itself. Also different priority on wall break, they go for bush break, basically on the bottom left with Shtetamo. He's keeping that wall at the top center open, and Patchy is
sogar sonst schon. Ich sag's euch, Chat, E-Sports ist das geilste wert. Scheiß mal auf Ladder oder Ranked, also E-Sports. E-Sports ist...
Expecting only Realm to give up some of that ground, but can't overextend. Ruff does a surprising amount of damage, and obviously he's pretty darn good at deflecting those spread shots with his sandbags.
It's drive time now. Sands ready for the push from the top side by Suzuki. He's inevitably going to use that super. That's going to be a bunch of damage on the Shitafo. Sands!
Das ist so krank, was die machen, ne? Das ist immer noch Zeta, Bro. Das ist Zeta.
One more to take the leg up on Zeta Division.
I think it's pretty clear that without an RT hypercharge, Zeta Division do not win in that endgame scenario. No. They need to find a magic hand connection before we get to that point. They have some leverage in terms of a rocket rain as the gas closes in, but I don't favor them. That's the hook they're looking for.
Er trifft jeden voll, egal wie weit. Stark von Suns.
By Sands in a flurry of bullets.
Too aggressive. You had to know that that is the point. That is when
Verlieren muss gegen Humble. Ja.
Ruffs has already dropped his bags. That's what you can get the pull. Whoa, but solo and isolated on the left side. Sands will fall.
Einfach nicht mehr feeden. Einfach raus. Und dort hier nicht feeden.
Save that hypercharge for Bobby in the next round. Ends up feeding a hypercharge to Shtetamo will be very useful for him, but here it comes. Early game. Break open. Oh, excuse me. No, not breaking open the walls. He is running field promotion, but having that hypercharge puts Bobby so close to a game-winning ability. Sands also straight line.
Digga, Bobby!
Here it comes. Bobby! 2, 5, dominoes in a chain. 3 puts only Realm into set number 3 with a victory. We're going to set number 4. Lead for only Realm.
Bro, ich kann das nicht mal gegen Ladder. Er macht das gegen Zeta on Stage.
Position and the ace up the sleeve against anything that Zeta Division were willing to bring against them. Ruffs is so crucial.
Danke, voller Jonas. Und ihr habt ohne Spaß die besten seit lange gehabt. Ja, die sind brutal gut. Wirklich. Die sind brutal gut.
And you said you were looking forward to seeing that skill expression from the Colt. I think we got it, and we got it when it counted too.
Sands is such a good cult, man. No other way to put it, basically. He's just slimy on the movement. It's exactly the pairing that you want with the brawler that gets so quick when there's a requirement, but you see he's still staying cool under pressure. I think Patchy is particularly happy to...
Ich hab's vorhin gesagt, das ist das vorgezogene Finale. Das könnte Finale sein. Die zwei. Und das, obwohl es noch Foot gibt. Es gibt noch Crazy Raccoon. Es gibt noch Humble. Es gibt noch Tribe. Ah, Bro.
Patchy had to play them twice at last year's Brawl Cup as well, and lost both times.
Ich spiele aus bei Crazy Raccoon. Tensei. Wer noch? Melty. Kann das sein?
Literal world champion, dangerous. Certainly, but the tides have shifted a little bit, and NA is finally on the come up.
Moja, Milcreo, genau. Stimmt. Tensei, Moja und Milcreo.
As we head over to Sneaky
Melty Reject? Ah, okay.
Different dynamic here, much more prioritization.
Stimmt, wo ist Reject, Bro?
10
Kills im Knockout, das ist geisteskrank.
Yes. We witnessed Goldarm Gulch just a moment ago. And we finally get to see
Dieser Win wird unfassbar wichtig sein. Unfassbar wichtig. Weil wer hier gewinnt, wird Gruppenerster. Der Gruppenzweite spielt gegen Humble. Morgen. Am Sonntag. Wer hier verliert, spielt gegen Humble.
would come down to a draft that leaves a major opening at the professional level of play. You're not often offered this chance. First selection over to Only Realm, and we already know what Sands is going to play. You remember it from 2023 when he finished
Sandy first
in the world. Give me the Sandy.
Sandy obviously really powerful on this map.
Holy NA draft.
Short range, but stopping power in that Sweet Dreams gadget, and also a hypercharge that now gives your team that speed boost inside the Sandstorm, which is huge.
Das ist Sandy
You
Main.
have an advantage as your opponents are being revealed constantly, because you're obviously.
Mach ich, Alexander, ja.
But now your ability to charge up the
Morgen und übermorgen.
you have that extra mobility is crucial.
Das kommt immer wieder random, Akasa. MVP kommt erst am Ende. Am Ende kommt MVP. Das gibt 100 Punkte. Also wenn Only Realm jetzt gewinnt, kommt danach MVP. Sonst erst nach dem 5. Ot ist auch noch offen. Hier ist offen. Ruff's offen. Oh, Digga, ist alles offen. Digga, die haben 3 Sandy-Counter gebannt und Sandy gegangen. Der Draft ist full auf Sandy. Die kennen irgendwas. Das Nita-Ban, Ems-Ban, Grip-Ban. Alle 3 countern Sandy.
Fantastic for getting some assassinations for a brawler that's playing mid. I think Sandy is like also possible to play mid, but isn't a great matchup into Chester. I'm looking more at the goal scoring potential of this brawler. You super forward, you self-pass, then you have a super ready on the other side that you can use to shoot the ball into the goal. You can cross the field and get a pretty cheeky goal off of it.
I wonder if Only Realm are trying to maybe offer up the chance to take a bull. Do they want to play Shade into this? Otis is something we see them draft pretty commonly. And it's like a main.
Ja, Ruffs sehe ich auch. Aber dann sind die anfällig. Die können eigentlich kein Ruffs gehen. Trunk? Trunk?
Yes, it is. Trunk locked in. So it's possible that, yeah, Only Realm is saying the ball's open. You guys can take it.
Yeah. You could. Is Trunk going to outlive you is another question. You have a couple of brawlers waiting to mute you, you know, stun you in some shape or form. It has been completely offered up. With the Nita out,
Wenn die jetzt nicht einfach Bull gehen?
it is a huge possibility for Zeta Division. And it would also break some of these walls. Rico making it a
Rico auch sehr stark.
So Rico's a mighty fine selection.
Die Rico hat Triple Matchup. Das sollte Zeta gewinnen.
Yeah, I mean, Trunk has that gap close potential, which you're always looking for. And insane amounts of durability. We already saw what Bobby was able to do with it on Deathcap Trap earlier. That was picked up mostly to deal with those turrets behind many of these walls, but was great at being disruptive, diving that backline and securing that player advantage. The Otis here can be a big deal. Saw that earlier on today. Very important when you have to play him into those, you know, 1vx scenarios.
Niemand erkannt. Bayerisch Pin. Der mit dem Brezel, ja.
have some work to do to stay alive in the series.
Looking for the initial control. Shetampo on the right side is trying to disrupt Patchy. Meanwhile, Sans.
Boah, Sans hat Ding verkackt.
Not the greatest
Gadget.
gadget in the world. It would have been a guaranteed kill onto Suzuku, I believe, if he had managed to hit that. Whoa, what angles from Shetampo does manage to push away after an exchange. Bobby sent back home, and these bushes belong to Zeta Division. So what's the method for Only Realm to push back into this? Well, I'm gonna wait here for a second. I wonder what is happening here.
There's an issue down there on the stage.
Yeah.
So we're probably gonna have this game
wiederholt.
back here.
Halbfinale. Das ist Gruppenphase. Gammelboy. Ne, die haben ein Problem. Lags oder irgendwas. Oder Stark, irgendwas.
I'm sure he's listening out for you guys.
I'm sure he wants to be reminded.
Das ist aktuell Gruppenphase, Gammelboy. Morgen sind die anderen Gruppen dran. Und am Sonntag ist dann K.O.-Phase. Dann beginnt Halbfinale, Finale und so weiter.
That's why Sand slammed his desk and everything fell off of it. That's why we're calling this pause. But obviously that's a composition that is really very powerful in terms of control. Sandy, Otis, brawlers you've got in there, and then you can start throwing the trunk at your opponents.
Yeah, I think it could also be a preemptive thing into the Mortis. We watched the Mortis versus Trunk interaction. Mortis just doesn't have enough damage to really take that Trunk down. He can farm Hypercharge and Super off of it, which is what you're ultimately playing for as Mortis. As with any brawler, it's great to just by default win the interaction, but in the long play, that is Mortis's ultimate goal. And I think that's probably part of it. You know, they had to play this into the Mortis previously. The Mortis and Chester combo looked to work quite well for Zeta Division. But this time they had to be preemptive. They weren't afforded the privilege of a last pick.
But honestly, it's hard for us to point the finger at Zeta Division's drafts as maybe being the reason why they've fallen behind in the series. This is just generally really good Brawl stars.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think that like both teams have done their homework, right? A lot of the bans from Only Realm have been very targeted. You know, like seeing like Leon Global Band is a huge, should be a huge alarm bells here.
Is that Swisser?
Opponents have read up on what to expect from them really well.
Chat?
And we came into this year in NA, and the story was not actually about.
Und das ist Ding!
In fact, I think
das ist Kusi, oder? Nicht Kusi, Marv. Oder? Hallo, Solito.
Going to be around the place, but there were, far more promising prospects, showing up. Youngsters that had actually sort of, hit the scene and started to look like they were going to rule it. Even Zeus Esports, right, who were Zeus at the time, and then God knows what they changed their name to. Just these guys that never really found the spotlight before were starting to contest the old dogs. We weren't even talking about Tribe Gaming at some points. Funny how things sort of started to settle though.
Bro.
Now, Tribe and Only Realm have sent their representatives here to once again take on the world.
It feels kind of interesting, a Tribe roster in the top two, Bobby's team in the top two. Take me back to 2022 and 2023. This is the last era in which Bobby and Sans were so profitable at the top of the region. Also, Patchy scraping the World Finals on numerous occasions with different rosters with Luminosity. And this is a return to form for them by the looks of things. But
Bro, du bist nicht tough.
different reasons. We watched Bobby profit in an era where he was incredibly back to the game. Now, he's not the one stealing the show mechanically. He's really just
Crazy Monty.
wisdom and the ability to draft as the game has matured and
Bro.
as he has matured with it.
Das ist 8.
Drafting himself as a centerpiece player on a centerpiece brawler. Frankly, that's kind of from Sans. Patchy on certain picks, right? Apache Stew is kind of legendary.
Yes.
Probably though one known to pick up the sharpshooter though here and there. It's just not always been a meta for them outside of the obvious PS pick, which we saw him show us.
Was das Game? Berlin.
That brawler is pretty disgusting. There's definitely a trend to
Der spielt PS! Kann nicht sein.
One innocuous example of this was Byron, obviously crept in.
Ja, jemand hat Probleme. Redfix.
Utility, great healing, but also a super that is a thrower ability. And I see Pierce in a pretty similar way, right? Being able to bypass those walls is interesting, and it's something that's been dabbled with a little bit with Mandy and the gadget of Angelo, but then no one wants to truly give these sharpshooters the ability to penetrate walls.
Doch,
Yeah,
doch.
that's kind of busted, but Pierce
Natürlich.
does that with far more regularity, I think, than his compatriots in that category.
It's in the name is
Ich glaube ja auch doch. Also mich stört's nicht. Genau, man kauft sich ein Ticket, Juni, um West zu spielen im Publikum. Kann man ja nicht von zu Hause aus, dafür muss man da hingehen.
In draft, especially, he has the versatility of, okay, do I become a better sharpshooter?
Nee, Mika.
Do I become even more viable at close range by being able to blast things away? But it is all the typical stuff here in Brawl Stars as we resume set number 4 here on Sneaky Fields.
So Shitampo carefully staying out of Bobby's range, but the gap is going to be closed just a little bit too late. Fantastic spacing from the young goat. Now Patchy very, very low.
Boah,
Zeta
Barenti.
Aren't going to give up too much space though, but now they have to defend deep in their own half.
Noticing also
Ich sag's euch, Rico-Pick war eine 10 von 10.
Sands go right early on, now going left, getting taken down by Shitampo. Zeta Division own these bushes, and as long as they're confident in staying here, they can camp out long enough to get their supers and hypercharges and win based off of that.
You see what Bobby has to do? He really has
Sandy
no
ult.
to dive on this
Ist der Ende Game Over, Bro?
There's no good answer to this comp from Zeta Division. Really nice drafting, and so far the execution has been above reproach.
Well, here comes the Sandy Super. It's going to expose all these bushes and allow only Realm in. Zeta Division have to fall back. As a result, that's going to be the stun. One more on the Shitampo will take him down. Bobby with the shield active, backs everyone.
Bobby.
And he has that hypercharge to work with. Only Realm can take this next one. They can rush all the way forward.
Rico muss auf Trunk Lane, sonst klappt das nicht.
Pretty lethal right there. Shitampo and Batman both with team wipe.
Schlechter Rico einfach. Boah, er hat überlebt.
Egg on the face of only Realm as they had a legitimate opportunity to win that game. Just out of their grasp.
The slight misplay as well. You saw Trunk super forward. He really wanted to clear that ball first, but maybe he was out of ammo or something and didn't get to toss it away. He also didn't get close enough to the ball to pick it up. So
Ich bin für ein gutes Game.
will end up giving so much value to Zeta Division.
Ich kann's beide spielen sehr gut.
Here comes the early game interaction once again. This time they put Sands on mid. Bobby starts off on the right, rotates over towards the left. They don't have enough firepower at mid to keep on this. Patchy will at least try to get some damage, maybe get a kill, but Suzuki's not going to give this to him for free. Instead looks to stagger his respawn.
Patchy's been tapping though. Did a good job of forcing Shitampo away. Zeta Division immediately lane swapped the Rico out of the Otis lane.
Weiß nicht.
Burnt down as soon as he emerges.
Klar, die haben einen Trunk, der eine Hyper will, und eine Sandy, die eine Ult will, aber Bro, die haben halt einen Chester und ein Mo-Gegner-Team. Weiß nicht, ob man die feeden will. Bobby angreifen.
Hypercharge expended. Patchy has a hypercharge of his own. Can he get a mute? Man easily walks it in. What was the order of that hypercharge? Patchy decided not to use it, but he could have actually saved the goal if he used it.
Der Sandsturm deckt die ganze Map auf. Das ist broken. Stark von Bobby. Sehr stark. Wieso schießt er nicht? Was machen die? Was machen die? Holy Throw! Was machen die?
Reaction from Zeta Division, but a complete misplay from Only Realm. Bobby didn't want to risk tossing that ball in.
Kein Schuss? Ja, dann rennst du auch nicht rein. Und der hatte safen Schuss. Der hatte voll lang nicht mehr geschossen. Der hatte bestimmt was.
It's going to be difficult for Only Realm to access it. They got actually quite a bit of time to work with here, and some utility too.
How do they dig this out? They've got to go there in person, which means they need full map control or a team wipe. Yeah, Bobby's going to have to go in and get it done himself. Batman hits the stun.
Schlecht von Bobby.
Is nasty work. Batman not quite able to walk away from Bobby, who now needs to super yet again to avoid this. And oh boy, 24 seconds left. Only Realm, no close.
Nee, wir hatten 2-2. Der Rico-Pick war zu gut. Und vorm Tor müssen die das Ding machen.
Zeta Division have 15 seconds to pretty much not screw up because Only Realm have accepted defeat. They know that they're going to set number 5. They'll still walk in a straight line. Sands moving forward, auto-aiming. Same to Patchy as he just already knows the way.
Trunk hat gutes Matchup an. Problem ist, sie hatten einen Rico Last Pick.
Here. You want a blockbuster game to start off this Group B. The best out of North America and some of the most legendary individuals of Brawl Stars history infused with this younger talent in terms of Batman, right? But Shitampo still,
Weiß nicht, Okto.
still commanding attention.
Dann lieber geduldig spielen bei sowas. Das ist ein Throw. Und vorhin hat er auch gefroht, hier unten. Da hat er jemand halbe Stunde gechased. Er hätte den schießen sollen für Speedboost, dann kommt er ran und dann muss er nicht hier in die Ecke gehen und Rico. Er hat zweimal gekackt.
Zeta Vision were looking really, really good at the beginning of game number 1, you know, before there was a issue on stage. So I think there's a pretty solid argument to be made that they basically won it anyway. Also, stellar defense from them. They played that.
Er hat Creator-Code?
I think really, even if your opponent is making mistakes, you have to be on top of your game. Look how pitiful it was. Like, genuinely pitiful.
Schau sich den Rico an.
You have Rico and Chester playing against a couple of brawlers that are basically trying to walk forward. I'm looking at Sands on the Sandy and Bobby on the Trunk. Bobby had chances, however, to score a goal. I really think he could have slipped one past Stetampo as he was defending, and there was not enough damage from Patchy to take him down.
Mehr auch so. Viel mehr. Viel mehr. IKEA ist bei 1000, nur auf Spanisch. Drehbar hat auch 2.000, 3.000 teilweise. Ja, Englisch deutlich größer. Die kommen danach, Joni. Nach diesem Set. Nach diesem Set wird gefragt, wer ist MVP. Da kriegt ihr 100 Punkte.
You can tell that only Realm fully expected this Lumi as a first selection. They left it wide open, just got rid of other stuff that they didn't want to play into because really tell me how.
Also aktuell hat Only Realm echt gutes Matchup.
For a first pick. A lot of times you pick it up on the 2-3 turn. It's also a very safe brawl.
Er macht das unregelmäßig, Okto. Der streamt mal so, mal so, mal so. Die Leute haben das gar nicht auf dem Schirm, dass er jetzt streamt. Und manche sind einfach nicht gemacht zum Streamen. Die sind zwar gut in-game, aber die sind halt nicht gemacht dafür. Wenn du die Leute nicht unterhältst.
Kenji and Nita are both open here for Only Realm. They get to see all of Open Business's composition. So they can try and draft counters. It's going to be the Kenji taken away though by Zeta Division. Pretty popular pick on this map, but one that Only Realm
muss Otis. Muss, oder? Die haben nicht so viel Damage quasi. Wenn die flanken, das wird schwer für die. Die haben nicht viel. Shade! Shade gefällt mir. Die Umfrage, nicht die Antwort? Bro, ich habe keine Umfrage. Keine Ahnung. Ich sehe keine. Ja, Juni, aber MVP ist egal, wenn ihr votet. MVP kriegt ihr immer richtige Antwort. Hauptsache ihr votet. Einfach voten, egal was. Ja, Shade gefällt mir. Shade ist guter Pick. Aber ich kann mir vorstellen, dass Nina zu viel Value bekommt. Hallo Jonas. Asta gefällt mir nicht, nee. Aufgrund von... Also Tank habe ich auch überlegt. Bull oder so. Aber dann hat Lumi viel zu viel Value. Das gleiche mit Buster. That's why he's rotating over towards Suzuki because he knows Suzuki wants to stay near the wall. We're looking at Sands. Will he get the second long slap? No, doesn't quite get it. Just a misstep on the use of the gadget. Patchy also moved away, and it's a sorry sight to behold. Zeta Division up by 60% and Only Realm had barely dipped a toe into the zone. Okay, Damage. Lumi reicht. Lumi ist brutal gegen Tanks. Wirklich.
Patchy got caught in a duel against the Kenji. Oh, yeah, that teleport gadget hurts. Right in front of Suzuki, who predicted the gadget.
Ach so.
Inting at this point, and you see they are completely idle. I think it's quite reflective of how Only Realm react to adversity. Sometimes you saw them at the end of.
Die kriegen die Mina nicht tot. Mina hat zu viel Value.
Total of 30 seconds. And it's starting to set in now. The mentality has tanked. They're at match point. Moments ago, they only needed one set to succeed. The same goes for now, but now there's no wiggle room. There's no room for error. You can't lose another set. You lose one game and you're out.
Need to see what the Shade is supposed to do here. Sans spent much of the round just looking on as his teammates got eviscerated, and he spent 0 time actually getting to clapping.
Berlin, Razor.
Just waiting for him to get that super. That is when things are going to kick off. Also, different layout as they put Sans mid, Patchy and Bobby.
Ja, Patchy muss öffnen.
Circles all the way behind. Patchy's trying to catch out some enemies and pinch them.
Port wäre gut.
Because he just doesn't have
Port wäre sehr
damage.
gut.
We'll push forward and attempt to get some more on Batman and Shitampo, but it's really
Ja,
going
Port wäre
nowhere.
gut.
Bobby taken down by the super from Batman. Sans expires on the left
World
side.
Finals? Ach so. World Finals ist in Japan.
1% for Only Realm and a whole big lead for Zeta.
Zeta Division have screamed a couple times this week with the Shade, and they've won 0
Das sieht nicht gut aus für die, ne?
They've not found success. Sans here is just milling around his left side of the map, not really much to do. Patchy tries to dash forward, but Shitampo's able to stay safe as a house. And now, there's nowhere to Patchy to go. He's
Nee, Griff wäre nicht gut.
Zeta Division. They outlast Only Realm in this series. Get to the last.
Bro, was?
Are you kidding? The trash talk is for real, and they've already taken their hands off their devices. Capitulation for North America's #1 as they get steamrolled by Zeta Division.
Jetzt könnt ihr MVP voten gleich.
For Shitampo.
Don't even show the stats, bro.
Oh man.
Das ist nicht gut.
We already know it's gonna
Griff hat Mühe gegen Brawler, die dashen. Ein Stu, in dem Fall Kenji, Mina. Sobald der Movement hat Shade Mühe.
He also did use the long arms, but it just didn't go anywhere.
Wild stuff. All right, we're going to have a moment here. Of course, Barney's a big fan of this part of the show. I tell you what, we're going to go down to the stage and get some words from the victorious Zeta Division.
Der kann MVP voten. Ist egal was.
Wow, what an incredible comeback.
Für mich, Bobby.
There. That was some impressive work here on the main stage. Take a bow, son, take a bow. I want to talk about preparation a little bit.
Nicht voten, ist egal. Einfach voten. Klick einfach auf etwas, Nico. Ist egal.
まず準備、この大会のための準備ちょっと話したいと思うんですけれども、この数ヶ月ブローカップの前にどのようなことに特に集中しました？何が改善しましたか？
僕たちは練習量は多かったんですけど、練習の質が個人的に良くなかったので、そこを改善しましたね。
So yeah, we practiced quite a lot, but the quality of the practice was not really good, like the level was not good. So that's what we practice, right, boys?
Nice. Okay, and the man with the shades over to the right of us right now, Batman, the latest addition to the squad. What's he bringing in terms of strength, and how is he fitting into the team?
なんかこのシーズンの前に新しい選手
そうけびゃるび。
がましたけれども、あの人はどうやってチームの中に収まって、そしてどのような強みを持ってきましたか？
バットマンはドラフトもうまいので、こんな感じでなんか可愛いので、可愛い人選びました。
So yeah, he helped us quite a lot with the draft, but first of all, he's pretty cute. He brings the cuteness to the team, you know.
Okay, that's cool. All right, I'll take that. All right, these guys are having too much fun here on the main stage. Let's hear it one more time for Zeta Division.
Ja, Mumble gedodged.
Visibly happy and relieved. Zeta Division takes this one, and what a close one it
PC.
was.
Echt?
I finally get my 3-2, so I'm happy. You know, that arc, I always want to see as much Brawl Stars as possible.
Auf der Website da, Kasa.
Those 3-2s.
Especially when we've got like the bingo card going at this event as well. We need things like that that's going to mix things up. And I mean, that was a match that for me was the one that deserved to go the distance. And great to see Zeta Division being able to turn things around since their disappointing World Finals performance last year.
Yeah, and they really showed up at the end, especially in the last set. I mean, you saw how dominant they were, and they just took the momentum away from Only Realm for themselves.
Super dominance overall. I'm gonna be honest, over at the event, theprocess.com, I did
Foot this morning.
Only Realm because in scrims, NA has been looking a lot better. Zeta Division also mentioned it in their interview. Their prep hasn't been amazing, a bit scrappy, but what they just showed us here on stage today, two very dominant sets.
Mit Lane, ja.
Back to back, insane performance.
Anstatt Gesti.
And I gotta talk about the disrespect.
Ist er nicht. Du musst schnell sein. Es wird sofort weggemacht.
From Zeta, that just says a massive story, and there's losing and then there's losing that way. And I
Digga,
feel like for only Realm now,
4%.
it's really dangerous territory. I mean, they said that they would not underestimate BC Gaming, not by a long shot, but, you know, I think that's just like one kill across, like, what, those last 2 sets. And, you know, looking back at that Brawl Ball, there was that moment with the comp, which I felt like was a really tough thing to make work, where maybe there could have been a goal. We watched it back here on the desk. We think that there wasn't actually enough ammo for Bobby to have scored that in time anyway, so we'll give him that benefit of the doubt. But going into that final set, that shade pick with Sands, Zeta wanted nothing to do with it. It was like he was the guy with cooties, and they were not feeding into that, not by a long shot.
Yeah, I mean, credits due, where's credits due? I don't know the saying.
Also Stark hat mehr gemacht.
Not give shade super at all, and they played that
Ich fasse das nicht, dass ich sage, aber hat mehr gemacht.
Cycling, but Zeta knew what they had to do, and they prevented it.
The thing is, Zeta Division, usually known for picking shade themselves quite often, they know exactly how to play into the brawler because they usually love to pick him up themselves. After being down 2-1, Zeta Division comes back super strong, found their stride, and completely demolished them. Ark, you just mentioned it. There was 1 kill across 2 sets of Only Realm. What happened?
It's so disappointing for me because we're talking about the last 2 sets, but the set prior to that, Sands on the Colt. I mean, that I was potentially going to say a bingo card phrase, and it was insane. It was incredible to watch that momentum. And, you know, Only Realm are, I think for me, the team in this competition that are a momentum-based team. They thrive so much. They get some of the best plays on the world stage that I've ever seen with regards to how they're feeling in the moment. If they're deflated,
ja, also Only Realm ist bestimmt Zweiter.
Kind of what they were feeling, and they're punished for it like they were in Brawl Ball. That momentum going into that 5th set, which is so pivotal to secure, it's just not there anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the momentum building in Knockout. You saw the Colt. You saw Sands make plays, and it just died in Brawl Ball. It died. They had opportunities in Brawl Ball, but they didn't capitalize. And
Stimmt, 10 Minuten.
Every time.
Okay, Chat, wir können Ding machen.
Stopped them every single time. And in the last set, I mean, it was domination. I hate to say it because I was rooting for them the whole
Gib ihm Brawler.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Only Realm will get another chance
Hunger, Paulina.
momentarily. They will play against BC Gaming next. They get a quick
Okay, mythisch.
Whilst they do that, we have a little bit of something because we were a bit greedy with those
Oh,
points
scheiße, episch.
earlier. So, do you want to do us the honors?
Ja, Juni.
You get to
Was
brawl
das?
the button again. 100
Brawler
points
erraten.
for you over at event.brawlstars.com
Terror.
right now to get that pin.
Boom, baby, let's go!
That's very
Aus
nice.
24.
How did that feel?
Wer ist mythisch 24 Release? Lillys Assassine haben wir schon. Siggi ist nicht 24. Mina ist Damage Healer oder Assassine. Haben wir beide schon abgehakt. Shrunk. Das ist episch. Okay, Tank. Was da?
And talking about t-shirts. We have a little bit of
What's that?
something for everybody watching at home over on the event website. We also have something for everybody being here on site. Corey and I got some beautiful t-shirts for you guys.
Welchen
Brawl
Tank gibt's noch?
merch, fresh out of the press, as I've
Bro,
been told. Super
schaut so
news.
bitte. Wen gibt's noch? Nee, bringt nichts, Juni. Das wird nicht gesehen. Nee, Bast ist schon früher da gewesen. Olli kann sein. Ja, stark. Das ist Larry. Das ist. Das ist Lola. Ist das Terra? Nee. Wer ist das? Squeak? Okay, was seht ihr? Stark, oder? Du musst es aufholen. Du musst aufholen, ja. Und dieses Limit. Ja, aber es gibt halt ein Limit. Ist ein bisschen schade. Sicher Pam? Ich sehe keine Pam. Edgar sehe ich schon eher. Oh, Edgar kann sogar sein. Oh, weiß. Na. Damian, gibt's nicht. Old. Nee. Männliche Pam. Ich hoffe nur noch. Ruffs? Oh, stark, Juni. Stark, Juni. Okay, wir haben einen Nerd. Bull, Chloe, Karl, Squeak, Karl, Byron. Machen wir Karl. Am öftesten geschrieben. Oh, ja, okay. Wie lange noch? 6 Minuten. Gib mir ein Land. Vietnam. Hier nicht in Asien. Grenzt am Meer. Tschechien auch nicht Europa. Ist ein kleines Land. Mit mehr Fläche als Tschechien. Kolumbien. Nicht Südamerika. Okay, Afrika. Ein kleines afrikanisches Land mit viel Fläche. Hallo Domi. Ein afrikanisches Land mit viel Fläche. Klein. Von der Bevölkerung. Irgendwo, wo viel Safari ist. Wüste. Oder Savanne. Irgendwas Kleines. Oh. Falsche Demokratische Republik. Afrika. Nee, ich auch nicht. Senegal ist... Oh, Nachbarland von Senegal. Was gibt's da? Ich weiß nicht mehr, wo das liegt. Uganda? Sicher? Ist zu groß. Kenia? Nee. Na, ja, stark, David. Gambia. Ghana. Nachbarland von Senegal. Das muss jemand wissen, oder? Mauretanien. Stark, sehr gut. 4 Minuten noch. 4 Minuten noch? Okay. Höchster Punkt. Papua-Neuguinea oder Slowenien? Wer hat den höheren Punkt? Papua? Ja. Lesotho oder Slowenien? Slowenien? Nö. Okay, das war's. Machen wir Georank. Nee, warte. Lass Ding machen. Europa. Okay, wo machen wir Norwegen hin? Man könnte Küste, man könnte auch Landfläche. Oder? UNESCO maybe auch. Internet? Internet? Okay, wenn ihr sagt. Ja, 20 ist okay. Alles unter 10 ist gut. 20 ist average. Hier Zypern könnte man Touristen, man könnte auch Küste. Ist eine Insel. Man könnte Temperatur. Boah, Temperatur wird Top 1 sein wahrscheinlich. Was Temperatur? Ja, Top 2. Cool. Durchschnittstemperatur. Je höher, desto besser. Also je wärmer, desto besser. UNESCO. Wohn. Einwohner. Einwohnerzahl würde ich noch offen lassen. Ich würde auch entweder UNESCO. Da könnte viel sein. Auch wegen Weltkrieg. Oder Wohneigentumsquote. Ja, ein Wohn, komm. Ja, 16 ist okay. Estland. Geht weiter. Okay, Speedrun. Digga, holy. Danke, Juni.
On the one side, we have players who built the stage. They carried the weight of expectation for years. They've seen it all, and they're just not ready to pass the crown just.
Und die Real muss gewinnen. Wenn sie verlieren, sind sie raus.
Fearless and hungry to create their own legacy.
Wenn sie verlieren, sind sie raus.
now they are looking to replace them. And so this isn't experience versus
Nee, ich sage auch nicht, dass wir es verlieren.
pride versus ambition. Ladies and gentlemen, they are ready. Berlin, are you ready? I think they are.
Sands. Bobby.
Digga, ich hoffe, die macht einfach 3-0. Ich kann mir nicht 10 Sets von BC geben. Nach 4 Stunden. Das kann ich nicht tanken.
Jixer.
Digga, einfach Anus. Ich hab den Namen noch nie gehört. Das ist auch bei Worlds. Ja, Bro, peinlich gewesen. Jaxer und Anus. Ja, David. Aber es sind südamerikanische Spieler.
Would have liked to win that first match already against Zeta Division. They came close, 3-2 in the end. Now they have a second chance, and we are unbridged too far again. I wanted to discuss that shock again, kind of saying, oh look, he's not banned out and he's not picked up anyway, because as Ark and I believe, he's not.
Kollege, das sieht man auch auf YouTube, das musst du nicht aufnehmen. Kannst du sagen, wenn man voten muss? Ja, ja. Wenn ich es mitbekomme, ja.
Kaze though here, definitely a real threat that I think only Ren want to pick up. And for Bobby as well, having the #1 seed in this region hasn't happened for him since July 2020. Coming into this event, he was so on cloud 9, and now in this position where it's a must-win match, this is so important to get these drafts right.
Yeah, I mean, are they going to take risks or are they going to play it safe? That is the question we have to ask ourselves right now. And it looks like they're playing it safe with the Angelo first pick, as we saw. But we'll have to see what they come up with after that.
Ich kenne die nicht, Domi. Anus, Jackson und wie ist der andere?
The biggest underdog of the whole tournament, SA West, a fairly small region compared to some of the others. They did make their way through quite a
Toad aus Mario, Jackson und Anus.
Contender that we saw last year in the SA region quite often pop up at the top of the leaderboard.
Ist Deutsch? Nee, nee.
For me as well here, there's definitely some good options. I mean, like long, sharp, sharp
Anus, yeah,
like
Anus.
Bell can definitely be catered towards players like Bobby and having those nestic mines around the map over time. We might be resetting the draft. We'll check in just to double.
Doch, eins kriegst du noch, Joni. Ein MVP.
This kind of map, Corey, what are you looking to establish? What are you looking to do? Are you looking to kind of like base race things out?
Jackson, Anus, bisschen Kombi. Vergiss Toad nicht. Toad, Jackson, auf Anus.
Yeah,
okay, sorry.
We'll see kind of what they do. I think that if you're BC Gaming, you want to make a riskier pick. You want to take like a Kaze or Melody early, force the hand of
wie schwächt dich aus? Wie Met? Spielt Only Realm gegen BC.
8-bit, Brock, all these range brawlers that do damage are great in Bridge Too Far.
What we've seen recently.
Hat schon 500? Nee, dann bringt's nichts mehr, Joni. Dann bringt das nichts.
Isn't a brawler you see too often on Heist,
Dann ist
but a map
scheißegal.
like this one just catered towards winning your lane matchup, thinks is actually not a bad shot.
Yeah, we're just going to be resetting the draft temporarily, so it won't be too long until we get back into the swing of things. But in terms of the draft so far, there's definitely, I mean, that Kaze for me stood out like a sore thumb. That's an Only Realm special with a pretty good.
Bro, 2 Stunden BC kann ich nicht tanken.
60% win rate. It's definitely up there. I think the Otis was banned from memory. But certainly, to have something like that.
Einfach 2 schnelle 3-0s, halbe Stunde jeweils.
Less likely, but I think that these are kind of teams I'm not really expecting to see much chuck for the rest of today. We may, but like you said, I'm not really kind of feeling it myself.
Schaut, er hat auch keine Fingersleeves. Overrated. Ich sag's euch, Chat. Fingersleeves overrated. 100%.
I've got to be honest, as an
STS-Niveau. Er hat keine.
Really well to make it this far in by not saying that word.
Bingo.
Streifen rechts.
Sorry, bad throw today.
Geht nicht.
On the other side,
Tut mir leid.
as you talked about scrim room rates, how's BC Gaming?
Ich kann es größer machen, aber dann siehst du oben nicht alles. Wird oben weggekattet. Wenn es nicht stört, kann ich es machen.
around scrim rates, and I'm actually curious to ask you this question now, Corey, that you're here. You know, do they matter? Obviously, players are going to say that they don't, and that's, you know, a valid argument. And, you know, they're going to be trying things out, things that are not necessarily going to always work, because that's the time to do it. How do you approach scrims when you're in that pro scene, and do you think that they have something to be said when it comes to stats?
Yeah, I mean, the stats don't tell a full story, right?
Exactly.
That's the most important thing. Now, there is some outliers, and sometimes they do mean something. I'm not going to say scrim rates don't mean anything, but you also have teams hiding things. You have teams trying out new stuff, and at the end of the day, they might not care if they lose a scrim, as long as they win on game day. So I was a big believer in hiding your strategies. You know, don't show them the brawlers you want to play, and surprise the other team. Surprising the other team goes a long way inside of draft when there's so many smart people in this game now.
Especially when you are the underdog. So I want to see some surprises from the side of BC Gaming today. I want to see them pick up something completely outrageous even. Maybe they can just make it work because Only Realm was just not prepared for it. Is this the return of the Jesse meta?
I
Zeta hat gewonnen, ja.
we're quite there yet. I don't think we are. I'm sure some content creators out there, thinking of you, McDee's, Connor, I think he would like Jesse Meta for sure. I actually really quite like that brawler. I remember getting that to Prestige 2 immediately, and people were like, how did you go for that brawler in the early outset of that update? It's like, well, the map and mode dependent. Hot Zone was obviously the prime candidate for it. Definitely, as you know, if you follow me on Twitter, I want buffies for Piper. I'm going out there right now, Frank. I know you and Adrian can hear me. You're sitting right behind me. Buffies for Piper, please. Can we get that? If any. And I know you're thinking the thrower.
Of course. Buffies for Sprout would go crazy.
So for me personally, that also explains why you want Mortis globally banned if you're a Piper main.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, we've been in this kind of assassination method for like far too long, in my opinion. Some of the sharpshooters need a bit of a helping hand. I mean, you know, kind of buffies are that mechanic which are going to be able to elevate the brawls that have been maybe sitting a bit stagnant for a while, and some of the gadgets getting reworked. And
I must say, if anything, this assassination meta is just also super exciting to watch for an event like this one. I quite like it. If we just had three range brawlers on either side, it's kind of a bit of a stalemate sometimes, you know. I really like that you can go in aggressively, which also is a meta that kind of is catered towards Only Realm, if we're honest.
Yeah, I mean, Sans is a great aggressive player, one of the best in North America, and when he whips out those aggressive brawlers,
rafft euch langsam. Ehrlich.
Except on Shade. Too soon, sorry.
Too soon, too soon.
It was a matchup.
Unfair to him. He just...
It is unfair, yeah.
I think for me as well, I know that Bobby would quite like some buffies for Piper. I mean, you know, going back to like 2022, like how lovely was it to watch Bobby in those kind of knockout moments, have those clutch endings, and that's kind of the thing is like, you know, when we talk about pro teams and players and organizations, you got to remember that as the years go by, the meta changes and what's available to those players kind of can sometimes diminish or come in to really favor a squad. Like when you're looking at teams, Corey, like when you're like looking for a favorite in a competition, are you looking to see how the meta is catering towards the players, or
danke gesagt, was willst du?
Ist das krank? All-rounded squad to cover all bases?
Soll ich deine Füße lutschen für Dank oder was?
How they play as a team
Kann nicht
with
sein.
those aggressive brawlers type of thing. So like, can they still, with all the chaos, still look composed and execute? That is what I'm looking for.
Ja, okay. My bad.
Yeah.
Composure may be the key to success. I'm looking forward to seeing the draft now. And I believe we still have D'Angelo on the side of Only Realm. No, they now have last pick, so the bands have...
Hey, ich hab doch schon gedraftet, Angelo first.
This is actually the first time we're also not seeing a Naja global ban. Exciting stuff, yet she's just banned out in the regular ban. So we're still not going to see this new brawler. Pierce is going to be the first pick here on the right-hand side. They technically still have D'Angelo on the left side if they want to pick him up again.
Yeah, it's definitely a good option to go even into the Pierce. The fact that you can go over the water with the speed, it's very, very versatile. You see Kaze come out from Only Realm. That's the damage. That's the aggressive I'm looking for from Only Realm. Put the pressure on BC. And now maybe the Angelo might come out for that little bit control. They can't double down here. It's a little bit too risky, in my opinion, to go double down into Pierce. And I think they should go with control.
Ali could be an option here for BC Gaming. Nice, good call there from you, Corey. Love that. Angelo coming in. Certainly, I mean, with the E-ban, going to be actually kind of favoring the Angelo even more. So I think Bell as well could still be an option here to try to just slow the advance of the Kaze for BC Gaming. But for me, Ali, you know, it's such an aggressive brawler on this map, and you've got the Kaze to contend with. You've got to have something
müssen aufpassen.
to rival that brawler.
Sonst kriegen die noch einen Chuck hin.
If I was BC Gaming right now, I honestly would pick up the Charlie because it is the best counter to a Pierce thanks to her gadget with the spiders. Pierce
Nein, der
is
Kaza.
with
Ist
the,
egal.
first up though, a bit of damage. The Kaza and the Melody we
Was
mentioned
damit?
previously, they're the best damage dealers right now, except Colt, but he's more often than not banned out. For me, would be the first pick even. Colt's so strong and high at the moment, but yes, Kaza, Melody for the damage. Now, what are we missing, Corey?
We're missing another control or at least defensive brawler. Maybe Amber might come out from the side of BC. That's what I would expect. Decent into Kaze, decent into basically any range as well. Can compete. Might lose to Brock or something like that, but Charlie does come out. That's decent into Angelo. And also the Cocoon can really stop Kaze from getting a lot of damage quick.
And it would have been a good counter to Pierce.
Yeah, true. Melody's going to be a tough thing for Oni Realm to contend with here. They're going to have to be very much on their toes because, as we know, in high speed Melody, when Chuck banned, it's
with damage.
Very much a threat, but no, Chuck's still actually open. I don't think it's going to show us off 8-bit.
8-bit gegen den Pierce!
On this map, I'm really a big 8-bit advocate.
Yeah, if he can get set up with that turret, he's going to pump out a ton of damage. The question is 8-bit going to be able to get set up? It's pretty tough into Pierce and Charlie's matchup. Into Melody, it's a...
Weiß ich nicht.
And now on the mic for you, Kenny and Trev.
Off the backs of a banger to kick off Group B. And
Nee, 8-bit gefällt mir nicht.
Old, fending for one more opportunity. Another top 8. It has been long awaited. Finally, Patchy joins his friends, and now they're taking on some hungry young bloods in BC Gaming SA. SA West shouldering an entire region. The pressure is...
Lass die Melody durch.
Todd's been absolutely beamed off the start, but can't blame him for it. Double
down
that middle lane.
Wer weiß.
Now, but he's still going to clean up on the right-hand side. Bobby trying to take the match.
Stark, Bobby.
The kill. Still 100 to 100 at the moment. Nobody going for safe damage, but Bobby be able to reverse his focus, and already an 8-bit turret set up in the mid.
I put Bobby against just about any sharpshooter in history, one of the best to ever do it, and continuing to do so here. A nice tag just to give his team a little bit of positioning. 8-bit right now is such an overwhelming amount of damage in the middle of the map, especially if they get that turret down. He is slow, but if they can get an established 8-bit turret and him down with a gadget, it does so much work.
I mean, I think that's fine for the Kaze on the right-hand side, just getting kind of boxed up there, going to come out with that Fanstorm, might even be able to get the kill, and actually takes another tick of damage off Anuse in that back portion. Jay trying to come at the mid now, makes the move, but the little cheat cartridge backwards keeps Bobby in the mix. They did get the crack, so it's down to 75, and now that makes it a pretty substantial lead.
Bobby lobbed up a few shots, and Jay
Ich
barely
glaube, das ist
held
besser,
on.
Rune.
There once again to rotate a Fanstorm again, as long as they're getting a couple at a time. That is
Jeder da Lock-in.
miss.
Hallo, Bielova.
Missed opportunity there coming in from Charlie, who's just working on the turret right now. Hasn't even really done much damage. As now Patchy finally gets owned in on Todd with a couple shots. Few from Jay. Going to be able to let loose, especially with all these musical notes on the ground. But it is off and running for Only Realm up top.
Defensive 8-bit turret then as well, and that's a hypercharge one at that too. Jay getting a big amount of damage here, but eventually defended by Bobby, by the 8-bit
Wer hat auf sein
turret.
Leben
Now Sam's
verteidigt?
coming up this right-hand side, trying to take Anus in this matchup once again. And I think
Hallo,
it's
was?
fine for him to get cocooned if his teammates are doing good things and keeping getting this damage. Another wasted cocoon by Anus there on the right-hand side.
Also Only Realm
Pick up the kill.
gilt die schon sehr.
The last 25% remaining in BC Gaming still have to penetrate so much right now.
Es ist schon nicht ohne.
On the right-hand side, hypercharge, but Sands dancing all around.
Kann Bro nicht einfach... ich wollte gerade sagen. Andere Form, Hypercharge hoch und Free Kill. Rune.
Bobby alongside him, a few extra chip shots in 61%.
Ah, das dachte warten auf den Augen.
Not even remotely close.
Yeah, I mean, they were just in control of the map for like the entirety of it, and the only time they got a bit of damage was
Ja,
when
das
they
stark,
kind
Juni.
of were allowed to just do a bit of damage because they were doing more up top. The Melody made that kind of one breakthrough play, but other
So,
than that,
Master.
bear in
Stark.
mind, it was on defense for the majority of it, and you expect that to be a brawler who places that turret aggressive, gets big damage down, but just sat back.
Every lane dictated by Only Realm. Anything they want to go, they let slide by. A few extra chip shots in there too, coming in from Sands. I mean, 12%, well worth his while at this point. They double up on this right-hand side lane. Jay low HP though, can't charge up those musical notes. It's just left to Charlie to try and chip away at the enemy's side, and it's not enough at all. 24 HC. Bobby rounds out the composition here in the middle of the map, can float over that water and just keeps getting getting tag after tag. Just not a lot of signs of life coming in from BC Gaming.
I mean, it was just another good defense from the 8-bit down at the bottom. Again and again and again, Patchy's making big plays in 2v1 defenses. A bit of damage coming through. Obviously, the first crack was there as well. Finally, we're going to see the Cocoon connect on the right-hand side, and Anyus and Todd need to focus as soon as he comes out, and he'll still survive and live to fight another day.
Little cover fire so Sands can march to the top right-hand side. Now he's being dove at. Goes away. Oh, a beautiful connection. This is going to be 2. Can't tell if it's going to be a kill up top. I think the shield preserved him just long enough. There it is. Jay still holding on that right-hand side, but Sands off to the left-hand side, dashing forward as Charlie plays defense. Not going to be able to do nearly enough on offense. Hypercharge going down. It forces Patchy away.
Digga, was macht Sans eigentlich mit Tod?
I mean, this is the thing, when you're new to the stage and you haven't been here before like the Only Realm guys have, those are the big mistakes you're going to make, and they're going to cost your team games, so needs to iron that out. Does eventually get this kill on the left-hand side against Bobby, and Todd coming through the mid with the Hypercharge, but Patchy...
Aber 8-Bit überrascht mich sehr positiv. Ich hätte nicht gedacht, dass das so gut klappt. Der macht wirklich nur Defense. Der steht wirklich beim Tresor und macht nur hinten Sachen.
Hypercharge for Bobby, floating, left-hand side, poison dwindling away as 8-Bit rains down up the middle of the map. Low HP and Charlie Spawner should take care of this, but Sands just one good push away from winning this set.
Yeah, I don't think they saw him getting that left-hand side, has the Hypercharge now as well, and it sounds like he's popped it, but they do get the kill. Melody coming up now.
Eigentlich kann man die durchlassen, einfach durch. Ja, einfach durchgehen.
Yeah, so much percentage to make up here, and with 30 on the clock, that's the least of their concerns as Sands throws down the super. A bit of a miss though, so this is going to keep going for now.
Sans lädt mit uns, Chat.
Sands goes down.
Lädt mit uns.
There it is. A nice kill, buying his time, knows he has 1-4K away. Ducks the arrow, and it will be Only Realm.
Felix, was? Chillt. Völlig unnötig, wirklich. Es ist so unnötig. Attacke gefunden. Dachte ich auch.
Dropping cocoon after cocoon after cocoon that just weren't connecting. And those things that are like needing to be securing kills on these aggressive brawlers, or Kaze is just going to run riot exactly like she did all the way throughout that game. I was super surprised to see the 8-Bit be such a defensive brawler. Yes, eventually it got up the map, got a bit of damage here and there, but for the most part, it was just sat back defending.
Not enough answers for Sands, and then Bobby would kind of scoop in the middle as well. I mean, any lane that Sands went to, it really just was the winning side. They never really had enough on defense, and like you said, Charlie, I hate to keep pointing out, you don't want to harp on one player because it is a team game. That's the whole reason you draft Charlie. You have the Spiderlings to try and block out some Angelo shots. You know he's going to be running the jump one. He's not using Pierce, so it's helpful. But if you're not landing those defensive tags, if you're not buying your teammates precious seconds to either march forward or line up for a kill, then you're not doing a lot. And it shows there. I mean, 4 kills. Charlie by no means a top frag kind of brawler, but also definitely not doing enough to contribute.
Yeah, I do also feel like we expect a little bit more damage coming out of the Melody on the safe as well, but really wasn't getting those openings and was being so well defended by Patchy on that 8-Bit. So something to note as well. We're keeping it a bit of a kind of long-range affair, it seems. Yes, you can go a bit shorter occasionally and out in the open, but for the most part, it'll be a pretty similar meta, I think.
Out in the open is where we direct our attention to.
Genau, Henny, ja. Heute ist der erste Tag von 3.
Curious to kind of see how Only Realm did. I was one of the ones that kind of bought into the NA Kool-Aid myself and tried to predict them against Zeta Division. It was a great matchup nonetheless, but obviously this puts the pressure a little bit higher, and this is a team that I don't worry as much about in these situations. Bobby, Sands, and Patchy are plenty experienced on any level of stage. They've been the best in North America at different times throughout their careers, and now they've kind of joined together, this group of friends, past teammates, trying to form one NA West super team of old, and now they've got a favorable brawler as well. We just saw what Bobby can do with this brawler. BC Gaming letting the slide's a little surprising me.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing, you know, when I mentioned the meta's pretty...
Nee, Mandy wird nicht gespielt in E-Sports. Das gleiche wie Chuck. Gute Spieler wissen, wie man Mandy outspielt.
Lots of smiles going down for Only Realm, and if you're PC Gaming, that just can't be delightful to look at, right? I mean, look at the polar opposites here in emotions. This is a comfortable team on your left hand, and on the right hand side, they are locked in focus. Nothing wrong with that. But if you're not comfortable, if you're getting used to the land stage, there's just so many things going against them. The history of South America as well. I mean, both of these regions, a lot to prove. Obviously, SA West is on the smaller end, had to go through the road to BRAWL Cup to get here, and Only Realm have been through the North America gauntlet for years. Suckers for pain, if you will. Have dealt with a lot lot over the years. Fink's going to be rounding out this right-hand side. I don't mind it. Out in the open, I would say it's not traditional, but it's a good enough brawler to where I think it's fine, especially into an individual sharpshooter brawler of Angelo.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been one of the names that kind of I'd throw out on this map as being like, oh, you need to get this brawler or you're going to lose, like I would probably for the Angelo or the Ruffs more of the time. So it is worrying me a little bit. I do like the Bell though, you know, being able to bounce, I'm sure. The running sandbags, that's going to be good against that.
Ist die Map falsch?
On these kind of lengthier knockout games when you're wanting to play range, it might be the option.
Yeah, range is going to be an interesting choice here as we go down the line as well. Meeple gone, Byron gone, Colette gone, even Nyjah is in that section as well. It's just, you're running out of limited choices, and that last one felt like that long range affair as you mentioned, but I don't think I'd be surprised if they go a different direction. Now just tripling down at this point. I mean, I think if you're on this right
Draft is
you've got Bell, you've got Binks, they're probably also adding in as well.
I was so confused for a second there. I thought we were looking at one of the players. I was like, wait, we're going into Brawl Ball? We're going into Brawl Ball? But no, I believe it probably is.
Gegen Südamerika halt, ne?
Me for a second there when we're talking about these brawlers, and it would have definitely been a questionable draft. But Brock rounds out
Rank voller Puh. Ich kann nur so viel Rank spielen. Brock, keine Ahnung.
And I mean, it's a good brawl. We've seen Brock time and time again, especially through knockout, through bounty, through some of the longer range heist maps. So we know it's good in this bit.
Some old-timey Brawl Stars, little long to mid-range to fair. I think that's just the way Only Realm would like to keep it. 1-0, SA West all alone. One of the few regions with only one representative here this weekend, and now they're taking on some long-time legends of North America. Jay on this left-hand end, expanding with space, but he knows Bobby has a little room for cushion. That's why Angelo's so coveted on this map in particular. This little cutout right here that you see, one of the few brawlers that can traverse over water, is much more favorable in the meta right now than something like an Eve.
Yeah, but we also can't forget that they're going to be able to do pretty much the same up top now with the wall break coming through early on from the Brock. We did see a reverse polarity as well, instantly off the start, which made a connection with Bobby, so won't be seeing any of those nest eggs lingering about, and that's something that Only Realm don't have to be as cautious about. Good taps coming in from Sands, returning back that way from Agnes, but Todd forced to turn back and go back to his bush.
Just going to be lurking there. Sands looks to flank on this right-hand side, rounded out by Bobby on the left. A nice cutoff there, but they do end up opening the walls.
Ich glaube, Chat hat Draft entschieden. Kann es sein? Wer hat Finks vorgeschlagen?
Another reverse polarity thrown out. Didn't find a connection this time. It's for heals, along with the super from Bobby. Kooky Popper was used there as well, and used really low, but they can't get that pinch. Thanks to the rocket rain coming through. There's the left-hand side. Bobby gets that one as well. Makes it a 3v2 rocket fuel there as well, but doesn't find the connection onto Bobby. And that's going to be a 3-0. It seemed a bit close at times, but in the end, all of Only Realm survived.
The dominoes really started falling down. You'll see that oftentimes in professional knockout.
Stimmt, glaube ich. Ja, guter Call. Macht Sinn. Egal, lasst ihr, sind wir sie los. Stimmt.
Faces Jay. Reverse polarity goes down, no bounce shot, but continued pressure being applied.
Power up in Bobby's hands, the super along with it as well. There's Sands on the right hand side trying to catch Agnes out of position. Todd, big shot to his face there and forced to back up. Now the pitch comes in, and that is huge. Bobby gets another early frag in the round, makes it a 3v2, and now they can break out this position that they would have otherwise been locked in.
Bobby unafraid as well.
Ähnlich, Bobby.
Get the quick heals off as well. They know they have an opportunity to win this game right here, right now. Tracking up the left-hand end as Sands gets up in the face with the shield.
Schuss, ne? Ist krank.
Perfect execution coming out of Only Realm.
Bobby ist so gut.
Have been very solid all day long.
Bear in mind, no deaths for Only Realm as well. Not only are they, you know, obliterating BC Gaming, it's, you know, with a bit of style too. You know, they're not, you know, sacrificing anybody, they're keeping everybody alive, but it's just so dominant at the moment. It really is. You can see kind of BC, I feel the nerves are getting to them. They haven't been on stages like this before. It's
Zack, die sind nicht gut, keine Ahnung.
Only Realm showing no signs of being worn down by the war they just went up to against Zeta Division. They're coming out firing. Bobby in another set with Angelo and just tapping. You even saw him there, half HP in the face of Jay, just kept walking forward, enough for a hypercharge, but Sands finally makes the first error of Only Realm side. 3v2 situation. This is going to be one of those moments that I talked about that are very rare from a professional standpoint.
Yeah, well, as soon as I say they're not dying, they're all dying. Typical, but Bobby gets one, might have been able to get Todd there as well, but couldn't quite see him in the bush. Would have made it a 1v1. And in that position, I'd back Bobby all the way, but just push back into spawn now, waiting for the gas, I'm sure, trying to get a bit of super on the way too, but doesn't want to be feeding any supers.
Hat der Finks schon eine Ult?
Of this round, they have been pretty dominant. Great reverse polarity there as well, got a connection, but Bobby will go down to the gas, and BC claim their first round.
Great patience from BC, well aware that that's exactly what Bobby's trying to do. Just a couple extra arrows knocked just to try and make some connections, get anything closer to a super or a hypercharge. That's an important cutoff on that right-hand side now.
Ist aber auch useless auf der Map. Ist auf der Map keine Ahnung. Ist nur da, damit es kein 2 gegen 3 ist. Ist nur dafür da. Ja, lieb ihn. 2 Stunden kriege ich das nicht getankt. Kanonenfutter.
Patchy can work on this right-hand side now too. The extra sandbags for coverage is something Finks hates to see. This is a traditional counter option for professional players.
Yeah, mark on Bobby though, so keep your eyes on him. Needs to be careful not to be tapped up by Jay here. Narrowly avoids that shot, but Sands takes one straight to the face afterwards. Reverse polarity comes through, extends a bit of that range when you're bouncing it.
Frag mich nicht.
Todd, super in hand, might want to use this to try and win this round and close out the game. Here he goes, thrown down now.
Fliegschütze zu machen, maximal 150. Am Stück?
And that is huge from BC. Sands still alive though, gets a cookie popper, but won't be able to get it done. And what a time warp that was from the Finks. Incredible.
Impressive feat to say the least. I was kind of in my head wondering how committed they would be to winning that round because there was a hypercharge and 2 supers alongside both of those guys. They could have gone into the next round with an advantage if they really wanted to. Just said, hey, it's a 3v2, let's just give it up. Instead, they fight. Those are the little moments that I think we need to see from this team. It shows some signs that you can compete with global superstars, and BC Gaming showing why they deserve to be here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they absolutely can. A few adjustments after the first game, and they bounce back like that. I mean, you can't...
160.
Todd coming quite aggressive now, knowing he's going to be able to TP back to safety. With Agnes there by his side. Bobby obviously being able to traverse across this water. Quite nice for him to be able to back up. Jay, shot to the face, and he runs back.
Quick swing for Bobby up that left-hand side as Patchy and Sands will be glued together. Sandbags
Spaß.
them as a little extra coverage. Bobby just dipping in and
Ist ja eigentlich nicht motiviert.
Not necessarily rushing the heels here.
Ich krieg's auch nicht gedenkt.
But needs to be careful now. He's well below his half threshold.
Yeah, Todd's running back as well and giving Only Realm a bit more control of this map. Agnes needs to be careful of this pinch around the right-hand side from Patchy and an occasional shot across from Bobby, but pretty much all of their home grass is gone now, which makes it more difficult. There's a few good shots coming in from Jay as well onto Bobby. He's going to pop the super on this left-hand side and try and get some burning shots in.
Concentrated effort now from BC Gaming. They've been lining up shots all on Sands right now, who's taking some heavy rocket rain. Todd now marching towards Patchy on that right-hand side.
Hab ich auch gesagt, Mathis.
But no HP there. It's going to be a 2v2 situation.
Bitte Jackson, bitte Armus, bitte Toad.
Once again, what a round for them.
These time warps are just absolutely huge for them in the late game. I don't think you should be far off cycling that one out as well, but they have won them round after round now, and this puts Only Realm in a really bad position.
Little bit of nerves for sure if you're an Only Realm fan at home.
Mach das, Kona. Viel Spaß mit Liga 2.
Showing that they're now capable, and like you mentioned, those time warps very valuable, especially against all these single projectile brawlers. Other than the twin mag coming out of Colonel Ruffs, it really is easy to dodge.
Yeah, I mean, look at Bobby as well. So low, he's marked up, he's pushed all the way back, and this isn't a winning position for Only Realm. They're going to have to make some plays, not breaking this wall and just letting Bobby go across that. Seems a little bit of an oversight, in my opinion. You know, when you're breaking out this, you need all the avenues possible.
Jay continuously just harping in on Bobby. We were talking about how good of a sharpshooter Bobby is, but Jay has really managed to hold his own against one of the long-time legends. Patchy on this right-hand side, once again taking advantage of the sandbags into that Finks. It's getting a little scary. Waiting to see if any teleports come out is now Brock. It's under a lot of pressure. Bobby needs to be careful, activates the super instantly, but the hypercharge connection was free. It was guaranteed, and now he's marked up going into this closing zone. Teleport away. Patchy there to clean up. 3v1 situation, and all the magic in the world cannot be found in this round. Good news for BC Gaming. It is all tied up. There is still a fighter's chance.
Yeah, huge. This is a big, big round for both of these teams. Whoever wins it takes the set, and that's either 2 to Only Realm, or it's an equalizer from BC. But Todd has the super, and we know what they've been doing so far, so they'll want to clean this up before we get to that late game.
2 supers available for BC Gaming SA. Let's see what they're made of here. Now going to be fully tested. A full house. 3 supers strong. As Bobby looks down this left-hand side, Patchy activating hypercharge. Only Realm want to get complete positioning here, and BC Gaming know this. They have to take a stand. Jay looking for a tag, does once again land that marker. Bobby has been prone to being hit by those.
Yeah, Todd's still got the super. They haven't used it in this defensive position. Sands with the power-up as well. Patchy quite low, needs to be caught cautious. Gets hit again, brought down to one shot, but Sands finds a shot back towards Todd to keep him at bay for now. TP back as well, so won't have that for the later game. And a hypercharge ready to go for Sands.
Fantastic mechanical battle this set.
Stark von Sands. Sehr, sehr stark.
And Todd gonna have to rely on the super here just to move up the map a little bit. Jay tapping, Patchy bouncing shots back and forth. They have to separate, and as a result, it's gonna leave Patchy marooned. A TP away, 2v1 situation, but low for Sands. Bobby marching forward, 1v1 situation, and Bobby cleans up here.
Nice.
North America survives another set.
That is a huge round for them to win, and it really came down to the wire at the end there. I thought with Todd super down, they might have been able to make something happen, but it was a huge kill. I think it was from Sands on the Gus, getting the hypercharge shot off from one of the little pellets.
Ich kann voten. 100.000 US-Dollar.
In that last round, so huge stuff from OnlyRel, and desperately needed set.
Super respectable set, I might add too. I think we were harping on a lot of mistakes there from BC.
Chat, wieso seid ihr, wenn ich das nicht denken kann?
Look, when you're at this stage, you have to be playing picture perfect brawl
Geld?
stars, and that's
Ja.
just not something that BC Gaming did in the opener. Right there though, those mechanics were matched with BC Gaming. I mean, it came down to one round at the end.
This
lot
game?
of well-timed
Nee.
supers. That was excellent stuff from the red roster. I think overall, it's down 2-0. Not gonna act like this is gonna be an easy climb, but I think they're showing that they deserve to stand on this stage, especially if you're a team like this. OnlyRel lose to Zeta Division. It's fine. They know they have 2 lives. This isn't their first time this far in a tournament as well. They've been
Ja, schrecklich auch da.
of brackets, but for BC Gaming SA, this is newer to them. Just gaining a little confidence, seeing that they can do it a little bit more, I think is just so significant. So the fact that they at least make that competitive, maybe it won't pay off here, but it very well could later down the line.
Yeah, and I think to that point as well, like if they would have lost that set OnlyRel and give them, you know, even more of a say in this game, some more confidence to come along with it as well, then I'd be really worried for them because they are starting to warm into this now, and you can't give them enough time to make those moves. Obviously, we did just kind of skip past the stats there, but it's knockout. Whoever's got the most kills usually wins.
That one is a little more cut and dry. I mean, the story's kind of told by the exact numbers y'all see on your screen. Speaking of kills, we're moving over into another game mode that is heavily oriented towards its shooting star. Now, particularly on this map, I feel like for the opener, there's a lot of different strategies. We talk about blue star off the first pick. We talk about getting aggressive. Well, Mortis is out of the way. I think that definitely changes the way people draft. I believe Leon was one of our global bans as well. Yes, you'll see on the top left of your screen.
Ja, aber das ist slow.
No Pierce, the next best line of sharpshooters
Slow.
for BC Gaming's money is going to be Byron.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fault it. Good, you know, sometimes for offense, can heal teammates, so leaves you open to a few avenues depending which way you want to go. If you want to go something super aggressive, Byron's going to be able to back it up. If not, just play it as a sharpshooter, completely fine as well. But we've seen what both of these teams are capable of when it comes to sharpshooters. How well Jay was playing the Bell, that's obviously banned. Angelo not as good on this map, wouldn't count it out completely because it's still a good sharpshooter. But you know, you mentioned as well how good Bobby is on these sharpshooters. And I think the majority of players on OnlyRel really are.
Is this really your best?
And now that we're further down the line, no Pierce, no Bell, no Colette. I mean, a lot of these single projectile brawlers that show up a lot, they're gonna have to dig deep. Gus still somebody that's readily available. Jay Young has been a very popular one. I'd be curious if they really want to do that into something like a Byron, but I do see a Kaze, so clearly they're showing signs of aggression early. They want to be able to claim that blue star instead of Mortis. I think this is going to be their way of doing that.
Well, the Gus makes a return. Another really solid pick. We've just seen it being played and played to almost perfection, minus a couple of rounds in there that they did miss. But yeah, they really were very good on that brawler, and Gus, you're going to be able to provide shields to the Kaze if you need to go in, collect some stars late game, you know, to yourself. A hypercharge really solid as well. Just a super well-rounded brawler for the majority of matchups that can be faced with in Shooting Star.
Yeah, and at this point, if you want to go long range, I mean, we're really scraping the barrel. I think we'd be going something with Piper. That's obviously not a bad brawler. Nani comes to mind. Ooh, and this is a brawler I didn't think about for this team in particular, but it has shown up to catch teams off guard. It's something that's been practiced. This is one that I feel like pros didn't really hold too closely to their chests. I think it's something that they've been really thinking about it. Off the top of my head, this isn't a matchup you see a ton, obviously, but Fang paired with the Byron. Now you've got a little tankier assassin, if you will, somebody that can dive forward, and also somebody I think's health points can handle something like a Kaze. I think this makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's still out there, don't get me wrong. I'm not
Angelo kann sein.
win, but it's acceptable. I see the vision.
Oh.
Well, the Angelo goes the other way, and Jay's going to be playing that brawler, so
Ja, die geht jetzt
I
Wings.
think that's a good pick. And as you said on the Fang, really good, aggressive.
Also ich kann mir Nani vorstellen.
And yeah, it does have quite a lot of help to be able to help.
Im besten Fall haben sie etwas, was die Fang-Ult unterbricht.
Roundhouse kick, very solid. Byron backing it up, you're going to be having a pretty good time, I feel.
Again, acceptable, not a guarantee from Caster Kenny. No idea how.
Vielleicht sogar eine Piper, warte mal. Piper mit Knockback auf Bobby sehe ich.
the game. Let's just go with an El Clasico pick from Only Realm. There's the Piper. I love this. Something that you can really stunt on. It's a comfort brawler. It's something that Only Realm have done all day. They have not strayed away from Sans playing.
Ja, also wenn du Tipps brauchst, ne?
Several times. I love
Weißt Bescheid.
when you can blend good picks with also something you're comfortable with, and Only Realm have excelled at that all day long.
Absolutely. You need to bleed it together. That's the thing. You can't just play comfort picks, because we've seen that kind of tear teams apart like Zeta Division did in World Finals last year. Just playing what they're comfortable with that's not massively in the meta. You've got to mix and match, play them when you can, rather than just forcing them to try and feel comfortable. Kaze, obviously on the map, will be getting the blue star, but from there, it's an all-out brawl.
Huge advantage off the rip, so Only Realm dictate the pace entirely.
Ich sag's euch, Chat, Bobby ist die beste Piper der Welt. 100%.
One of, if not his most iconic brawlers. Could have been a mistake either way. It was kind of a checkmate scenario, right? It was either Angelo or Piper that BC Gaming could have picked, and they left the Piper in his hands.
Ach mir. Nee. Normalerweise gehe ich die Jokes ein, aber nicht bei Bobbys Piper.
I think Anyus just kind of needs to stay back and heal JXCR, but they don't have a lead by any means, which means eventually they're going to have to push. They need some of this charge.
Und Knockback gegen Fangult im Bacher.
Jay willing to just take shots so that he can go forward, get a few boots off the ground, and now go for a diving kick. I'm curious what
Kase ist vor allem für Blue Star, Juni. Und mit Kase kriegst du halt auch die Sniper weg. Aber Fang countert Kase komplett.
They have got some good evades, I will say, to the Fang Super coming in though. You know, Kaze can possibly dash out of the way if you're fast with it. Patchy will knock back from the Super and Hyper Jump. You're going to be having a pretty fine time. Well, he comes in now, gets a couple of shots, should be traded here.
So, von Jazz. Wer ist dieser Typ? Jackson.
The Fang. So, I mean, Bobby's going to burn down here on the right hand side, and that brings it to just one.
So a positive trade, if you will, and yeah, like you said, I was thinking the same thing, and now you see it underneath. No
Anderes Gadget.
for Jay, which is really
Krass.
tough.
Das ist confident. Wird die Ult bewahren. Für die Fang-Ult. Das shoppt die Fang-Ult auch. Ja, ist er confident.
Shouldn't have much supercharge at all, just the one connection from the super. Will probably require a couple more shoes finding hits, but Byron on the right hand side trying to keep Sans back. He's got a super of his own, so he can go aggressive if he wants, but Jay gonna back him up. Bobby trying to pop a hypercharge and go aggressive. Todd jumping into a bit of a compromised zone, but a super and a heal will go a long way. There's a kill, they just need one more. Sans on the right hand side, but Patchy adds to the tally, and they're not gonna bring this one back. That's gonna be match point to Only Realm.
Another situation where it just feels like Only Realm are in full control. Last set, BC Gaming showed that they've got a little bit of grit to them, that there's something here. But for now, it is going to be North America on top. One game away. Shooting Star, comfort brawler for Bobby as Sans races off to the middle of the map. Patchy once again in prime position on this left-hand side. Todd taking advantage. The little sliver of pawn that he's got going, so he's going to be able to press up against this four-pronged wall.
Same thing again. Bobby two taps him. It's like, it's playing out the exact same way. And Todd, very compromised now as well, will go down two, and Only Realm even better start. Bobby might make it another
Ja, da gab
narrowly misses by a slither.
A little extra confidence coming out there too. Sans just rushes up, grabs that kill, and dips immediately. Love how patient they are. Passive aggressive. It's my favorite style of bounty. When you know you have a kill, pounce. And once you have that lead, don't overplay your cards. Now Jay dives in. There's one. Oh, and the big bang right there as he steals the blue star. Low HP, and Byron there to save his friend.
I think everything that, you know, Bobby tried to do went wrong there, to be honest with you. He jumped late, bounced onto all his teammates. Wasn't the best showing, but they do get a kill back, and the lead comes along with it. So a minute in between Only Realm and a big victory.
That was pretty perfect for the red roster as well. I mean, Jay's showing what he could potentially do, but he's gonna have to do it a couple more times now as he dives head first in.
Ja, macht er gut. Jackson macht das gut.
Body after body drop to the ground.
He's punishing now. They kind of stack it up and letting it bounce across all the different players. And that's not the position you want to be in. Bobby trying to find a flank now, and a splash going to be wasted by Anyus there. Trying to get in a good position. Sans going forward, pinched in, and finds a bit of poison to the face.
Keep your eyes out for this hyper charge from Fang. Keep in mind, it can be a real lethal weapon for this team.
Jax hat angefangen richtig loszulegen. Genau.
Being overly aggressive, just taking it their time. Sans gonna be in trouble here. An extra tap there barely holds on. The poison won't quite trickle him down, I don't think. But now they're going.
Digga, Jackson! Oh, das war zu viel.
What a mistake!
Solo,
Das war zu viel.
Just one tick away from taking him as well. 15 seconds left and they need a kill. Fang no
Bobby braucht Hits. Und zwar jetzt.
Trying to pin Bobby into this corner. Sans switches and goes the long range method. A nice QQ popper onto JXCR, but there's
Bobby braucht Hits. Schlechter Jump. Schlechter Jump. Bobby Throw.
Tough stuff for them. but they're living to fight another day for BC.
Woo. That's one of those that feels like a chess moment. Bobby jumps, but just a smidge too early, and the shots were being lined up. This is something Corey talked about just a little bit ago. How do you do in the face of chaos? And for
Ach, 2 Minuten mehr von BC.
On the stage as a full unit for the first time, really giving SA West a little spotlight. That was a great time to handle that. That was a great time to show up.
Yeah, I mean, huge. The thing is, Bobby needed to jump to avoid the Fang Super or he would have died. But then as soon as he lands, he's going to die anyway. So it's a lose-lose situation and really played by BC.
Ich glaube, sobald er unter Druck ist, sobald er nervös wird, ich glaube, dann kackt er.
Now Fang's going to require another pop-off play. We've had 3-0 starts 3 times
in wichtigen Momenten kackt er immer.
Hold on to this match point. Match not done yet. BC Gaming still have to climb out of this deficit. Shots rain in on that right-hand side. Some good tags, but Bobby not enough to be straight away. Sand still holding on to that blue star and really attacking this wall here, making sure that Joker Jay can't really move up.
I mean, Bobby must be tapping to have the hypercharger.
2 Minuten BC macht mich kaputt.
Raw stamp boost on the right hand side and didn't get much back from it. Sands stunned out. Can they get the trade? Pinch needed from Patchy. And they
Jackson macht das gut.
But a few shots coming in now, and Byron trying to protect and overprotects as he goes down. Sands will pick up the scraps, and this is going to be a long comeback for BC.
The hardest part of a heist is the getaway option, and once again, BC Gaming fail to get part 2 done. Now it is 10 to 2. This is by far the biggest deficit they've faced so far as Jay
Kann sein, Juni, ja.
Now down 5, going at Bobby.
Sehr aktiv.
Goes up to Umbrella, going to be landing on the ground. Oh, they get the kill. The heal's coming through as well. It's a tag team on this bottom left-hand side. The blue stars still remain with Jay.
Das war schlecht.
Somehow they've swung the stars their way.
Todd can't get out. He used his gadget as well and didn't get over the wall, so that's going to be a big kill back the way of Only Realm. But now, a hypercharge is there for Jay. He just needs a super. A few heals coming in from Agnes on the Byron as well. And this needs to be a big 50
no cap, ja, Joni.
SA West on BC Gaming's shoulders. All the stars remaining with Jay, but they have to find a way down the middle of the map.
Alter, Shadow! Like from Fright, Digga, 27 Monate am Stück. Stark von Bobby. 27 Monate am Stück. Das ist krank. Hier sauberes 3-0. Jetzt nochmal 3-0 und dann Abfahrt. Ja, Okto würde ich.
Strong showing, I would say, from Only Realm.
Shadow ist mein Bruder.
Today. Still have to kind of wait with bated breath as they move forward. But for now, let's get a check-in with them. They lost earlier, but now we get a little winner's circle interview.
Okto!
Righty-ho! What a way to bounce back, man. Honestly, it's a testament to your
Willst du... Okto, ich habe eine Aufgabe für dich. Bist du dafür gewachsen?
I mean, tell us just about that previous match, exiting the stage before
Stimmt, dann.
You
hast
had like
recht.
a 5-minute turnaround.
Klar.
What did you guys talk about? How was it?
Du musst spionieren für mich, okay? Er kann MVP voten.
Honestly,
für mich, Bobby.
Pissed. Like, I was just mad, like pacing backstage. I didn't say a word. We honestly knew we were going to win this game. We should have won the last one. We're better than Zeta. We kind of just choked. So hopefully we get to beat Humble on Sunday.
Okay.
Ja, der weiß schon. Der ist sauer. Der ist Sans, der hier. Sans, Patchy, Bobby. Das ist, glaube ich, Terry. Aber ich bin mir nicht sicher. Also, Okto. Das kriegst du gleich, Alexander. Dauert ein bisschen. Okto, du musst spionieren für mich. Und zwar, kurz bevor es endet, ich muss herausfinden, ob Nova offline geht. Weil wenn er offline gehen will, ich rate ihn, bevor es fertig wird. Ich muss es für mich herausfinden, undercover. Er muss online bleiben. Ob er direkt aufgehen will. Ja, genau. Aber undercover, es darf nicht auffallen.
With the power of friendship, we will all survive any moment. Yeah, we were discussing this before the winners interview. And
Aber ey, Jungs, nicht spoilern. Kennt mich nicht. Nein, nein, nein. Wenn jetzt 20 Leute fragen, gehst du offline nach Cup, Bro, das ist dumm auffällig. Nur Okto.
Like they survived. It wasn't the showing of which they wanted, but it wasn't a bad showing. It just was two sets that kind of were back to back. The reason why they look so down and are saying it the way they are is because they expect so much more of themselves, which is very
Ja,
commendable.
nein, nein,
I think the Only Realm are their worst enemies sometimes, and they've got to get out of their own heads and realize
Ich weiß es
that
nicht,
they
Sky.
can
Kommt jetzt
make
gleich.
genius plays. It's just like that mindset. They are just the
Ja, ich habe auch alle
worst
richtig Kacke.
They hold themselves up to really high standards. Here back at the desk, the Brits are reunited. Trev, how was it to cast that game?
Was hat er gemacht?
Gaming came close a couple of times.
Yeah, really incredible.
Kennt mir nicht die Chance von nichts. Nein, 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 nein,
And I think just as they were about to start building their confidence and getting back into it, they lost that knockout and it kind of all crumbled from there. If they'd have won that set, I think we'd have been looking
Das
at
ist
a 5-set
unfassbar.
series.
Ach, geht doch. Ja,
It
eben!
was just a few good plays here and there from some of the guys. on the realm, and,
Jungs,
yeah, they
ist
managed
das
to close it
krank.
out, which I think was hugely necessary in that moment.
They came so close to winning the entire set in knockout. Really, really nice performance here from BC Gaming.
Sag, nein, nein!
Expect Only Realm to win that one.
Er geht off, meint, ja, okay, dann müssen wir schneller vorraiden.
I think that's absolutely fair to say, and like as Kenny put it so well, is like there is something there. You know, it's just like now they've got through the match, which was
Dann
probably
müssen wir ihn
their
raiden.
most likely
Ich
to
habe
be
ihn,
able to
ja,
do
ja, oder?
themselves. Now it's Zeta, who
Ist
not
Bubi?
only
Wer ist
coming
Bubi?
off the back of that
Alle
massive
mitgehen.
win against Only Realm, like they're going to be on Cloud 9. I think
Ach, Kampf
BC
auf.
Gaming,
Ja,
when
ja.
they were playing against
Ich werde ihn
someone
davor
else,
raiden.
would have
Da muss er online bleiben.
massive opportunity, 'cause they've
Twitch
got
kontrollen, ja, ja, ehrlich.
for a team that went through
Joni, du
the
brauchst
West,
Twitch.
which, let's
Wirklich.
be honest,
Akaza, du auch.
competition's like a little bit thin
Weil du
compared
bist
to
lieber auf
other
YouTube,
regions,
ja.
right? Like, they are looking really, really a great contender.
Ich lese
I think
Nachricht.
arguably maybe
Was hat er
better
geschrieben?
than, the Bounty Hunters, in my opinion.
I agree. I think they looked a
Gehst du vielleicht
really,
noch
really
jetzt?
solid team, but like, I think it's the fact they maybe haven't been around
Ist jetzt
a
okay.
higher level of competition too much that's going to affect them a little bit. You know,
Ich auch-
in
nein, nein.
those moments where you really need to have the experience and be able to dig deep. That's probably affected
Wir haben
them
die
coming
Antwort
from the
schon.
kind of least competitive of the two South America regions.
Yeah, they really don't have an easy group. With Only Realm and Zeta Division in your group, I would be sweating right now.
Dann geht das noch.
Well,
Noch
we
dieses
have
Match.
a huge
Ich
opportunity.
krieg das nicht mehr
We've got
getankt,
to
Shadow.
visit Star Park.
10 Minuten?
Speak to a couple of people over there.
Oh, hell na. Chat, was machen wir?
Here in Berlin at the Brawl Cup, and this
Was geht's?
is
Nichts,
Star
nichts, alles
Park.
gut.
Tell me, who's your favorite brawler?
Favorite brawler? Probably Melody.
It's Piper. I can get a picture. Piper. I really want to know, if you could ban a brawler, who would you ban? Ash. I can see
Was?
right here. Should we like start a beef or something?
Oh, goodness gracious, we already got beef.
We got some bad news.
What's that?
Piper wants to ban you in Brawl Stars.
She wants to bang me.
Yeah, I know.
Bring it on, girl. I'm right here.
You don't want to mess with me.
You should go calm down and we're leaving. What is your hot take on Brawl Stars?
Humble will win.
Ooh, okay, you heard it
Lieber
here
Punkte,
first.
Vineyard.
If you guys could ban one brawler, who would it be?
Edgar. I'll go.
Edgar.
I feel like a lot of
Also
people say
Edgar.
Edgar, people hate you. I asked people which brawler do they want to ban, and they all say you. Oh, you're happy? Should I just like leave?
Get out of my face.
Oh, and you'll be happy then?
Absolutely.
You need to let it out, man.
Ich brauch den als Emote.
Don't touch my scarf.
That is so
Der wird wirklich
amazing.
gut bezahlt.
Star Park is looking not as scary as it always did, but it's looking insanely good.
Accents on point.
Indian
guys.
Edgar.
The Scottish right at the end got me. I was laughing coming back.
Was
into the
not
camera.
expecting it.
Really, really nice cosplayers we got outside there. You can check it out if you're here in Berlin. Right outside there's this fan zone, and you get to.
Ey! Sergeant ist kein Edgar Main, okay? Brock und Ellie.
Do you know what? I should probably pay a visit.
Ich hab Ellie von ihm gelernt.
Have all come to see me as well because they are lining up outside, so I hear, and not as many for
I haven't
Trav,
missed
but
this.
one
I
day, right?
haven't-
He can hope.
I haven't missed this. They dragged me out of the action casting to come down here and work with this guy. Like, I was like, that's what I was looking to most, getting away from you.
thought you were
after
getting
this.
away
Like,
from
yeah,
me,
like,
yeah.
They're dragging me back.
Also no Terra cosplayer for you, Trev.
I know, devastated. I'd be taking so many pictures for that. I'd be like, I'd be fanboying.
We don't want to make you wait a lot longer. We want to head straight into our last match of the day already, unfortunately. It's Zeta Division versus BC Gaming as a...
Bitte 3-0 Zeta. 6-0. Zack, zack, zack. Schneller Draft und gut ist.
The only team of their region. That region is just...
So schnell, Mika?
The pressure is insane.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very big
Stark, bro.
affair for for BC Gaming.
Ja, bitte, Kona, bitte.
This year. And you know, for 2 out of the 3 players that have no LAN experience to go up against
Nee, grad nicht,
a
Joni.
team like Zeta,
Aber grad echt keinen Kopf
it's gonna
dafür.
be you know, so tough to achieve, especially when you consider they've already lost the only realm who, you know, really
Nicht
took
zum ersten Mal.
Zeta
Ja, ich weiß.
distance.
160 ist
Is
viel.
it too much to expect that they could cause an upset?
Ja, bitte, Darkness, einfach in die Ecke
I
gehen.
don't think their game against Only Realm was a 3-0 game.
No,
so
yeah.
like maybe they do
Toll,
have a chance
ja.
just because of the fact that they put up a fight in certain sets and just fell short. And as I said, I think it would have made a huge difference if they had just picked up that one knockout round.
Bist du da, Nike?
Game. So I think they've got a chance here against Zeta Division. Yes, it's going to be an even harder game. Yes, they're going to have to dig much deeper. But I think they do have what it takes.
I think these behind-the-scenes shots also show us what
Wieso lügen die? Die sind nicht besser, die können Zeta nicht schlagen. Das ist nicht möglich.
BC Gaming that are super chill despite being the rookies, really. As I said before, you can probably call them the biggest underdog of the day, and they looked quite comfortable on the stage just earlier.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like whatever happens here with BC Gaming, they've already impressed me. You know, that is to be said, you know, if nothing else. But it is Zeta. You know, we can't dance around it. You know, Tampo's a world champion. You know, a 2-time runner-up. You know, those are credentials and experience that just comes with it. That for BC Gaming, they're going to have to find a different edge if they're going to be able to get the advantage in this. Whether it's kind of going with some cheesier comps or working the draft around Mameshi, who's been looking really good in that regard today. I've probably been a bigger fan of Zeta's drafts today than I have throughout their monthly final appearances.
I think throughout their lifetime, for me, to be honest.
Wow!
The draft, yeah, but they're a team who's like, I think the region in general, but especially Zeta are a team who's known for not having the best drafts and kind of being quite comfortable picking brawlers that they
Also
like,
Ding war spannend,
know
Dave.
they can play rather than what's
Only Realm gegen Zeta. Das war ein sehr gutes Match. Das war wirklich gut. Aber sonst, heute ist es ein bisschen langweilig. Ist aber auch normal. Morgen wird es spannender als heute und übermorgen wird es nochmal spannender. Ja, rede mal der Casa.
Beautiful championship pin at the end of the road. Zeta Division, they looked really strong this year. Last year already in their region, playing super well with Levy back then. Got a little switch up there. Batsman comes in this year, and Zeta Division looked super strong right out of the gate, winning the first monthly final. From there, it kind of went downhill with March monthly final and April not being as.
Ja, das schaffst du alles an einem Tag, Levin, ehrlich.
At Worlds last year,
wenn man alles votet richtig und richtig tippt, das schafft man alle Punkte am letzten Tag. 100%. Und gegen Ende, die spammen die Punkte immer raus. Haben sie jetzt immer gemacht. Sobald das mir fertig ist, die hauen die Punkte raus, dass jeder auch alles hat.
And Mina. Again,
mein Freund hat mir geschrieben, er fährt nach Berlin, gerade ich check es jetzt maybe zu.
BRAWL Cup, but yeah, Mina, I think we
BRAWL
were
Cup?
saying with Corey on the desk previously that
das tough.
Mina, I think is actually getting a little bit less play than I was expecting. I think she's quite a
ja, der kommt bestimmt gleich an der Kasse.
That is not an underrated poll. That's 93% Zeta is ouch.
Yeah, not really sure what to say about that, to be honest with you, because that is, like, in my opinion, it's not obviously that, like, in favor of Zeta Division, but you know, you ask majority of people.
Let's maybe like
that. Maybe not 93.
Bitte Clips von
just put a
Gameplay.
decent performance out,
They should be getting more.
They should be getting more. You'd have thought some people.
Ich habe Clips von meinem Gameplay, ja.
I think if you ask the majority of people, Zeta or BC, you're gonna go Zeta hands down.
I want to see them take at least a set. And not just 2 games. They already did super well against Only Realm. That 3-0 doesn't really reflect how close they actually came to beating them, or at least taking the set against them. As said, 2 times they actually took a game. These are the maps for the series. Pinhole Punt to kick us off.
Ja, es sollte heute noch ankommen, Casa.
Sollte schon. Control, and then maybe you can score.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see like kind of how these teams like are self-aware.
Ja, natürlich sollte es.
Bushes and you know kind of brawlers like Pierce, I think are kind of really up there for me.
Wie,
I want to see those brawlers.
Wie willst du die haben?
BC Gaming just went backstage. Now we bring
Willst du
them
sie aus
out
den Clips
again
klippen?
versus Zeta Division.
Oder willst du die Rohaufnahme?
We kicked off day 1 with a David and Goliath story, and we are ending the day in the exact same way. But for those of you at home and right here in Berlin, don't ever forget that it ain't over until it's over. And so Berlin, make some noise one final time. It's Zeta Division and BC Gaming.
Okta, bist du da? Kriegst du dann den Pin, Nike? Ja, oder?
That's right, our final match of the day is upon us. And so,
Ja.
once again, we have a team that is steeped
Glaubst
in
du,
history in
er geht
Brawl
instant
Stars
offline?
esports
Instant?
Zeta Division. The
Oder glaubst du, er macht
mechanical
noch 10
demons
Minuten irgendwas
of
anderes?
East Asia, as they are known,
Soll ich
with
ihn
a
in der
new
Runde
addition
raiden?
to their squad, Batman.
Aber schön.
And on
Nein,
the
ehrlich?
side of this incredible stage, by the way. How great does this stage look?
Hallo,
It's, of
Firebot.
course, BC Gaming, the rookies, looking to make a mark
Geschrieben, ich schau nach dem
on
Stream.
Brawl Stars esports and to, of course, make an impact as well. And so, with that
Nun
being
erst
said,
noch.
it's time to go into our final match
Okay.
of day one. Let's do this.
Hoffentlich.
City Tempo.
Zieht der Tempo.
Suzuku. Batman.
Batman. Todd.
Jixer.
Jackson.
Anyas.
Enos. Hello, Hunei da Jatsi. How are you doing, bro? Ach, du bist Deutsch. My bad.
And we are heading into the draft of the last match of the day. Zeta Division versus BC Gaming. Zeta with the first pick. We are on pin or punt. We have a lot of area control brawlers out of the way from
Wenn
BC
der Pin
Gaming.
da
Lastly,
ist und das
with
Short
the
geschnitten ist,
Slowly
kannst du dann
and Crow band
Collab.
out. Left hand side, a bit more
Was ist das,
aggressive
Akaza?
brawlers out of the way with the Ali ban coming in with
Deutsch? Ja,
Chester.
wusste ich nicht.
A brawler that
Hallo,
has
Bro.
been quite on the play today as
Ja, du
well.
bist
but
extra auf
is
Discord.
amongst
Ja.
the best brawler on
XRI.
any single map and mode. Currently, despite not even having a buffy, he's just so good at dishing out damage and holding control of the mid, which is
Batman gegen Jaxer.
I was going to talk about Bull, but now I'm seeing
Wir haben Batman gegen Toad.
thinking, like, who's going to dare to
Noch in diesen
bring that
Kanalpunkten.
brawler in?
FL
I think for me,
kaufen, zum
Momo
Beispiel.
is certainly a brawler which is,
Ich werde noch andere Sachen
so
einfügen
durable, and has
zum
very
Kaufen.
little answer, especially now with that Otis
Muss man noch ein paar
band out
Sachen
too,
überlegen.
So, definitely going to be up for grabs alongside that kind of
YouTube
potential
Studios
for those
haben.
tanky assassination brawlers to allow yourself to advance upon the map and
Das ist nett.
apply that kind of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super surprised to see Colette slip through not only, you know, the normal ban phase, but the global ban phase as well. It's kind of
Nee, Juni.
one of the only
Straight
times
on
we'll probably
direkt.
see her all weekend, so really surprising to see that slip through because of how strong she is. Chester as well on the other side.
Ja, ich
really
schick dir
good.
alles dort jetzt.
And as you said, it's kind of like
Nach dem
very
Stream.
underutilized today. Finks, we saw it making some massive plays for BC, so why not bring it out again?
I do like a good Finks. I like him on
Das werde ich machen,
also.
Firebot, ja.
Do we
Das
like
werde ich
him
auf
or not? We're
8000
gonna find out
Kanalpunkte
very soon.
setzen.
The collab pick, as you said, I kind of was afraid of some aggression on
Ist das
the
nicht ein
left
Free
side.
Crow?
Already have
Ah.
the Chester pickup that would have been a good ban into
Ah.
Bull, for example. Picking him up first to leave the option open. But with
Ja, gerade.
Colette on the
0-0.
right-hand side, maybe not that tanky. Sirius is going to be the
In-game,
next pick
Levin?
here. Surprised
Nee.
to see him open as often as it is today, but as we said, just got a little
Nee, ist
nerfed
nicht tough,
last
Levin.
Wednesday. Slight
Twitch,
HP
nee, auch
nerf,
nicht.
And with that, he now slides through the bans more often than not. Ruffs comes in, another just mainstay on every
Ist das nicht ein bisschen anfällig?
with the two safest brawlers, Ruffs
Ja,
and
okay,
Chester.
aber Eliban, Edgar-Ban, Mod. Ja.
Not to like. Certainly again with the balance
Mm.
changes, you know, it's still showing itself.
Das
here
sieht-
at the
was
Brawl Cup,
macht
so
der?
it's in a good spot, I would say. And there's the Kenji that I was kind of worried about as well, being that final pick, as Zeta Division did not double
Danish.
down on that
I'm
kind of
Swiss.
aggressiveness
I'm speaking
needed
German.
for those tanky brawlers.
Genau, Juni, mach ich.
It's great compositions from both sides. Solid stuff, a little bit scared of the Colette, but up to the cast as we go.
Thank you very much, Trav. Yeah, good to be thrown to by a consummate professional like yourself. Interesting the way this draft has panned out. Obviously, Berlin City Cup Gaming certainly feels
FL
like they're up
25.000.
against the wall. They've already had to deal with Oni Realm, and it's possible they might have thought that was the path of least resistance to get to day 3. Now, though, they're going to go up against the Zeta Division, who have shown that they have what it takes to top this group. Ready.
We
Digga,
have looked at
wieder
the screen
Finks.
rates on these maps for BC Gaming SA, and it is looking
Ich bin auch halb
pretty
Italiener,
fair.
ja.
It looks like BC Gaming SA put all of their chips on that matchup versus Only Realm. Now it'll be a trial by fire versus Zeta Division. Expectation
Ich bin Windows, ja.
is gonna burn.
So far, Zeta Division patient.
Ich schick den Link, Sortex. Ich zeig's dir dann, wie ich's mit meinem Cutter mache.
Serious damage. We do have a
Hallo Malte.
Love that from Anius, getting aggressive here with these Colette dashes. Remember with this, again, this super is much more powerful now with the buffer that you can keep the shield if you take mass tags. If you hit a brawler, a 3-second shield on top of Colette already being quite durable, scary.
Yeah, strict upgrades here with the buffies. Also with the push it star power, you're looking at no interruption at the edge of range, which is going to be crucial here in a land setting.
Certo sono italiano, Dave. Ma tu che ti pensi?
Easy slot through. Jay just trying to get some more supercharge out here, potentially more hypercharge. But you cannot prevent.
Ich glaube auch, Joni.
Looking at the utility for BC Gaming SA, they have a couple supers to work with. Todd's going to use this for an early victory at mid. They have position in these bushes now, but how much does it matter? Stetampo has a hypercharge.
Nee,
He's just looking for a super now.
Wird nix. Ja, dann rate ich ihn in der Runde.
You know, fortunate, but at least one kill.
Das guckt doch. Ja, ich rate ihn in der Runde. Mittendrin. Hat er keine Wahl.
So now Jay trying to find some extra damage behind these boxes, but getting tapped down himself.
Too aggressive, and Zeta knew that they could just stay on low HP because they had enough ammo to take him down. That was the coordination that they have as a team. A retake of mid for Zeta Division after over-aggressive plays by BC.
Jungs, nicht spoilern.
Man disadvantage. It means that they have Barbarians knocking at the gate. Double hypercharge available. Stetampo's gonna clear one out, but a missed pass up to him. He just
Stark von Zeta.
from the Kenji
Sehr stark.
slices to get game number 1 put away.
Ist nackt geworden.
Wie?
Wie? Was?
Drafted here by Zeta Division because it was so telegraphed. Normally you want to collect later on in the draft, you know, pick 3. 2 is even fine.
No, sono nato in Svizzera, Dave.
Gives a very clear idea of what Zeta need to play around.
Ma sono cresciuto parlando italiano.
She's too good to allow to go later into that draft, so you just have to pick it up or you have to ban it. It was strategically left open as a bait. There's just no target for her, really.
She's still good broadly, though. That's the thing.
Sieht so leer aus. Wieso leer?
She has supers that are very good, but you can't beat Suzuku in a land setting. Man is just switched on today. He's gonna get some wall break here at the goal.
Ah, den Break müsste man so machen. Ich glaube, das wollte er auch machen. Ich glaube, er hat Missglied. Ja, okay. Wir werden nicht jetzt kommen, die Gegner.
Zeta Division settling in here, feeling comfortable. They had to take a break in between their first and second games. It looks like they've acclimated quite
No, sono italiani, Dave.
to the stage conditions.
Solo io sono nato qui.
Sees the shadow of himself go straight up the guts now with those sandbags in place. Zeta Division can play safely behind them, and Agnes is
Digga, Zeta, also, das wird ein ganz schnelles Game.
already notched up by Zeta Division, showing zero signs of slowing down.
Basically walking directly through their opponents here. Barely any resistance. You did see some solid efforts at offense from BC Gaming where they had things all the way pressed up against Zeta Division's goal, but they were not able to get it there. They were offered some gimme opportunities also.
Sergeant?
Some kills. You saw particularly Kenji almost like cleared out the goal. There were a couple of kills just waiting to happen, but Zeta Division knew. And I think also they were made to respect the matchup quite early on. You saw Stetampo
Napoli, Dave.
Chester hypercharge, not this one, of course, but a different one onto a Finks that teleported away, and they would not be doing that against a different opponent. Not at all, because they would be respecting them enough to know that Finks has that gadget on cooldown. They're capable of playing really, really good Brawl Stars, and I think they were just
Hallo Malte.
withholding some energy.
Malte, ich glaube, du bist der 4. Malte heute im Stream. 4. oder 5.
But still, they cleared them in just a couple games here in set 1.
Yeah, and again, it's pretty comfortable the way they go through. You can see our stats, Batman basically just pumping damage into them all throughout.
Ja, Zeta wird gewinnen, 100%.
For the next one. And you notice we haven't already referenced scrim results.
Das Essen da ist brutal, Dave.
City Club have a 0% win rate on both the previous and this current map, so a little bit tough to take much away from that. But we are deep into the draft already. We have the Crow.
Chat, wollen wir ihn jetzt schon raiden? Weil dann haben wir ihn safe. Weil Zeta gewinnt eh. Das ist nicht mal spannend gewesen. Fick PC, okay, Fick PC. YouTube, ich bin morgen nochmal live. 12 Uhr. Ne, morgen ist 13 Uhr, ne? Morgen 13 Uhr, Chat. Falls ihr schauen wollt, schaut auf die Website. Ich schicke euch den Link. Ich schicke euch den Link rein, dann könnt ihr schauen. Zeta wird eh gewinnen. Bis morgen.